Ready? First of all, I want to say good afternoon to you all. Thank you all for coming out. Uh, want to acknowledge the DA and Fulton County Sheriff. We're here today to speak on the arrest of Jeffrey Williams that in collaboration with Fulton County DA's office and the Fulton County Sheriff on yesterday. This collaboration is representative of the partnership with the Atlanta Police Department and the DA's office on our our aggressiveness and going after gang members. The mayor as well as the DA gave a interview on last week expressing their concerns about what we were seeing in our city and how we would go after any offender. And at the direction of the DA taking the lead on us yesterday, making sure that we were able to get one of our top offenders off of the street. In partnership with them, utilizing our tactical teams, we were able to go out to the individual's location and arrest him without any significant consequences to him or any other parties at the house. And so with that, I'll turn it over to the DA.
Thank you, Chief Bryant. Um, Today, I'm joined by the Atlanta Police Chief, Chief Rodney Bryant, as well as my sheriff and our sheriff, Sheriff Patrick Labat. We are here today about a grand jury indictment that was returned that included not just Jeffrey Williams, which is of some notoriety and media attention, but about 28 defendants that operated within our community between the time period of 2012 and 2022. It is our allegation that they operated as a criminal street gang and commenced to do havoc in our community. That havoc includes crimes of violence, crimes of thefts, crimes involving drugs. I've made no secret about it, nor any apology that as the district attorney of Fulton County, my number one focus is targeting gangs. And there's a reason for that. They are committing conservatively 75 to 80% of all of the violent crime that we are seeing within our community. And so they have to be rooted out of our community. I said just a week or two ago, it does not matter what your notoriety is, what your fame is. If you come to Fulton County, Georgia, and you commit crimes, and certainly if those crimes are in furtherance of a street gang, that you are going to become a target and a focus of this district attorney's office, and we are going to prosecute you to the fullest extent of the law. I agree with Chief Bryant. What you see yesterday and what you will see in the upcoming months and years is the result of a lot of hard work by both the Atlanta Police Department and this office. We are proud to bring forth this indictment and hopefully to bring justice to a lot of the community who was victimized through the course you see in this indictment. But more importantly, the most important thing that we are here to do is to keep this community safe. And we believe removing these 28 defendants will keep Fulton County safer. Yes, sir.
The indictment's got Young Thug and a bunch of other rappers. There was one name I was actually expecting to see there that I didn't, and that's Jack Harlow. Can you speak to that?
What I'll tell you is that as large as this indictment is, I told my team that let's not be sexy, now let's not overreach. Let's be conservative in our approach, which is always the approach that I take. And in taking that approach, 28 defendants were indicted, and they were indicted for the crimes that I believe were appropriate for this RICO indictment. And so I won't speak to any person that is not named.
In terms of serious significant charges, I would imagine you're going to see some pretty serious sentencing here. I know it's early, but can you talk a little bit about the type of sentences they might be facing?
Well, we'll ask on the different charges for the maximum penalties, and there's obviously many people that are looking at life under this indictment. You're absolutely right. These are serious times. They're serious allegations. And it is my opinion that violence in our community deserves maximum penalties.
In a recent interview, you said in the coming weeks and months to expect indictments, RICO charges, gang charges. We see that with fear. This is only focused on the YSL gang. At that time, you used plural indictments. Should we expect more indictments against singular gangs in the coming weeks and months? Is that what we're meeting with that quote?
Yeah, and if you're already aware, we dropped an indictment not that long ago against YFN. It is certainly a tool that I believe in, which is using RICO. I believe the reason that I believe in it as a tool is it allows juries and the communities to see the complete picture of a crime so they can truly be educated and have facts to weigh when they're making decisions. And so if you're asking, should you expect to see other RICO indictments against other street gang organizations? Absolutely.
Two questions specific to YSL, the 20-some people arrested here or named. How big is this gang? Is that a good portion of the gang you're operating in Atlanta? And how long were you investigating them?
If you look at the indictment, the crimes that are alleged within it go all the way back from 2012 to 2022. Um, I wouldn't say that it contains every act of crime that YSL committed. It is a significant gang that operates here in Atlanta, Georgia, and not every member became a defendant within this indictment, but certainly a significant amount did, and certainly some of the leadership, which is what's most important. We're not going to just target the children that are running out at the direction of leaders and not target leaders.
How much did social media, music play a role in bringing this indictment?
Social media is a wonderful tool for prosecutors in every indictment we bring nowadays.
And let's talk about obviously YSL. They're the territory that Cleveland Avenue is no secret. We've seen a ton of violence, innocent bystanders get hit. So you guys believe that by getting them off the streets, that people in that neighborhood who are living in fear can actually have some peace now?
I believe that people in that neighborhood and at every corner of Fulton County deserve to be safe, even if it is financially lower, socially, economically. I don't think that part of the community should be left behind. Me and the mayor and the police chief have talked about the fact that Cleveland in our community is referred to as Bleveland, that it is somewhere where just violence occurs, where they're marking up territory, it's blood territory. It's horrible. And you're absolutely right. That community deserves to be safe. And we are hoping that this helps to keep them safe.
Let's talk about safety. We know these gang members are going to be housed or brought in at the same time. How are you and Sheriff Labat working to keep them away from each other in the jail, especially with YS and Lucci being targeted as that came out recently?
Well, I won't step outside of my lane. I am the district attorney of Fulton County. I am not the sheriff. I have great confidence in the sheriff. He knew that this was coming as a law enforcement partner, and I believe that he is well prepared, but you'd have to speak to him to make sure that everyone within his facility is safe.
This indictment names a few, it's not just social media posts, but songs that have been released by Young Thug and others, where it goes through the lyrics, evidence supporting the RICO conspiracy. I'd like you to speak to the First Amendment issues that obviously raises.
This issue's been ruled on by the courts. I knew that question was coming. I believe in the First Amendment. It's one of our most precious rights. However, the First Amendment does not protect people from prosecutors using it as evidence if it is such. In this case, we put it as overt and predicate acts within the RICO count because we believe that's exactly what it is.
Let's allow Sheriff Labat to answer.
I have one more from Ms. Willis. What's the last time you prosecuted a RICO case? Was it an APS case?
This office? No, since I've been here as the district attorney, I think we've indicted probably 4 or 5 RICOs at this point. So it's a tool I use.
First of all, good afternoon.
And we're back. Good morning, everybody. We are back. We are big. Good morning, people. So I had a lot of requests or had some people on me to play that. So there you have it. I am going to play one other of these. Fonnie did not just do this, but she also did another similar news conference. This was not for the YSL, okay? So, few notes. One, do hit the like button, everybody. We have 300 people watching here on YouTube, another 42 people watching on X. We have 4 people on Morbid Law Stories. Thank you. Thank you to those 4 people. I appreciate you. So there's no more court, y'all. No more court in the typical way that we use the term. There is no more court. We are not going to see any more court in the typical way that we've been seeing court. It's just waiting for the jury verdict. So I don't think we're going to see any more motions. I don't think we're going to see any more argumentation. I don't think we're going to see any more anything. Okay? We're just waiting for the jury verdict. There are a number of different ways that the jury verdict can come down. So remember, there are multiple different counts. There are murder charges. There are RICO charges. There are criminal street gang charges. There are gun charges. I think there's theft of receiving stolen property and different little drug charges that are sprinkled in there too. So the jury can either go with guilty, which means that the prosecution has proven this in our eyes beyond a reasonable doubt. They can go with not guilty, which means that the prosecution has not proven that count beyond a reasonable doubt. Now, they do need to be unanimous for a guilty verdict, which means if even 1 out of the 12 is not convinced beyond a reasonable doubt, that particular count would be what we call a hung jury. So each count will have its own jury verdict. So when people are asking, do you think the state will win? Do you think the defense will win? That's kind of not the best way to really phrase it, because each individual count will have, let's say, a winner and a loser, if we want to look at it that way. The state can win on a particular count, and the defense can win on a different count. So the RICO count, for example, if they're convicted on RICO, but they're acquitted on murder, then who would we say won? You know what I mean? So the idea of the state winning or the defense winning is it's not quite accurate, because again, there are, 15 counts total, something like that, between the 2 defendants. And the defendants might win on some and lose on some. So how are you even determining who won, if that's the phraseology you want to use? That's one interesting question. But also, you can have a hung jury on certain counts, which means that the jury is not able to conclusively, unanimously decide yes or no, guilty or not guilty. And on those charges, you would not have a resolution. You would essentially just have a no result. Okay, you would have a no result. And what happens if you have a no result? The prosecution could try those counts again. So I think there's going to be a lot of pressure on the jury to give us a result on all the counts. Because if the jury cannot decide unanimously on count 1 or 3 or 12 or whatever, then that count, the prosecution would have their ability to retry that count. All right. So if you have count 5, which is RICO, this is just, I don't remember exactly. I think count 1 was RICO, actually. So if count 1 is RICO and you have 8 people saying guilty, and then you have 4 people saying I'm not convinced, that will be a hung jury as to that count. And that could be for either or both of the defendants. And you know what? Finding them can bring that back up. Okay. So just to repeat, when we talk about who's going to win and lose, that's not the best way. Even if I've said it, we do talk that way, but it's not really the best way to talk about this trial or any trial that has 2 defendants with multiple charges, because it's almost certain that they're going to get some convictions and some guilties, not guilties. It's almost certain. It's almost certain there's going to be some guilties and some not guilties. Okay. So then who would you say won? If you get not guilty on all the big charges and you get guilty on some little stuff that will just essentially get you time served, maybe you would say you won. So we'll have to see how that works out. But we're going to see a jury verdict, whether it's today or Monday or whenever, that is going to be unanimous for guilty, unanimous for not guilty, or a hung jury, which means there's no result essentially. And for those no results, the finding them can bring that back up if they want. All right. So I'm going to address what Bitter Lily says. Whitaker stated a while back that the state would not bring case again. Okay. This particular case that we're seeing right now will not be brought up again. This particular case that we're seeing now will not be brought up again. Why? Because this case started off with 6 defendants. 4 of them have already taken plea deals. They're out. So the case we originally saw is already more or less impossible to bring again. So that's done, Bitter Lily. So whenever Whitaker said that, there were 6 defendants. So once Jeffrey and the other 3 took their plea deal, that case that Whitaker was referring to, it couldn't be brought again because those 4 people are out. So Whitaker, we can say she was right. That case will not be brought again. But if the jury cannot decide on a particular charge or 2 or 3, yes, that case can be brought again against that person. That part of the case can be brought again. So, I'm simply informing everybody that, yeah, they could bring it back. If the jury just can't decide the Shamel Drinks murder and they decide everything else, the state will 100% retain the power and the right to bring that Shamel Drinks murder back just against Shannon Stillwell. 100%. But it won't be the trial. It won't be the case that they brought at first, because everything else will be resolved. So it'll be a different case. It'll be a totally different case. Okay. If no verdict today, then they will go home at 3:00, have Thanksgiving, presumably, if they celebrate, have their long weekend, and come back on Monday and continue to deliberate. We will not hear a verdict until they have resolved all of the charges. So they're not going to just come out and say, all right, y'all, we decided on the RICO charge. Now we're going to go back and deliberate the other. No, once they have come to either a resolution or they've decided they can't resolve, meaning there's a hung jury, all of the charges will have a disposition, or they will have decided that they can't give a disposition. Now, what's very common when you have a hung jury, or not a hung jury because that would be the final, but when you have a jury that is not able to become unanimous on a particular charge or whatever, what's very common is that the judge will say, well, keep trying. The judge will nudge them. That's very common. The judge doesn't want a hung jury, okay? Part of the judge's job is to ensure the efficiency of the court. So the judge doesn't want to have a case retried unnecessarily. Wouldn't that be double jeopardy? You're saying if they're retried, it would not be double jeopardy because there's no result. Double jeopardy is once you've been found once you've been found not guilty, you can't be retried. Double jeopardy is once you've been found not guilty, you can't be retried for those same charges. But if it's a hung jury, you haven't been found anything. So no, it would not be double jeopardy. Thoughts on chain of custody broken? Can you elaborate? Because what I saw yesterday is that they were ensuring that the chain of custody was intact. I didn't see anything that it had been broken. So will they have to be questioned when they return to see if they've spoken about the trial with loved ones? Listen, this is a thing. Judge Whitaker at any point during this entire trial has had the ability to question them if they're doing wrong. She's really shied away from that because she does not want. Listen, if the jury's damaged, the trial is done, y'all. Judge Whitaker doesn't want that. So I don't think she's going to ask any unnecessary questions because she doesn't want to get an unnecessary answer that could just damage this whole thing. So I don't think she's going to ask that question. If she asks that question, the jurors are going to probably lie and say no. So I don't think she's even going to ask. The only way she would ask is if she has to. If there are reports that things have been going wrong, you know, if you have a juror who posts something on social media, Judge Whitaker is going to ask. If you have a juror, sorry, y'all, we got some jets going over. If you have a juror who has post something on social media or something like that, she's going to have to ask. Other than that, I don't think she's asking anything. Morning, Miss Lely. Yeah, so then you have the different ways that people will determine what constitutes a win. I think no matter what, the state's going to be able to claim that they won. But I really think that if they don't get a guilty verdict on the murder charges, the state loses. So for me, really, this whole win and lose thing, the state can claim they won regardless. But I think for me personally, if they don't get a guilty verdict on the murder charges, the state loses because those are the most serious charges. If they do not get a guilty on one or both, at least one of the two murder charges, the state loses. They could even get guilty on RICO and everything else. But if they don't get a guilty on the murder charges, they lose. So that would be my personal take on it. I think Yak walks on the murder, but I'm not sure if he'll walk on the RICO gang. Shannon has 50-50 chance getting off on the Thomas murder. Might be found guilty for drinks. I think the state wins if they get any. The state wins if they get any murder convictions. I don't care if they get not guilty on everything else and just one murder conviction. I think they win. That's my opinion. The defendants win if they get not guilty on murder, because with the RICO stuff, they might have to do more prison time, but I think the murders are going to give them the most time. Viverito by video on the watch into evidence, but watch became missing. No, because they never took custody of it, according to Viverito. So I don't think there's no proof that they took custody of it. So it didn't become evidence. I mean, she did take temporary custody of it, but she left it at the house, is what she says. And there's nobody who has been able to prove otherwise. So the watch, if she had taken custody of it and then it went missing, I don't know that would really affect the trial, how much, but it would certainly be, it would raise a question. But remember, there's no proof Viverito or anybody took that watch. There's suggestion, there's innuendo, there's circumstantial evidence, but it hasn't been proven. Truman Show, you haven't missed anything. We're just talking. They will sleep over and ask their family during Thanksgiving. Oh, that's exactly what they're supposed to not do. So congratulations, you're saying they'll do what they aren't supposed to do. I find the prosecution in this case did a very poor job on preparing the case. Yes. Everybody agrees. I think that I got another jet coming overhead. So there's a little bit of mixed opinion and another one coming. That's 4. Five. Sorry. All right, so there's a little bit of a mixed opinion about Hilton's closing. I thought it was off the rails, but I could certainly see how being there and having that emotional closing at the end, if I'm there and if I'm a juror and if I'm invested in actually coming to a conclusion, I could see how perhaps that closing might have been a powerful closing for me if I'm there. So while I'm at home and I'm kind of armchair, judging it, I didn't feel it, but I could see the emotion, and I could also see that if I had been there, it might have been different. Tayo says verdict next week. Yeah, we have jets always flying over here. Good morning. Good morning. Good morning. Yeah, I might be close to you, Detective Robot. We might be neighbors. We might just be neighbors. Okay, we have a super. Let me pop down to the super. But before we do, my brother for sure, I know there's a verdict today before 3. They will enjoy their turkey, never come back to state, put them through pure hell. That is the main argument for a verdict today, is that they just want to go home and have, and there might be some pressure on people to say, yo, if we do this today, on Monday, I could really kind of go back to my regular life. So I definitely think that there is some pressure for that. And I think there's a lot of merit to that thought. What about the other defendants waiting to go to trial? How does this trial affect them? I don't think there's any set trial dates. I'm not sure. So the verdict on the Chamel drinks, I think, might be very interesting to see how that might affect Garlington and Miles Farley, because they're both going to be on trial for that as well. So if Shannon is found not guilty, and he's supposedly the guy who pulled the trigger, I think that will look good for Farley and for Garlington. If he's found guilty, it's probably going to look bad for them. Explain jury nullification. So jury nullification, y'all, is a concept that the jury is not bound to find you guilty just based on the evidence presented. That the jury can find you not guilty even when the evidence presented would indicate that you are guilty. So why would the jury find you not guilty even when the evidence presented seems to indicate that you are guilty? There are many reasons that a jury might find you not guilty, even in the face of strong evidence of your guilt. One would be that they feel that the law itself is unjust, or they want to buck the law. So the law itself being unjust could be, think about back in the days where, there were race-based laws or gender-based laws or what have you. And if the jury said, you know what, this person is guilty of that thing, but that shouldn't even be a thing, they could find you not guilty. Not because you didn't do the thing, but because they disagree with the law. So they'll find you not guilty as a way to protest the law itself. In this case, I think a lot of people are looking for jury nullification to protest the prosecution. So they're not saying we disagree with the murder law. They're not saying necessarily that they being people who want the jury to find the defendants not guilty regardless. They're not necessarily even protesting the RICO law. They want to protest the prosecution's handling of the case. So in this situation, they would want jury nullification based on perceived prosecutorial misconduct. So that would be another reason the jury can nullify. So they disagree with the law. They disagree with the prosecution. And then a third reason that I can think of that the jury might nullify is because they feel that the actions were justified even though illegal. Classic situation would be, I think in the movie A Time to Kill, somebody had killed the man's daughter. I think they were found not guilty or something like that. So he kills them. Of course he did it. Everybody knows he did it, but the jury could nullify that. They could find him not guilty, even though he clearly did it and it wasn't self-defense. But they could say, look, given the circumstances, we're not going to find this man guilty because the killer of his daughter was about to walk, and we understand. So you can find jury nullification when they disagree with the law, when they disagree with the prosecution, with their tactics, or when they have a they can understand the actions of the defendant. So even though the defendant is technically guilty, they understand the defendant's actions. Y'all, when you ask me a question, like, give me some details. Because I mean, when you say, do I know about Deputy Ingram, what is it that I need to know? Like, I don't have any idea. Give me some details. If I was a juror, I wouldn't even want to drive past the courthouse after this. So thank you for that super. Is that yo, appreciate it. Whose arrest warrant is going to be posted today? So when I'm doing these little soliloquies, y'all, sometimes I get lost. She was trying to act like she was hood. Okay, you must be talking about Whitaker, Hilton. She said what he said when she's in the presence. Yeah, so a lot of people felt that Hilton went off into ratchet mode. Maybe, y'all, we weren't there. So I think what we can all hopefully agree is that we weren't there. Okay, so being there, sometimes you just get a different feeling than when you're not physically present. So you saying deputy that was swearing everyone in is turning himself in? He was what? I didn't hear anything about that. Can somebody help me with that? Oh, hold up, y'all. Hold up. Shouldn't that be at the top of my X right now? If a deputy was influencing the jury or something? Help me out. I'm looking. I don't see anything about it. Hold up. Somebody give me some information about that. I probably would speak. By the way, y'all, if there's a guilty verdict and the jurors come out and start talking and they say the wrong thing, that could be the grounds for all kinds of legal pleadings looking for a mistrial or overturn the ruling, the verdict or whatever, depending on what the jurors say. So they start coming out talking, and if they say the wrong thing being like, that they saw on social media or that it was too hard not to look or something flashed on their screen and they went down a rabbit hole or whatever, that could F stuff up if there's a guilty verdict. I think if there's a not guilty verdict, it's not going to matter. Will all of time, sir? Will all of the severed co-defendants be tried together? No, they will not. They will not be tried together. No. Miss Lily, I don't know if I said good morning, but good morning to you. Tay-Tune, morning. Slim Life, 504. Yeah, Time to Kill is a great movie. And I think that was an example of Blueberry. Correct me, it's been quite some time. But I think that was an example of jury nullification. Wasn't he found not guilty, even though he clearly committed the crime? I think that's what happened in that. Deputy Ingram is supposedly in trouble from what I heard. I don't know. All right, let me look. How do you spell Ingram? Let me see. Deputy Ingram. But how did you hear that, Slim Life? I mean, you had to have heard it somewhere. How did you hear that? I heard the deputy is being accused of influencing the jury. Y'all, let me say something. Now, I don't know for sure that this was Deputy Ingram, okay? But do y'all remember when, and we played this recently, do y'all remember when Miss Sylvia was called up in front of the judge? And the judge said to Miss Sylvia, I heard that you were giving the jurors like little condescending nicknames and blah, 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 right? Y'all remember that? Who remembers that? When Miss Sylvia was brought in front of the court and Judge Whitaker said, I heard you were giving nicknames to the jurors. Okay. Now, what Judge Whitaker said is that a deputy was the person who had seen that Miss Sylvia was doing that. And Judge Whitaker said she's gonna have, I don't know if it was the deputy, him or herself, or she's gonna have somebody look into if the jurors had complained. Then when Whitaker came back, she said, no, it wasn't the jurors who complained. It was a deputy who had seen it and who had complained. So is this the same deputy who might be in trouble? Is this deputy, there was also a deputy supposedly, it was also supposedly a deputy who had informed the defense of Judge Glanville's ex parte meeting. Miss Sylvia said, oh, hold up. There's more Miss Sylvia involved here. Miss Sylvia said that a deputy was the person who had told the defense about Glanville's ex parte meeting. And she said that the deputy would have been up for some kind of promotion or increase in rank or stature or status in his job, and that he wasn't going to get it, and that they passed him over because he was the person who told the defense, not Caleb Bumpus. Miss Sylvia said that too. Miss Sylvia said this morning, okay, so we have Miss Sylvia at a deputy nexus, y'all. I'm going to put 3 threads out there, and I don't know if they're connected at all, okay? I have no idea if there's anything to connect these three threads. 2 things I personally heard Miss Sylvia say that I can verify. She said a deputy was chastised for being the one who told the defense about the ex parte meeting that it wasn't Caleb Bumpus. I don't know if it was Deputy Ingram, so don't quote me as saying that the deputy's name. I don't remember the deputy's name, but I'm sure she said there was a deputy who was the person. There was a deputy being one of the law enforcement personnel in the courtroom. Okay, 1. 2, Judge Whitaker said a deputy had told her about Miss Sylvia. Okay. Judge Whitaker said a deputy had told her about Miss Sylvia giving the jurors nicknames. That was something that Whitaker said in court. We just played that the other day, 2 or 3 days ago. And now Slim Life is saying Miss Sylvia is saying a deputy is about to be arrested, apparently. Yes, yes. No. Okay, I said yes, but no. The deputy did not rat on Miss Sylvia to have her Rule 22 taken away. I don't know that. I'm talking about the first time Miss Sylvia was called up when Judge Whitaker gave her a little pat on a little boop, boop, when she was giving the jurors nicknames. She didn't have her Rule 22 taken away at that time. Her Rule 22 was modified later, months later, in another situation where Whitaker says that Miss Sylvia was continuing to film after Whitaker had gotten up and gone off the bench. So those are two different scenarios. I'm talking about the first one. I'm not talking about the second one. Okay. So her Rule 22 was modified after the second event, but I'm saying that the deputy had informed. Let's take a look. Infamous Sylvia jurors. Let's take a look, see if I can find that. Hold on. We'll just watch this real quick. Oh, yo, is this Dear Woke Christian? Yo, it's funny the stuff you see when you go back and watch. Is this Dear Woke Christian?
Will that work, or just
Is that Dear Woke Christian?
Miss Love? You had two different motions.
Oh, that tripping. That's Dear Woke Christian right there, isn't it? Am I tripping? Am I tripping, y'all? That's Dear Woke Christian right there, isn't it? What up, bro? I didn't know you were in the court that day. Okay. So, what we're about to watch. Yo, Bruce, where you going, man? We just getting into it. We just getting started. Dear Woke Christian in there looking dapper with the bow tie on. Shout out to my bald-headed brothers with the beard. Bald-headed with the beard, brothers. So, I'm going to show this whole thing about where she talks about Miss Sylvia, okay? This is what I'm referring to. This was before she modified the Rule 22 later about Miss Sylvia recording while she wasn't supposed to be recording. That is not this, okay? Miss Sylvia is I would call her a reporter. Some people would say blogger. She's a person who has been reporting from the courthouse. I would call her more like a reporter. She's not a standard traditional news reporter. You could also call her a blogger. Either way. She's been in the courthouse, I think, every day for the entire trial. Okay. So we're going to watch this.
Miss, is it Parks? Will that work, or just Miss? Okay, come on up.
Oh, he's getting approved.
All right, so I know that you have been live streaming pretty much this entire trial, and I'm sure probably the pretrial proceedings as well. And it came to both the court's attention and defense counsel's attention recently that you had been on your, what do you call those things that you do? It's not a podcast, or is it? Do you still call it that?
It is a podcast,
Okay.
but it's
A video podcast.
Video
Okay.
podcast.
Anyway, we'll call it a podcast. That you had been, and I know that you say in your letter that you didn't reveal any personal identifying information. And I think that you did not reveal enough to actually identify any of the jurors, but you were referring to where different people sat and their race and gender. And that is personally identifying information. And then you were giving them derogatory names. And you say in the letter that you provided to me this morning that you have always operated with great integrity, that the content you share represents factual reporting, and that you do your reporting with these are all quotes from your letter, the utmost respect and integrity for all involved. Do you believe that any of those three statements that you made to me this morning is actually true about the names you were given those jurors?
I just want to give you the names or movies that I like. And, you know, SpongeBob is my daughter's favorite cartoon.
Do you think that those showed respect and integrity to the jurors?
Well, I didn't think it were bad names at all. Glasses, nose. No, I didn't think it was bad names. I showed you all the names.
The utmost respect and integrity?
Y'all, let's be respectful of Miss Sylvia. I'm not showing this. I am not showing this to throw shade at Miss Sylvia, y'all. Okay, so please do not say anything disrespectful about Miss Sylvia. If you don't like her, you can certainly, if you want to criticize her, fine, but let's not use any expletives about Miss Sylvia. I'm showing this more to investigate the deputy situation and show the context for talking about the deputy. I am not showing this as any shade toward Miss Sylvia. She's been nothing but nice and cordial to me. I know some of y'all have complaints. If you want to criticism, as long as it's respectful, you know, y'all can criticize me respectfully if you like, but let's not do any expletives and personal attacks that's outside of legitimate criticism, please, people. All right, come on, Mikey B, please. I'm asking you and everybody to, if you have criticism, let it be legitimate and no name calling, please. You know what I'm saying? Or we could just go ahead and get rid of you. You know what I mean? So I'm showing this to help us understand the deputy situation that somebody's talking about from this morning. If you have a problem with Miss Sylvia, you want to say it, I'm not going to stop you from saying it, but we're not going to be calling their names. We're not going to be using racial or other types of calling people expletives. That's just not called for. Okay.
I think it's depend on the individual. Well, to me, I felt it was utmost respect.
Well, I do not feel that. That seems like the kind of thing that a kind of mean person does on the playground in grade school.
You think so?
I do. I don't think that shows the least bit of respect or integrity to the jurors or to the court system. So if you are going to, and let me ask you this, you talked in your letter about being media and freedom of the press. Do you consider yourself to be press and media and journalism?
I consider myself being a content creator. I create content for the community and give information. As far as journalism, I didn't go to school. I've taken some classes and things like that. But I mean, the information I believe is very vital for the community.
I don't disagree. I mean, this is court. It's one of the most important things we do in our country. But you say my role is to deliver news and information. Mm-hmm. So, I mean, do you, to that extent, consider, and you say you want to represent factual reporting. So you, to that extent, consider yourself to be media, even if it's non-traditional media?
Yeah, I would think I would, because I've taken courses of like etiquette and things like that. But as far as, and then and the other thing too, with my channel, it's more like some sort of like easy going, friendly type of thing where people don't feel like it's just
I'd love for you to keep it friendly.
Okay.
That would be great.
Okay, and I will never use the names anymore if it offend anybody, because that was never my intention to offend anyone.
Okay.
I was just using names that movies that I like, Twister, SpongeBob,
Alright. Well,
and
let's-
Ghost, things like that.
I mean, I realize that if you're trying to create content that fills, the entirety of every day, that sometimes you probably have to reach out somewhere to whatever pops in your mind at the time. But I would ask that before you do that, that you actually do keep in mind that this is a court proceeding.
Mhm.
And I know a whole lot of people watching this is entertainment, but this is not entertainment for any of the people involved here.
It's real
This
life.
is very serious. And it does a disservice, I think, to everybody
Mhm.
when the coverage is flippant in the way that I think that was, okay?
Mhm.
And I know you've got every right to do that if you want to. I would just prefer that you not.
I won't.
And I am gonna give you this, it's a code of ethics that the Society of Professional Journalists follows as a guideline.
Okay.
And I mean, you're not required to abide by it. It's not the law, but it might be helpful for you to take a look at it
I
and
definitely
just,
will.
use it as a guideline.
I definitely will.
Okay,
I
so
definitely
if
will.
you,
Y'all, jury has a question apparently, but court has not come back on. Per law and crime, as you can see, we still have the same countdown. So if and when they do turn the cameras on, I will certainly pop to that. But there's nothing popping right now with the jury question. And just repeating, y'all, I'm showing this not as any shade to Miss Sylvia. Okay. Again, somebody mentioned this morning that there's a deputy who is going to be arrested. So we're kind of going back and reviewing, because at some point, hopefully on this clip, we're going to see Judge Whitaker talk about the deputy was the one who brought this entire thing to her attention. So that's really the reason I'm playing this clip, so we can get the whole context of what happened and also see Judge Whitaker say it wasn't a juror who brought this up, it was a deputy. So that's why we're playing this. But again, any criticism of anybody is fine with me. People have criticized me. They tell me I talk too much, blah, blah, blah. As long as it's respectful. And once you said it, you know what I'm saying? Once it's out there, we also don't want to make the stream all about criticizing people. But I just want to make it clear that the reason I'm playing this is so we can get the context for the deputy comment.
try to be respectful and treat this with integrity, then you may come back in and continue to live stream.
There is no sound. There is no sound, people. There is no sound, people. What the heck, man? Let me check some other channels. What the heck is going on here?
That's the appropriate response.
Yes.
Although, I think that the confusion.
See, we needed Miss Sylvia, people. She has the sound.
Okay, the judge is on the bench for the question. Hold on. All right, I'm gonna play it. Hold on. Maurice is in there. Hold on.
All right.
Including
We have sound now.
Mr. Weinstein. I mean,
It-
that's
it's
already
good
in the
bad.
instructions to the jury that they have to consider each of the elements. I mean, could the response just be a referral to
I
the
mean,
jury
that,
instruction?
it could be, but it would be unbelievably unhelpful if we did that.
Well, I
So-
guess I'm still struggling with exactly what their question is. I mean, they're dependent, yeah.
Yes, exactly. That's why they're asking that, I think.
Your Honor, one other thing that comes to mind is with at least the firearm count, the machine gun is removed, but there's multiple firearms in the house. And I'm trying to find what the number was, but in our instructions, we had, sometimes there's multiple ways to commit an
Yeah.
offense. That specific instruction may aid them if
No, but-
it's,
Sorry.
if it's in relation to, sorry, Ms.
Right,
Rice.
if that's what they mean. But
Yes, Your Honor.
considering that, and I can explain that, they don't have to have possessed all of the guns as long as they find that they possessed one of the guns with the requisite intent or whatever, if that's what they mean.
Yes, Your
But-
Honor. And the other state's thought on regard to, I do think it's appropriate, and as, each individual count, they have to evaluate on its own merits. Obviously, these counts relate with one another, but I think that principle of law is,
Well,
But if they're-
yes, I mean, yes, they need to consider them individually and reach a verdict on each separately, but they are interrelated counts, so that's why they're asking. So
Yes, Your
we
Honor.
need to-
I mean, if their question is regarding the possession of marijuana issue, because that seems to be the thread that runs through these three, right?
Yeah, I
The only
think
thing
so.
they have in common. So,
in Your Honor, there was one other
but,
thought when Mr. Weinstein.
no, I guess I'm still struggling with their question. If the issue is the marijuana, then if they don't find the marijuana, well, obviously they have to find
I
the
mean,
intent as well.
It's easy enough to start with 58, possession of marijuana with intent to distribute.
Yeah, If
I can
that's-
say, these are the elements, and they want to understand what intent to distribute means.
I mean, does their question seem to be more if they don't find 58, then they can't find 61?
I think so,
Yeah, and I think that would be maybe what they're looking at.
yeah.
And then obviously 57, they have kind of two options there, as I see it.
All right, I'm gonna,
Your Honor.
yes,
Say make it smoother in terms of the surveillance video.
yeah,
For the barbershop footage, there is 5 videos and really 4 angles.
uh-huh,
One of them captures the shooting, one of them captures inside the barbershop, and then 2 of them capture the street in front of McDaniel Street itself, but doesn't capture the shooting, and one kind of faces the Texaco. And with the Texaco footage itself, there's a lot of surveillance video from the Texaco with different camera angles. I believe there's as many as 7 or more. So I have an idea in my mind. I don't want to assume which specific portions they want to watch. But for example, some of the vehicles at issue, like when they arrive, some arrive as early as 8:40 or 6:41.
mm-hmm,
And then they leave at 7:20 p.m.
right.
And so I'm working on, there's different softwares that play those, but the state's getting in a posture to be able to play those surveillance videos. But if we have clarity, at least with the Texaco, it can be a little cumbersome to pull up the different cameras on the fly. So I just wanted to, if there's any more clarity on what specifically with the Texaco, because it captures almost 2 hours worth of footage, some of which is irrelevant for purposes of you don't see any suspects.
Well, I'm
or-
sure that they don't want to see a part that they never saw to begin with.
Yes, Your Honor, I agree, but there's also, there's a portion where, there's many different portions that could be relevant. Like there's a portion where Mr. Kendrick walks in the store. There's a portion where different vehicles leave or arrive that captures 50 minutes worth of footage. And so there may be very specific events, so to speak, or times of that they want to watch. But I just wanted to highlight that for the court.
And
So would the idea be to queue each of them up, the portions that were shown before, and say, do you want to watch this? We could do that.
Yes, Your Honor. Or if they were able to describe an event or something that came up in closing or something to orient what they want to watch. Like we want to see when the Pontiac arrives, or we want to see when, and they may not be able to give that clarity, but I just wanted to highlight that because it may make it more efficient when we publish it.
Ideas on that?
I think if we just ask in a non-leading way, what portion of each, because the same thing, my understanding, and maybe I'm wrong, in the letter, in the note, they said something about McDaniel Street.
Right, it
So-
said the drive-by shooting, I mean, that one we know what they mean, right? And the Texaco Northside McDaniel Street.
So I think if they, I believe I know what camera they want to see from outside the barber shop. Even with the barber shop, we had 4, I think, different cameras.
So
if we just get clear.
if everybody thinks they know which of each it is and y'all agree, then we could just start with those and say, is this the one you mean, or is there another one?
Okay.
with the Texaco, though, I'm not sure which one they mean because there's so many different cameras at the Texaco. With the McDaniel Street Barber Shop, I'm pretty
Well, I
confident.
don't think it's the one from inside the barber shop.
No,
That
but
one
there's
wouldn't be
2
helpful.
outside the barber shop. So, but I think it's probably the one that shows the actual shooting, I'm guessing.
Well, we can start with that one.
Yeah.
And then say, is that the one? There's another one. Would you like to see
Right.
that one too? And they probably will say yes,
That's-
honestly, but
That's fine with that, with the
Yeah.
barber shop, but with the Texaco,
Right.
there's so many options. I think we have to ask them what they specifically want to see. I mean,
what are do y'all want to put a description of each of them together and we can send it out and say, circle the one or ones you want to see? I mean, I don't know how else to,
yeah, I get, because there's kind of an
I
inside
mean,
Texaco and an
describe
outside
what you want to
Texaco.
see seems,
Yeah. I mean, what do you think about the Texaco?
I think there's just an inside and an outside.
No, the Texaco is there's multiple insides. Maybe there are multiple insides in the Texaco. Well, we could just ask them, do they want to see the inside of the Texaco or the outside of the Texaco?
okay, I mean, that much we can do.
Yeah. Can I jump back to where the 57, 58, 61?
In a second, Sergeant Brown, can you go ask them to let us know whether the video from the Texaco they want to see is the interior or the exterior? And if they can give us any more detail about what they want to see.
Your Honor, this might help, I'm not certain, but they're probably talking about something in closing. And so if there was a point of reference, like play by.
Well, if they've just asked the question that I asked you to ask them,
Okay.
if they want to clarify further, that way they can.
Whoa, look at Love's New Do.
Okay.
Don't want us talking while
I
the jury
understand.
door is open. Okay.
57, I think I misspoke on 57 where I said there were 2 ways. Rereading 57, count 57. It looks like without the possession of the marijuana, they can't do 57, 58, or 61. So that may be what they're referring to. Because of the possession of a firearm during commission of a felony in 57 requires 58 and 61, which is the marijuana again. So that may be what they're talking about with 57, 58, and 61. Is the possession of marijuana with intent to distribute. Because wasn't there also a question regarding intent that came to us?
Yeah, they originally said, well, no, I'm sorry. On their second one, they said, please clarify the wording intent to distribute and underline the word intent. So I'm looking for where I explained intent to distribute and intent right now, and we'll see.
Shouldn't the jury foreman just come into court and clearly state what they want to see? Like, you know what I mean? Couldn't the jury foreman just walk into court with a list? These are the things we specifically would like to see. And then go back to the jury room? Well, it looks like the request might have been written, but they need clarification because whatever the request was not clear enough. So the jury is asking for some additional evidence. Jury is asking for Donovan Thomas surveillance video from maybe the Texaco. And they're also asking for clarification about terms related to intent. I think intent to distribute.
What is the definition? Intent to right? Page 23.
I'm sorry?
The intent to distribute is defined at the bottom of page 23.
Yeah. Which they have out with them, so obviously that's not helping them. But
Maybe they just can't find it.
maybe, I mean, I'll read that part over to them.
So now my question is, when they define intent, do they need to haggle about it before they give them a definition, or is the judge going to say, "Oh, this is what that means"?
Of course, I think that's another one of our circular definitions that ended up in here, or recursive definitions.
So on that, I would propose to say that for, which count is it? Is that count 58 for count?
The possession with intent to distribute, Your Honor? It's actually an element of all three.
I know, but so for possession with intent to distribute means that Mr. Kendrick, frankly, if you go back to the knowledge part, that I charged on page 13, knowingly and intentionally participated or helped in possessing marijuana, intending to unlawfully deliver or sell it.
How can you put intend in the definition for
Yeah, I agree that
intend?
that incorporates the
Okay,
proper definitions.
so the state must prove.
How can you put intend in the definition for the word intent? Don't you have to use a different word?
Your Honor?
Hang on,
Yes,
hang
sir.
on, hang on. Sorry, I just need to get this down and then just hold your thought. Let's turn our phones off. Oh, that's one of the jurors' phones. It's in a box over here. Okay, maybe you can go figure out and like put them all on vibrate or something.
So they're going to use the word intend in the definition for the word intent. That doesn't seem right. Morning, Nikki. Time to go to ChatGPT, y'all. I'm going to ask it for a definition.
All right, yes.
Part of the instructions the court had read that may be helpful is where it's page 11 and 12.
Okay.
It describes criminal intent. Intent may be shown in multiple ways. Criminal intent does not mean, it starts right on the bottom of page 11. Intent is an essential element of any crime. And then I believe it continues to discuss about intent right through the middle of page 12, and then goes on to describe party to a crime. But that instruction about intent could also be beneficial, the state believes.
I mean, the most helpful part of that is it means the intent to commit the act that is prohibited by a statute, which is specifically with regard to this one, intending to unlawfully deliver or sell marijuana. I'm thinking about saying on intent to distribute, possession of marijuana with intent to distribute. The state must prove that Mr. Kendrick knowingly and intentionally participated in or helped in possessing marijuana, intending to unlawfully deliver or sell it. And find out whether that
That
covers
sounds like
what they were asked.
That sounds like the right course to Mr. Kendrick. When you have a second, I just want to go back to 57, 58, and 61.
Sure, I mean, I know we need to
Okay.
get that.
I know, but I don't want to do that if you're still writing
I
or
appreciate
thinking
it.
or.
All right, yes.
Okay. Regarding their question about the separateness, interrelatedness, whatever term they used to 57, 58, and 61,
Yeah.
I just think it would be, perhaps it would answer their question if you went back and explained that possession of marijuana with intent to distribute is a required finding of each of those three, and that may help explain that.
Okay.
Your Honor, with the court's permission, when the court allows, I have a question.
Hang on.
Yeah, y'all, this is a very good comment. If they are trying to parse out the word intent with the marijuana charge,
All
where
right, yes, ma'am.
The court may have already answered this question, but I don't know whether what Mr. Atkins just referred the court to was the part about intent may be inferred from the proven circumstances or by acts and conduct. Did the court respond to that?
I'm not planning to read all of that unless when I read the first part and ask them if it covers what they're asking. If they say no, then I'll circle back and read that whole part.
so if they're trying to parse out the word intent, people, they're trying to parse out the word intent.
Did they get back with us on the video thing? Okay. Do they know to do the light? I mean, they were doing it earlier. All right.
So if they're parsing the word intent, I've been trying to say this. I'm doubting a verdict today, y'all, but maybe you never know. But why are they, if they're parsing the word intent as it relates to the marijuana charge, which was in the house that Yak was in, and he did not even have any possession of it? You know what I'm saying?
If they come on, that's not going to be very helpful. All right, let's see. Please provide the videos of the following: the gas station when Yak was getting into the car, camera in front of the station. Y'all understand what that means? Okay, and then number 2, the drive-by shooting in front of the barber shop on McDaniel Street on Donovan Thomas.
Okay.
They clarified that one for us too.
Judge, there are there are 4 camera angles of the drive-by shooting. So we'll be prepared to play one of them or all of them, whatever they prefer. There are 4 different camera angles of the drive-by shooting. I'm presuming they mean the one that actually shows the shots, but there.
I would think so. So let's start with that one and ask them, is this the one you meant?
Okay. Do we have this on?
Yes.
So they added Mr. Weinstein. Also, please have Attorney Weinstein clarify if he said my client's watch or where is the watch regarding the Richard Milley watch, which is in no way, I mean, it's a total red herring. And good for you for distracting them, but that is not an element of anything they're supposed to be considering.
Dang!
I don't believe that that was a red herring, and it went to the credibility of law enforcement and
That's
their
true.
witnesses.
But
So I would disagree with that characterization
anyway,
of the
what
court.
did you say?
I said, I'm sorry, I didn't say his watch. I probably said the watch. If I said his watch, that would have been I would have misspoken.
Okay. So I will just say, Mr. Weinstein did not
Now,
say
what
my
Love got to
client's
say about
watch.
that?
If he did, he misspoke.
I probably said, where is the watch? That was a 30th birthday
Where
gift
is the
from
watch?
Drake to Mr. Williams.
All right,
And it
so
rates
I'll
and
just
rental
answer
value.
that he said, where is the watch?
Your Honor, would the court be inclined to respond that what the attorneys say is not evidence?
Yes, that's
And
an
that should
excellent
not be
idea.
even a consideration,
Uh-huh.
rather than telling them
Yes.
what he said.
I mean, I'm gonna do both.
It was
Dang.
definitely the watch.
Dang, that Weinstein watch thing worked, y'all. Oh, shoot. That's
I'll just
crazy.
say, Mr. Weinstein said the watch, however, what the attorneys say is not evidence. How about that? Does that work?
Yes, Your Honor.
And
Remember.
So Bitter Lily, there you
That
go.
what the attorneys say is not evidence.
There you go. Some
Yes, sir.
Your Honor, 292 Yankee Alpha is the shooting barbershop surveillance footage. I know when the shooting happens. I wanted to ask on the record or defense counsel, there is about 8 minutes that plays before the shooting occurs.
Can't imagine that's what they want.
I don't want to just, I want to tell for the record, or agree with defense counsel, find a portion we can all agree to start that video.
Okay.
Yeah, I think it's fine to start a minute before,
Okay.
whatever, that's fine.
Thank you.
But thank you for clarifying that, and mentioning that.
You're very welcome. Thank you.
I'm going to say, however, remember that nothing that the attorneys say is evidence.
y'all, this is wild. They wanted clarification on the watch thing. Now we don't know why though. We don't know why. Because it's clear that Weinstein's not representing Thug, and it's clearly Thug's watch. So are they trying to determine the credibility of Weinstein? It could be that someone said, that's not even his client. And somebody else said, well, he wasn't talking about that being his client. Yes, he was. I heard him. Well, no, I don't think he was saying that. Look, I don't think we could trust him because he tried to make it seem like that was his client. Well, just ask, what did he say? So we really don't know at the end of the day. This could actually go to Doug's credibility more so than Viverito. We don't know. We don't know what the conversation was behind the scenes. It's very random to be asking about the watch, y'all. Nintendo said nobody was there to see the conversation. What? Remember, the question is, did Doug say my client's watch, or did Doug say the watch? Okay, so they're focused on what Doug said. They're not focused on the watch. They're not focused on the watch. They're focused on what did Doug say. They've been hearing about this watch over 3 weeks now. They know what it looks like. They know it's missing. So, but their question was, what were the words Doug chose to use? So it's very possible that they're trying to determine Doug's credibility or something about Doug more so than the watch itself. They know the watch is missing. Okay, explain this to me, Miss Gina. This is my question to you. Their question was, did Doug say my client's watch, or did Doug say the watch?
All right. How about
How does
after
the answer
giving
to
them
that
the
go to?
definition or the explanation of possession with intent to distribute, moving on to whether you need to group counts 57, 58, and 61 individually or separately, you need to consider them individually and reach a verdict as to each separately. But possession of marijuana with intent to distribute would need to be proven for count 58, count 61, and count 57.
Yes.
And I'm putting them in that order because that's kind of the order that 58 is possession with intent to distribute. 61 is possession of the gun because while you're committing that crime. And then 61 is, if you're committing that crime, are you then potentially committing gang activity?
Yeah, I understand. That's a far more natural order than they appear in the indictment, so.
All right. All right, are we satisfied then with the answers? And then we'll just have them, I think I'll have them watch the videos, and then answer their questions. Because that way, if there's any follow-up, they can let us know that. All right, yes.
So, Your Honor, the intent is to play the Texaco footage first?
Yeah.
And then will they tell us when they want us to stop? Because they're at the Texaco for about 36 minutes. So what?
Do y'all know when you intend to start? Did we watch 36 minutes?
It was all introduced, every
Okay.
bit of it.
I think they requested a very specific part of that Texaco.
Yeah.
Didn't they mention entering a car? Or
The
exiting?
gas station when Yak was getting into the car, camera in front of the station. So I think we start there.
Yeah.
And then
When he was getting.
I'll just,
Into the
that's what
car.
it says, when Yak was getting into the car. So, I mean, do a little bit that leads up and a little bit afterwards.
Yeah, let's
and
just play the portion
If
that they're.
it's any more than that, I'll just say,
He
does that cover what you
3
wanted?
times. So do we need
Well,
the
then
last time?
play each time he gets in the
That's
car,
possible.
I guess.
That's possible. They
Okay,
could,
so that's gonna be on camera 10, just for the record.
Okay.
And I'm gonna, if the court will give me 1 minute, I'm gonna pull
Sure.
it to the first part.
All right.
yellow butterfly, very good theory. See, this is a thinking theory. They're thinking about the marijuana, and they might be saying, well, did he have intent to distribute this marijuana? Somebody says, well, he didn't even live there. And someone else says, well, why did he have a $500,000 watch there then? And the other person says, no, that wasn't his watch, that was Thug's watch. And they say, no, remember his attorney said that was Yak's watch?
Do we have the extra copies of the indictment?
Very good
to give
comment.
them?
Very good comment.
Have we given them extra copies of the indictment at this point? Sergeant, have we? Okay, thank you.
Yes, exactly. If he
All right,
had
let me
his,
know when you're ready and we'll have them out.
if he had this expensive watch there, then it gives more credibility to the idea that he lived there or that he was staying there for a long time. If he was just visiting for that one day, why did he have this $500,000 watch there? See, that was a very good perceptive comment, something I had to consider. It's not about Doug's credibility, not about Vivarito's credibility. It's about, was Yak actually staying in the house? If he was, why did he just have this $500,000 watch? I mean, it's not that he couldn't have had it there, but if he has this type of jewelry there, it makes it more likely that he was staying there, and that this marijuana that was there, we're more inclined to say he possessed it with intent to distribute. Yes, I can certainly see that. But it wouldn't necessarily be about Vivarito's credibility or Doug's credibility. It would be more about trying to piece together, was Yak living there or staying there for an extended period of time, or was he just visiting that day? Very good. I mean, we don't know, but that's quite possible, actually. So Doug saying that was not my client's watch is going to help Yak, if that's the question. Very good. We're reaching about the watch. So Hamilton, tell us, why is the jury asking about the watch? What is your interpretation why they're asking? They're not even asking about the watch. That's what we got to understand. The jury didn't ask about the watch. They asked about, what did Doug say? So they're not asking, where's the watch?
All right, and Your Honor, we have it queued up 296Y at 1916:33.
All right.
So they're not asking about the watch, y'all. They're asking about, what did Doug say? That's what everybody's got to gather here. Yes, the judge did. Oh, so they're gonna play this in court. Oh, excellent. So we're gonna get to watch them play this. Oh, this is all right, y'all. Correct. This comment is correct. They're not asking about where's the watch. They're asking about about what Doug said about the ownership of the watch. This is live, yes. Yeah, I didn't realize that, but I did realize it, but I forgot it. But yes, good to know. Got a little bit of love for love today.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. The first thing we're going to do is watch the videos that you all requested, and then I'll move on to answering the questions. All right, go ahead with the first one.
Excuse me, Your Honor, may we approach?
Yes. Do you want me to stop the video?
Yes, please.
Okay. Give me a second, y'all.
I want to cover this, y'all. I wasn't really very interested in this until I watched a few videos on it yesterday. I think it's a very interesting situation. The Drake and Kendrick, and Andre, man, I wish Andre was here because Andre mentioned it was a RICO, and I said it couldn't be a criminal RICO, but apparently it's a civil RICO. So I do think I'll be covering this at least somewhat. And yeah, I think this is a very, very interesting case. This Drake versus his music label, basically, or his music record company. Yeah, I mean, I think most of us I think most of us who are thinking what will likely happen think there will be some convictions on something. I do plan to talk about this Drake and Kendrick thing. I'm going to be putting a lot of my personal opinion into these. We'll see how interested people are in those videos. But yeah, I'm going to be putting a lot of my personal opinion into that. So far, I'm going with, man, I wish I remember your name. The person who's in the chat who changed my mind, who said that they're trying to determine whether the watch is Yak's, maybe to try to determine whether Yak lived there or not. I think that's what you said, and I agree with that. I mean, I don't agree with that. I think it's the best explanation that I've heard yet. Much better than my explanation. Y'all, let me just give you a quick opinion on this. First opinion before hearing what the Drake lawsuit was about. Very first impression, Drake's butthurt. Drake is, he's whining. He's a crybaby, blah, blah, blah. First impression. But after watching some videos about this yesterday, my opinion is not that I haven't changed my opinion about all of that. So he seems like he lost. He definitely did lose the battle, no doubt. And he does seem like he's butthurt and whining, all that stuff. However, as I'm going to sleep last night, morning queen, as I'm going to sleep last night, I had just listened to a video explaining this whole thing. It does paint Drake in this position of like, he's the most powerful guy in music he's the most powerful artist in music, taking on the music industry.
We're gonna try that again.
Did I watch Cuff Boys? No, because Cuff Boy was reading Cuff Boy started reading the lawsuit, and I didn't want to hear that. No shade to Cuff Boy. I just didn't want anybody to read that to me. I just wanted somebody to explain to me what the lawsuit said. I didn't want to hear so I did start watching it. I just didn't want to hear the line by line reading of the lawsuit. Again, I like Cuff Boy stuff. It's just I wasn't in the mood for that last night. Queen, I was just about to ask you what happened to the green. I was like, let me not put Queen out there like that. Appreciate it. Y'all like Cuff Boy stuff a lot. In fact, y'all will see me in the future going forward. You're gonna see me start making
Your Honor, for
videos
the record,
more
we're on camera 10.
more
at
like that.
18:44.
So I'm putting it out there.
We're not sure exactly which getting into the car you meant, so we're just trying to show all of them for y'all, okay?
This one is still on. Mr. Lawson.
So Drake definitely lost, and I frankly don't care at all about what the record company did to help Kendrick, if they did anything. My memory of that was the moment that I believe Academics played that, the moment he put that on, the whole that broke the internet. You didn't need any bots to stream it and so on and so forth. That broke the internet from the very first moment it was played. But what I do think is interesting is this, that the record companies will prevent every artist from getting to the point where they can be a shot caller, like a true shot caller. So from the Drake and Kendrick beef, I mean, Kendrick won. If I had to have been called on a team, I would say I was team Kendrick. But I think we should all be interested in some sense as music fans and as people who listen to hip hop and rap, whether Drake represents the ceiling for what an artist can do, and if we're going to condone a record label or a record company taking every artist down
So,
once
Your
they get
Honor,
a
at
certain.
this point, for the record, we're going to stop it and stop sharing, and then fast forward to the next point that he gets into the car.
Okay.
We're stopping at 18:48:17.
So y'all, I think it's a bigger question than just the battle. The rap battle part, Drake lost and it makes the lawsuit seem petty. But from a fairness perspective to the artists, I mean, this lawsuit could help artists across the world forever. That's what I'm thinking about. Does that make sense? This lawsuit, this petty lawsuit by Drake, could be good for every music creator forever. So while you might want Drake to lose, he already lost. But you might want Drake to win when that win against the record company represents a win for the artists forever. Drake can't undo the loss of the battle, but his butthurtness could potentially help music creators have a fairer shake with the record companies going forward into the future. So that's really
We're
my
fast forwarding now
thought
to
process about it.
19:15:25 on camera 10.
I haven't seen it, but I'll check it out.
So that was the second time he got in the car. Now we're going to fast forward to the next time he gets in the car.
Okay.
I
think they stopped the clock because they're not deliberating.
At 19:15:52. We're fast forwarding to that.
We'll get to it in a few, Slim. We'll come back around to it. Thanks for the super.
All right, does that satisfy what y'all wanted to see on
No,
that?
that's not the last time he got in
Okay,
the
all
car.
right, sorry,
We're fast forwarding.
sorry.
Now, how is Love gonna answer for the jury?
So we're now
Hi, Dad.
fast forwarding to 19, 17, and 10.
Thank y'all for watching.
Those are the
Okay.
times that he,
Does that satisfy what y'all wanted to see? Y'all are nodding yes. Okay, all right. Now we'll move on to the barbershop video.
Your Honor, and for the record, it's 292 Yankee Alpha, and we're starting at 8 minutes and 22 seconds of that exhibit.
Damn.
Your Honor, may you inquire if there's any more of this video? I'm stopping for the record at 9 minutes and 14 seconds.
All right, does that satisfy what y'all wanted to see on that? Or is there a different angle or more that you want to see? That's good. Okay, that's what they wanted to see. All right, moving on. Sorry. Good, okay. All right, moving on to the questions. Mr. Weinstein said the watch. However, remember that nothing that the attorneys say is evidence. All right, moving on to the next couple of questions.
Was any of those guys Donovan Thomas? Those guys standing out there? If so, which one?
All right, on count 58, possession of marijuana with intent to distribute, the state must prove that Mr. Kendrick knowingly and intentionally participated in or helped in possessing marijuana, intending to unlawfully deliver or sell it. Does that cover what y'all are asking with regard to that one? Yes, okay. All right, moving on to whether you need to group counts 57, 58, and 61 individually or separately. You will need to consider them individually and reach a verdict as to each of them separately, but possession of marijuana with intent to distribute would need to be proven for count 58, count 61, and count 57. Does that cover what y'all wanted to? Okay. All right, then I will excuse y'all to continue deliberations. Thank you. Thanks. All right, we'll be in recess until we hear from them again. And not for the record, but Would it work for, this is not for the record, I'm just asking you as the cameraman, would it work for?
All right, y'all. So I'm going to go back. I want to watch that Donovan Thomas. I've seen that before, but I don't know. I just never realized that was actually him outside. I don't know, man. I must have been asleep at the wheel. So which one of these people is DT? You said camouflage. So we have two guys who it could be. This looks like a black jacket here. This guy kind of in the middle. So is DT this one the one who's closest to the curb? Hold on, let me move this chat. Is DT this one basically closest to the curb here? I know, I just removed it. I can't remove the law and crime banner. Bigger guy in camo. So that must be him, like the closest to the curb. Let's see. Okay, that's him here. Okay. But I don't see anybody shooting out the top of the car, though. I don't see anybody standing up. But it does seem like the gunshots are coming out of the top. Dang, man, that's terrible. Whew, that is terrible. That is terrible. Did we see the Bonneville? Did we see the Bonneville? We can go back and look. All right, let's look at the whole video. One sec. All right, so that's not the Bonneville. Is that the Bonneville? The Bonneville kind of had a damaged front bumper, didn't it? I think that the Bonneville had a damaged front bumper. I don't know that that's it. No, that's a great car. That's not it. That's not it. Somebody could have been standing up there, y'all. It's difficult to tell. Man, that's cold-blooded, though. I cannot slow the video. Oh, well, yeah, I can slow it on YouTube. I can slow it. Let me try one more time. I can't slow it. I can't slow it to my liking, but I can slow it. I'll put it on 0.25. Oh, yeah, actually, YouTube allows you to slow it to your liking now. All right, so we're going to watch it on 0.25. So this video is going to take 4 times longer to play. All right, so this is the slowest I think YouTube allows. I do not think that's the Bonneville right there. That looks like a gray car as it approaches. So Donovan Thomas actually makes a fatal move as he's just shuffling around. He might not have gotten hit if he stayed here, but he's going to walk around this guy and put himself in prime line of fire, if I'm not mistaken. Oh, no, the other guy moves. The other guy just moves out of the way, unbeknownst to him. And yeah, and Donovan Thomas moves too. Man, that is just a split-second decision. And he puts himself right in the front. That is crazy. Like, if that hadn't happened in that split second, he might not have died. Oh, that's wild. There you have it. Yeah, other people got shot. Lou, you say he was getting hit regardless. I mean, that's possible. You never know. You never know. That car was moving. It didn't stop. So whoever the gun person or gun people were, you know, whoever that person was or those people were, they you know, they had to hit the target as they were moving. So I never realized that that was actually the video of the shooting until right now. I'd seen that video before, and I was like, I thought that was a separate shooting connected with all this. I didn't realize that was the exact shooting. I'll put it on one more time on slow motion. It's worth watching one more time on slow motion. One last time on slow motion. Okay. So y'all, for everybody who's wondering, this guy, the guy standing next to the guy in the white hoodie, this guy who's closest to the street, this is Donovan Thomas. And they're going to move around, and DT is going to be, this guy in a white hoodie would have, y'all can't tell me, if this guy in a white hoodie hadn't have made that move at that moment, he would have got hit. And it is definitely, oh, sorry. It is definitely quite possible that Donovan Thomas does not get hit at all if this guy in the white hoodie doesn't move. If this guy in the white hoodie had not moved, it's quite possible DT doesn't get hit, and this guy in the white hoodie takes everything. But he's going to move just at the last second. See? Because that's the direction the car's coming from. And he's just walking around. He just moved out of the way. That guy in the white hoodie would have been, he would have been toast, y'all. If he hadn't moved right there, he'd have been toast. Ooh, just the things that the vicissitudes of life. Why do you think the jury wanted to see this footage? They might have wanted to see if the Bonneville passed by. There's no way you could determine who the shooter was. Let it play a little after the shots. I don't think they played it after the shots. Let me see. Let's see how much more they played it. That's wild that both of these murders were caught on tape, y'all. That is just wild to me. This one is even more. That person in that car saw what happened. Probably. Oh my gosh. I left the comment up. I'm tripping. Sorry about that. Somebody out that back window. Looks like GSR floating around. Oh, that is funny. Yeah, DT is definitely watching the cars. Sorry for leaving that comment up, y'all. The guy in the white, he looked like he didn't get hit because he's coming back to see what happened. I don't think he set him up. I mean, you never know, but I don't think so. That doesn't look like somebody who set somebody up to me. Pass it. All right, I'm gonna play it one more time with no comments blocking the view. Sorry about that. No comments blocking the view this time. I was talking to my kids, y'all. Y'all couldn't tell. I was muted on purpose. I was muted on purpose, people. I was talking to my children. They're in here fighting over something. So did y'all get to see it? That is the uninterrupted, obstructed Donovan Thomas video, which is just tragic to watch. You know, tragic to watch. Tragic to watch. Real time. Okay, one more time. Not like we have a lot going on. That's the only reason I'm gonna play this one more time. Real time. I'm just gonna play the shooting though. I'm not gonna play the aftermath, y'all. Here we go. Real time. Last time. You can't tell. You can't tell. You cannot tell if it's you can't tell if it's out of the back window or somebody standing up. You can't tell. You just can't tell. So we have not heard anything about this Miss. Well, let me not say Miss Sylvia. We haven't heard anything about the deputy who was supposed to be arrested. Nobody's talking about it. I'm going to check Joseph Papp. He's normally in court. Hilton has to approach. Seems like Whitaker will just move on and let the state try again to play the video. State played the video. Jury has been brought. Texaco video Kendrick. Judge on the bench. Joseph Papp has said nothing about the Texaco, about somebody being arrested. And Kathy Rasan is also there. All right, y'all. So I don't see any additional information about anybody being arrested. We have a lot of airplane activity happening today, so sorry. Somebody has said that there's a deputy who was supposed to be arrested today or somehow brought to task for interfering with the jury, but I have not seen anybody talking about it. It's just people in the chat. Slim Life, I think you brought it up. I think Slim Life, you saw Miss Sylvia talk about it, but I don't see any indication that is what's going on. So what do we do? I mean, I was playing Miss Sylvia in front of the judge because I thought that there was some kind of something imminent that had to do with the deputy, but it doesn't. I don't see any other indication of that. He turned himself in too early to call it. So, can you give me like a source for that? Y'all, I'd like to, if we can get a source that there was a deputy or somebody who was arrested or turned himself in, I would certainly like to go into that a little bit, but I haven't seen anything about it except for what y'all are saying in the chat. Morning, Hair Alchemist. Yeah, he y'all, that guy in that white hoodie was gonna take the brunt of that if he had not moved with just the last seconds. He would have been the person who would have taken most of those bullets, most likely. They would have shot him to try to shoot DT, and they might have missed DT, but they weren't gonna miss that guy. So there's people in the chat saying that some deputy has been arrested or taken into custody or something for tampering with the jury. But I don't see anybody on social media, including people who are in the courtroom, who have mentioned that at all. So I don't know. All I see is about a deputy taking bribes from Quay's mom. That would have been inside of the jail. We don't know what he did, but sounds like he may have been doing some illegal side hustle with some. Now, if you're saying that a deputy was just taken into custody today, but we don't know why, I don't want to start speculating on this. I don't want to start speculating on this. I thought that there was some kind of indication that he was talking to the jury or something, but if he's just arrested, it could have to do with anything. Yeah, I've been searching it, Queen. I haven't seen anything. I don't doubt you, Slim. I don't doubt that she said that. It's just there's no indication as to what it's all about. I don't want to keep playing the Miss Sylvia stuff if there's no actual news. Let's see. Interestingly, Thugger Daily has not. I don't see that Thugger has updated today. Deputy probably owes child support. All right, so we need to put on something, y'all. So, we should put something on to give y'all some background, something to watch as this whole thing unfolds. Yesterday, we were watching the opening statements. We watched the closing statements as well. We didn't rewatch Max. Do y'all want to rewatch Max? Y'all want to rewatch Max's closing statement? I don't know. Let's go with Max's closing statement. We'll go with that. Max's closing statement is a little difficult for me to watch. Too emotional. All right, I'm gonna put on Hilton. See, now if I put on Hilton, y'all want to, let's put on Hilton. Yesterday, y'all were like, no. Let me see. Max took 3 hours. Hilton took about 2. It is now almost 11. So this is what I'm going to do. I'm going to put on Max first. Then I'm going to put on the ratchet hour of Hilton after that. Okay. So first I'm going to put on Max. Then I'm going to put on, because Hilton had her first hour wasn't ratchet. And her second hour was the ratchet hour. That's the one I want to see. So first I'm going to put on Max. And then I'm going to put on Hilton's ratchet hour after that. Okay. So let me see. Let me find this. This was yesterday. This is closing arguments. So I'm going to put on Max's 3-hour closing argument first. And then I will put on Hilton's ratchet hour after that to close out the day. I don't know if I could play any classics like Frosty the Snowman, though I would love to. Probably get my stream taken down. All right. Can we poll? What is the poll? Tell me what it should be and I'll put it up. Tell me what the poll should be and I will put it up.
The state has alleged that Shannon Stillwell on March 14, 2022
We got to watch something, y'all. So Max's closing argument was excellent. After that, we'll go with Hilton's ratchet.
Thank you. All right, Mr. Shart, you may present your closing.
Thank you, Your Honor. Accusations are easy to make. Allegations are easy to wage. And this indictment has plenty of both. But here's the thing. There's a big difference between making allegations and proving them in court beyond a reasonable doubt to the citizens of Fulton County. It's a different matter entirely. The state has spent the past year with a hammer in their hand, banging on a square peg that they call evidence. Banging, 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 trying so hard to fit that square peg into the round hole that they call their narrative, their theory. And the reality is that square peg does not fit in that round hole. It never fit. The state hasn't proven their case, and they certainly haven't proven their case beyond a reasonable doubt. In this indictment, the state accused Shannon Stillwell in count 1 of violating conspiring to violate the Georgia RICO Act. He did not. They have not proven their case beyond a reasonable doubt. I'm going to ask you to find Shannon Stillwell not guilty. In count 2, the state alleged that Shannon Stillwell on January 10, 2015, shot and killed Donovan Thomas. He did not. The state hasn't proven their case beyond a reasonable doubt, and I'm going to ask you to find Shannon Stillwell not guilty of count 2. In counts 49 through 54, the state has alleged that Shannon Stillwell on March 14, 2022, shot and killed Shamel Drinks. He did not. The state has not proven their case beyond a reasonable doubt. And I'm going to ask you to find Shannon Stillwell not guilty. Good morning. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I think I've made this abundantly clear over the past year. My name is Max Shard, and I represent Shannon Stillwell. But that's not the entire story. In fact, I have been joined by my co-counsel, Mr. David Botts, my wonderful legal assistant, Shaquille Kokomo, and it's been our honor to represent Mr. Shannon Stillwell throughout this process. And I'm excited for the opportunity to talk to all of you about the evidence that we have heard over this past year. But before we get started with that, I want to acknowledge you, the jurors. I want to acknowledge the immense time commitment that you have given this case. I want to acknowledge the sacrifice to your family, the sacrifice to your job, the sacrifice to your vacation plans. I want to acknowledge the patience that you have shown me and all the other attorneys. And I want to acknowledge the attention that you have shown this case. It's greatly appreciated. I acknowledge the fact that you have been paying close attention to this case. And for that reason, I'm going to try to avoid rehashing every piece of evidence. I'm going to try to be as direct and concise as possible to avoid unnecessarily taking up too much more of your time. Mr. Kokomo, if you could put page 3 up. So, ladies and gentlemen, let's just get into it, okay? Count 1, as the state discussed in their opening, Mr. Stillwell is charged with conspiracy to violate the Racketeer Influence and Corrupt Organization Act. And essentially they're saying he conspired to acquire, maintain directly or indirectly an interest in and control of United States currency and other personal property through a pattern of racketeering activity. And while associated with an enterprise, did unlawfully conspire to conduct and participate in, directly and indirectly, such enterprise through a pattern of racketeering activity. It's a lot of words, that's a mouthful. And we're going to get to talking about what that means, what it doesn't mean, how it applies to the evidence that's been presented in this case. But before we even get there, I want to talk to you about a big part of the state's case in count 1, but also the other counts that they allege against my client. And that is the state's use of quote unquote expert witnesses, more specifically the gang investigators that they have called. Mr. Kokomo, if you could put on page 4. They've called, as you probably recall, a gentleman named Belknap, investigator Underwood, investigator Dennis, investigator Gaither, and investigator Viverito. Some of those people they've called multiple times in this case. And I want to talk to you about how to analyze their testimony and what your duties as jurors are to consider how much weight to give the testimony of those witnesses, those quote unquote self-proclaimed experts. You'll be given this jury instruction 130 about expert witnesses, and I'm going to focus on the second paragraph. It says, you are not required to accept the testimony of any witnesses, expert or otherwise. Testimony of an expert, like that of all witnesses, is to be given only such weight and credit as you think it is properly entitled to receive. So, and Mr. Atkins talked about this in his opening a little bit. Expert witnesses are just like any other witness. And you're going to be instructed on how to evaluate the credibility of any witness. Not just lay witnesses, but experts as well. And there's some factors that the Honorable Court is going to give you to consider in evaluating the credibility and evaluating how much weight to give these witnesses. Some of the factors are their manner of testifying, how they come across at the stand, how they act, their means and opportunity of knowing facts for which they testify, their interest or lack of interest in the outcome of the case. Are they biased? And their personal credibility as you observe it. Those are all factors you can consider when evaluating Investigator Gaither, Investigator Dennis, Investigator Viverito. So let's talk about the testimony and what we observed from the stand from these experts. I'd like to talk to you about their training. What did we learn about their training, all these experts? Well, we heard GGIA, Georgia Gang Investigators Association. We heard that a lot, about how there's 20 members. Remember, and we ask about what your training is, and they say, well, I go to the 2-day seminar every year. GGIA, there's 20 members. And then we learn who teaches at these seminars. Remember Detective Underwood? Remember Detective Underwood? And Detective Underwood was a nice lady, but she was sent up here on a fool's errand. They wanted her to testify about the intersection of gangs and music. And she clearly wasn't qualified. She knew almost nothing about music. But she said, yeah, I'm qualified because I think I did a 2-hour block a couple years ago on that. Okay. I think Viverito taught that class. Okay. So now Viverito is the teacher. So I asked her, I said, oh, very interesting. You took a 2-hour class a couple years ago in this subject, and that makes you an expert. Okay. Did you guys hear from any experts in Black history, Black art, any literature professors, anyone that has studied hip hop, anyone from the hip hop community, anyone from the community at large, when you guys all meet, the 20 of you, to talk about gang stuff at this seminar? Nope. It was just Investigator Viverito. Okay, what about scholarly reports? Nope, just Investigator Viverito. The more we ask these witnesses, these experts, about what their training is, what their background is, what their basis for testifying as experts and telling us how to analyze things, telling us what certain words mean, telling us what's gang related or not, telling us what's relevant and what's not. It all stems from these meetings, this echo chamber that they have, where they have hear from no one else, no outside voices at all. And they all call each other experts. And they even created an association to look official. Talk about their manner of testimony, or testifying, excuse me. Think about Lieutenant Gaither when she was on the stand. Remember when I was allowed to ask questions? I tried to ask her some questions when they weren't vague. Did she really want to answer my questions? You know, you see on direct with the state, back and forth, it's like a tango. Yeah, it's like a script. And then I get up, where another defense attorney gets up to ask questions. Can't get a simple answer for anything. What color is the sky? Oh, let me tell you about the FedEx video. Just commentary, commentary, commentary. Same thing with Investigator Viverito. Just unnecessary commentary. Avoiding answering questions that I ask. Clearly, Investigator Dennis was doing the same thing. He's out of here. He was sent home. Consider the manner that they testify and how much weight and credibility they really have in this matter. Think about their interest and lack of interest in the case, also known as their bias. Mr. Kokomo, would you put up Mr. Williams 70A for me? Remember this? Remember Lieutenant Gaither getting up there? Oh, yeah, I saw that. This was important. This was a symbol of a gang war. This is the gang war that was going on. This is YSL declaring war on Bird Gang, which is an offshoot of the If Gang. Oh, yeah, that's what it is. She told you that. As sure as can be, the expert that y'all are supposed to rely on. Well, what did my good friend, Attorney Brian Steele, do? Brought in the album cover. Wait a second, you're saying that this is a hawk skull and a gang war? Isn't this an album cover of a collaboration between my client, Young Thug, this is Attorney Steele talking, Young Thug and Future? And isn't his label Free Bands? And isn't Future's Free Bands mascot an eagle? Isn't this album cover just signifying the collaboration between the eagle and the snake? Doesn't that make more sense? After all, that's exactly what the album is. Okay. Mr. Kokomo, could you put up 471 VV? Remember this? Ms. Kokomo, that's not 471 VV. And actually, could you put up 471 VVA first? Okay, we saw that video, but first, actually, VB. Investigator Viverito brought this into evidence, said this was one of the social media posts that she pulled. Remember that? When she wrote no reports about pulling social media, we have no idea what she looked at, what she didn't. She just determines what's relevant. Not us, not you. You don't get to see that. She determines. Remember, this came into evidence. She said, of course, she didn't give us a date because she wrote no report, but she said she collected this shortly after the shooting of Shamel Drinks. I run with, what you saying? I run with cold-blooded killers, blooded killers. That's Quamarvius Nichols. That looks pretty bad. Looks bad. It's posted a day after this killing, and it's a post, and clearly that's what it says. No other explanation. And then what do we find out later? What do we find out later? Could you put on 471 VV? Could you play it, Mr. Kokomo? We find out that this was part of a post, a story that had a bunch of different posts about fear of roller coasters, about being sick, a whole bunch of different things. And then we finally get to the part where it has the lyrics from Young Boy Never Broke Again, right? Let's watch. We don't even see these lyrics. Why don't we see them on this post? Because they're on for a millisecond in the very beginning of the switch. And we hear about Instagram and how those aren't really words that Mr. Nichols would have typed. Those are words from a song that he picked. And sometimes you pick the lyrics if you want, and sometimes Instagram picks them for you. But what else do we see from watching the entire post? Those weren't even the featured lyrics. The lyrics were being transitioned to the lyrics that either Instagram or Mr. Nichols picked, but in a split millisecond, for whatever reason, these lyrics that Investigator Viverito so desperately wanted you guys to see were on the screen. And so what did Investigator Viverito do? She gets the post. She goes frame by frame until it gets to that exact point where it has what she feels looks like incriminating words by Mr. Nichols, words that weren't even picked by him. And she freezes it, and she screenshots it, and then she puts it in front of you. Again, no report about what she did. She manipulated the evidence. And she's caught. But what does that tell you about her when we're talking about assessing credibility, your lack of interest in the case, your bias? Does she have an agenda when she does things like that? Of course she does. She's not a neutral witness. She might as well be sitting here. But I don't even think they would do that. Personal credibility as you observe it. Mr. Kokomo, could you put that other exhibit that you put up, the affidavit? .530 VV, this is the affidavit. Remember, we learned about affidavits, and Investigator Viverito was looking into the assassination attempts that she was of Mr. Rashawn Bennett in the jail. And she wanted to search Jeffrey Williams' home, right? And so she had to fill out an affidavit to give it to a judge to get permission to convince the judge, basically, to give her permission to search Jeffrey Williams' home for evidence. So what does she do? She finds a conversation, a text thread, where Mr. Williams says, YSL rule the world, kid, 24M on an N head. And she bolds it and makes it bigger and circles it for the judge to draw attention to that, because of course she wants the judge to feel that Mr. Williams is just ordering hits on people. That's the implication. That's the message she's sending the judge. And here I am. I know about Jeffrey Williams 3 and Jeffrey Williams 4 that Mr. Steele brought in about the day before this text thread about Lil Uzi Vert putting a $24 million diamond into his own forehead, and Jeffrey Williams thinking that's funny, and that conversation happening, and this having nothing to do with ordering hits on anyone. And here I am, I say, oh, let me confront Investigator Viverito with this. And what was my point, really? What should have happened? Oh, yeah, I misinterpreted that. You're right. And then I would have been Mr. Smart Lawyer and say, see, jurors, Investigator Viverito doesn't always know what she's talking about. She misinterpreted that one when she's telling you what my client means when he says things, what other people mean when they say things. Investigator Viverito doesn't know. She makes mistakes. That's what I thought was going to happen. But what happened? Something far darker. Investigator Viverito sat in that chair and said, she doubled down. And she said, you know what? Even knowing what I know now about 24M on an N's head, even knowing what I know now, I would still put it in that affidavit. That's all I needed to hear. Yeah, I would mislead a judge. Yeah, I would lie in an affidavit. Yeah, I would cheat because I'm that invested in this case. I'm that invested with taking these guys down. I'm that invested. And if she's that invested in that, and the rest of these gang investigators are that invested, consider their credibility. Take what they say with a huge grain of salt. You don't have to believe what they say. You can disregard everything they say. The law allows you to do that. When they say, oh, this is a hybrid gang, and they can't even explain what that means or why it's classified as a hybrid gang, and it's just something that they come up with at their little private meetings every year at these 2-day seminars where they don't get input from anyone else. You don't have to buy that. It's not a hybrid gang. All right. Let's start talking about count one. Mr. Kokomo, if you could put page 14 up for me. And I did not envy Mr. Atkins because this is very complicated to even discuss. But essentially, the way I'm going to try to break this down is that the state needs to prove all elements of this case and all elements of this charge beyond a reasonable doubt, each and every element. And I'm going to focus on two different aspects as it relates to the case against Shannon Still, this RICO case, count one. The knowing and willfully conspired with one or more others to participate in the enterprise through a pattern of racketeering activity. So that's the first thing we're going to focus on, whether it's been proven beyond a reasonable doubt that Shannon Stillwell knowingly and willfully conspired to participate in the enterprise through a pattern of racketeering activity, knowingly and willfully. Not he was just there, not he just hangs around, knowingly and willfully conspired. And then the second part that we're going to focus on a little bit later is number 6 and 7, that someone committed or that the state has proven beyond a reasonable doubt that someone committed an overt act to further the criminal objective of this conspiracy. So, thank you, Mr. President. So when we're talking about the question about whether Mr. Stillwell knowingly and willfully conspired to basically take part in racketeering activity, a pattern of racketeering activity, I think we have to look at this whole case in context. I think we have to consider the origin story of what everyone's calling YSL, whatever you want to call it. The state seems to suggest that a bunch of people all came together to commit crimes. Just a big conspiracy. We're all going to come together and we're going to be a racketeering organization. That's not the case. Now, let me be clear. Of course, crimes were committed. Crimes were committed by people with YSL tattoos on their face. Crimes were committed by people that use YSL emojis on social media. Crimes, I'm sure, were committed by people that use the word slat. But that's not the issue here. The issue is whether Shannon Stillwell knowingly and willfully conspired to be part of this RICO organization. We've heard from different young men, and again, we heard from them in the year 2024, talking about things that happened in 2012, 2013. So please keep in mind, when you see a 28-year-old testifying in 2024, we're talking about maybe a 16-year-old back in 2012. And we've heard testimony from people from Cleveland Avenue. We heard from Walter Murphy. We heard from Trontavia Stevens. We heard testimony from people from Capitol Homes. We heard from Quindarius Zachary. We heard from Antonio Sledge. We know that my client, Mr. Stillwell, is from Thomasville. We know that he was raised by his grandmother. His mother was never part of his life due to her drug addiction. We know about these communities, about poverty, about the lack of education. I'm not trying to paint with a broad brush. This does not apply to everyone in these communities. But as a whole, we know the struggles that these communities have had. Lack of education, underemployment, drug addiction, kids looking for food, sharing clothes with peers, hopelessness, a sad, tacit acceptance that it's either rap, prison, or death. That's the reality where a lot of these kids at the time were living. And the state, throughout their presentation of this case, has played several videos of people, of young people in parking lots, at parks. Some of them might have a gun, using foul language. Someone might be smoking marijuana. Some might be saying slat. A lot of times people are, and it's kind of sad to watch, a lot of people talking about all the stuff they got when we all know they really don't have anything. About all the cars they own. Remember that one gentleman? Oh yeah, I'm getting my daughter this, I'm getting my son that car. You know, cat. We saw those videos, and I'm watching all these videos, and I'm wondering, you know, what's the point? Why is the state playing this? Just to show like bad kids, or who they feel are bad kids, just to show who they feel are future criminals? Like, what's the point of these videos that are really sad to watch? And then they played this video, and it's marked 54W, and I'm going to ask Mr. Kokomo to pull it up, but not play it yet. And it's a video where you see a group of people hanging out in the park, in a parking lot in the park, and you see Jeffrey Williams. Shannon Stillwell's not in this video. And you see Jeffrey Williams leaning on a car. And you see his emaciated body. You see his teeth that are rotten. And he's wearing pants.
Oh, wow. What happened?
That are clearly too
There
short,
we go.
too small, clearly been handed down, traded. They didn't come out of Phipps Plaza. You see him wearing a Alabama Letterman jacket. And I'm not talking about like the cool Letterman jacket that you might get at Mitchell and Ness. That's where you get like high price sporting goods, throwback stuff. Not cool like that. Like one that was probably made in the 80s. The Letterman the sleeves are all nasty. And the thing comes down to like his navel. And people are picking at him. Not in a harmful way, but picking at him, picking at his clothes. Go ahead, Mr. Kokomo.
Jacking out here. Look, my partner say the man stole his swag. No. Hey, Jay, how you say he do it? Hold on. Let me wind it out. Hey, Mama, get on the knee. Hold on. My nigga, Lil Chell say he the king of white swagging, right? Shut up one time. Let these folks see what you're doing now. You know what I'm saying? All right, you check him out now.
What happens there? I think about when I was young. If I had to struggle, if I had to wear clothes that I was embarrassed about, if I was embarrassed about anything, I would hide, I would run, I would stay inside, I'd be ashamed. I might lash out at people picking at me. But what happens there? Jeffrey Williams takes those clothes, those tattered clothes, those old clothes, those ill-fitting clothes, and he twists it. He turns it around. Now, these aren't rags. This ain't nothing to be ashamed of. You can take it down. This is white boy swag. This is swag. Think about that for a second. What that means, and I'm not suggesting Shannon Stillwell saw that video, but that mindset. I'm not ashamed where I came from. In fact, I'm going to turn it into a positive. I'm going to turn it into a sense of pride. And lo and behold, what happens? Everyone starts wearing the skinny jeans. Now think about if you're Walter Murphy. Think about if you're Trontavious Stevens in that Cleveland Avenue neighborhood. You're struggling, you're dealing with the same things that Jeffrey Williams is. And you're ashamed and you don't feel good about yourself. But then all of a sudden you see someone with confidence. Someone that's not ashamed. And all of a sudden, you know what else? They can rap. And people are starting to pay attention. And the shows start being booked. And 1 second it's around the corner. Next second, it's up the street, and then all of a sudden it's downtown Atlanta. Think about the pride. If you have nothing and you see someone that you know making it, and making it on his terms with that level of confidence. Now think about if you're Shannon Stillwell, raised by your grandmother, facing many of the same issues that Jeffrey's talking about, that he's rapping about, that these young men in Cleveland Avenue are facing, many of the same challenges. And then you also want to be a rapper. And all of a sudden, this person that you can identify with, this person that has the confidence you wish you had, this person that's taking everything negative and turning it into a positive. And then he raps too. And it's all blowing up in your backyard. And you want to be a musician. And you want to go into the studio. And you want studio time. And you know Jeffrey Williams and his friends have studio time. Because now they have backing. And studio time ain't cheap. And you want connections. And you know he has connections. And you know those connections have paid off. B Slime, we know he's been on songs with B Slime. Vito, a songwriter for 300 Entertainment. Dolly, Rooney Lee, a signed artist. Shannon's been on songs with him. If you're Shannon Stillwell, isn't that exactly where you'd want to be? Isn't that exactly who you'd want to associate with? not to conspire to violate any RICO laws. You want to be there because he's doing what you want to do and you are identifying with him. What have we learned about this quote unquote gang that they're saying exists? You know, Detective Belknap, the first time he testified, talked about gangs and talked about red and blue don't mix. They have a solid hierarchy and structure, strict rules, chain of command. You're beaten in. You can't get out. If you try to get out, you're beaten out. If you're false flagging, if you're claiming to be part of the gang and you're not, severe repercussions occur. Well, what do we know about YSL? This group of young men, many of whom are musicians, many of them have known Jeffrey Williams since they were little, who are thrilled for his success, who are living through him. Well, there's no initiation, no dues, no money sharing at all, no rules or organizational structure, no hierarchy, no rules about false flagging. Anyone can do it. Everyone does do it. People all over the world wiping their nose. It's not false flagging because it's not a gang. When LeBron James does it, he's not false flagging because there's no gang. He's showing he identifies with the movement. He identifies with the confidence that Jeffrey Williams shows. He identifies with turning negative into positive. There's no gender rules in YSL. And there's no exclusions. You're a square, you're in. Sure. Whatever you want. You're a blood? Yeah, you can hang out. You're a Crip? Yeah, you can hang out. You're not affiliated at all? Yeah, you can hang out. You an athlete? Sure, you can hang out. You a musician? Yeah, you can hang out. You a nerd? Yeah, you can hang out. No one's sending anyone away because it's not a game. It's not exclusive. The only people that say this is a gang are those people that all talk to each other at GGIA, at the Georgia Gang Investigators Association, that don't want to hear from anyone else and just want to have their conclusions. Those people are also very biased in this case. So, has the state proven that Shannon Stillwell knowingly and willfully conspired to participate in an enterprise through a pattern of racketeering activity? Well, Mr. Atkins says, well, he killed Donovan Thomas, so that's proof right there. Well, that's pretty circular logic. He didn't kill Donovan Thomas. Well, he killed Shamal Drinks. That's proof right there. No, he didn't kill Shamal Drinks. What have they proven Shannon Stillwell has done to say that he knowingly and willfully conspired to do anything other than to be around Jeffrey Williams and try to make music and further his rap career and be around people that he identified with? Okay. He's been in social media pictures with many of the people that he hangs out with. Okay. He uses the word slat, uses a green snake emoji. Okay. A lot of people do that. He posted, he spends time in a recording studio with other people that know Jeffrey Williams. Yeah, of course he does. He makes rap videos and posts them online. Yep. Are his friends in the videos? Yep. He uses hand signs such as wiping his nose. Yeah. Post video. The state played one video in their closing about Shannon Stillwell calling out game. Look at the bottom of that video. What's it say? Baller alert. Shannon wants to be a rapper. It's picked up on Baller Alert. It's aggregated throughout the internet. This is not coming off of Shannon's Instagram feed. This is national. Think about how many eyes are seeing that. Someone that no one knows calling out, trying to pick a fight with a well-known rapper. The Game. It's exactly what any music person, not necessarily a lawyer, I wouldn't tell Shannon to do that, but it's exactly what any music person would tell Shannon, who's trying to make it in the rap game. They would tell him to do exactly that. Get noticed. That doesn't mean he's knowingly and willfully conspiring to be part of any RICO organization. Mr. Kokomo, will you please put up page 13? This photo was put in by Attorney Steele. Who's going to tell LeBron that he's acting like a RICO conspirator? Who's going to tell LeBron that he's now a hybrid gang member? In fact, we just heard that the state said about wiping the nose meant, according to the gang experts. Who's going to tell LeBron that he's like ordering a hit in the middle of NBA warmups? Does that make any sense? Is what the gang investigators say, should we really take it? Hook, line, and sinker? I suggest we should not. Okay, I'm going to move on to the state's attempt to prove the commission of an overt act in furtherance of a criminal objective. And mind you, they have to prove all of these elements beyond a reasonable doubt. So it's not like I have to show everyone did not happen. These elements all have to be proven by the state. Okay, and a reminder, this isn't just about people committing crime, because I'm just going to sit here and tell you, there's no doubt that people that are in social media posts, that are in evidence in this case, there's no doubt that people with YSL tattoos, there's no doubt that people that say slat have committed crimes. No one's disputing that. Isolated crimes by an individual or a group of individuals that have nothing to do with any alleged conspiracy cannot be overt acts. It's not just crimes that or other acts that are alleged against people associated with YSL. The acts must further the criminal objectives of the alleged conspiracy. So what do they focus on? They focus on, first of all, oddly, artistic expression. Jeffrey's lyrics. Like we're just going to pretend there's not a thing called rap music. We're going to pretend there's not a thing called artistic license. We're going to pretend there's not a thing called YSL, the record label. And when Jeffrey says slat in a song or slime in a song, which is recognized worldwide and is popular and sells albums, we're going to pretend that there's no context to this. And we're just going to pretend that all these lyrics are somehow designed to further a RICO organization. That's absurd. We're going to pretend Shannon Stillwell's statements about bragging, about beating a murder rap, which is good for his music career, is somehow furthering some criminal objectives of some conspiracy. That's absurd. They list in their list of overt acts a bunch of social media posts. Social media posts of people with tattoos on their face. Nothing else. Just, oh, he took a picture with a tattoo on his face. Or wearing slime clothing or Make America Slime Again clothing. Clothing created, mind you, by Miles Farley, a person who was able to, again, turn negative into positive. and turn that movement that was going on in Cleveland Avenue in a way for him to make money through selling clothing, for him to provide to his family. Turns out Miles Farley didn't subscribe to, oh, your options are athlete, entertainer, dead, or jail. He decided to design clothes. And what's his reward? You're part of a conspiracy. What does the state say were these overt acts? Well, they list a lot of petty drug selling. We heard from Trontavia Stevens. I don't know if you remember, but it was a long time ago, I know. But he talked about being pulled over. And I made sure to ask him. And he wasn't denying that he had a bag of weed on him. I said, hey, man, who went in on you, with you on that bag of weed? I bought it. Okay, yeah, but when you sold it and made a profit, who are you going to share the money with? And look at me like I was crazy. Man, this is a $100 bag of weed. I ain't sharing money with anyone. I'm a drug dealer. I buy drugs and I sell drugs and I make a profit and I keep the profit. What evidence have we seen at all that any of this petty drug dealing had anything to do with furthering some criminal enterprise? It's isolated acts. They list gun possession. 2019, they say Shannon Stillwell is possession of a gun in furtherance of the criminal objectives of the conspiracy. Man, we have heard ever since Shannon Stillwell was falsely accused of killing Donovan Thomas in 2015 about people shooting at his head, people shooting at the car he's in. People are trying to kill him. And you think he's possessing a gun as some furtherance of some conspiracy? Does that make any sense? He's trying to survive. The murder of Jamari Holmes, tragic event, horrible, complete waste of 3 lives. Jamari Holmes, Rodelius Ryan, and Mr. Blaylock, 3 teenagers, senselessly, all lose their lives to varying degrees. Jamari Holmes obviously loses his life in the most real sense. Absolute tragedy. No one's going to say otherwise. This list is an overt act in furtherance of furtherance of the criminal objectives of the alleged conspiracy. It was like a 15-year-old doing something incredibly stupid. What objectives was that furthering? It wasn't. It's an isolated act committed by someone who screams out YSL and screams out SLAT. But that doesn't mean it's furthering any conspiracy. We hear about Jaden Myrick. First of all, who the heck is Jaden Myrick? I know they put him on this indictment, like to try to say, oh yeah, he's a co-conspirator in this too. But they're the ones that put his name on this indictment. What have we heard about Jaden Myrick? We ever hear about Jaden Myrick ever meeting Shannon Stillwell? Do we have any indication that Jaden Myrick knows Shannon Stillwell? What about Jeffrey Williams? Any indication that Jaden Myrick knows Jeffrey Williams? Who the heck's Jaden Myrick? But some dope in the jail that's looking to make money by doing something incredibly stupid and attacking Rashawn Bennett. So he calls another dope, and they come up with hatch their own little plan, but it has nothing to do with some broad conspiracy that Shannon Stillwell willfully and knowingly joined. We heard about jail calls. They're all listed as overt acts. Cordarius Dorsey calling Antonio Sumlin. Hey, I want you to attack some guy named, Victor Meadows, I think his name was. I can't even remember the guy's name. Has nothing to do with this case. And Antonio Sumlin's like, what? And he's like, okay, man. And he hangs up the phone and doesn't do anything about it ever again. Is that furthering a conspiracy? And this was the coup de grace. Christian Eppinger has a armed robbery arrest warrant out for him. And the police jump out on him, unmarked police, and say, "Get down, boy." And he has a gun, and he gets into it, the officer, and shoots and runs. And then another officer shoots at him, and he shoots back, and he continues to run. Somehow the state is alleging that Christian Eppinger, no one else is there, no one's saying, "Hey, Christian Eppinger, do this for YSL." Christian Eppinger trying to avoid arrest, trying to stay free, completely isolated from anything else going on in this case. Somehow Christian Eppinger doing that making that idiotic decision to shoot an officer to avoid being arrested. Somehow that is in furtherance of some conspiracy that Shannon Stillwell knowingly and willfully joined. Doesn't make any sense. In review of count one, ladies and gentlemen, YSL is many things. It's not a gang, full-fledged or hybrid, and it's certainly not a RICO enterprise. Shannon Stillwell, in associating himself with Jeffrey Williams and Trontavious Stevens and Quamarvius Nichols, his good friend, and Miles Farley and others, and Wooney Lee, he wasn't knowingly and willfully conspiring with anyone to participate in any enterprise aimed at a pattern of racketeering activity. He was in the mix. He was trying to make music. He was also, coincidentally, if we're being honest, he was selling drugs. He wasn't sharing them with anyone. He wasn't sharing the profits. He was selling drugs and trying to make music. And he was around the right people to be trying to do that with, because those connections were going to, in his mind, further his music career, which is what he wanted. And no overt acts were ever committed in furtherance of any conspiracy that Shannon Stillwell knowingly and willfully joined. The state has to prove every element of that charge beyond a reasonable doubt. They have failed. There is reasonable doubt. It's not true. And your verdict on count one must be not guilty. Let's talk about count two. It's just Kokomo, if you would, pull up page 21. Actually, you don't need to do it. Count two is the charge from January 10, 2015, the murder of Donovan Thomas, okay? But before we start talking about the evidence in the case, and we will, let's talk about music, okay? We know that Shannon was working on music. I think we've made that clear through his phone, through the fact that he's always at the studio, through the fact that he has songs on his phone, multiple songs, some we've heard, some we haven't heard. Clearly, that's what he's doing in life. And we've also heard about drill music. We heard from Investigator Viverito. We heard from Antonio Sumlin. We heard from other people. We heard about the common themes of drill music, the things that make you marketable in that space, okay? Violence, confrontation, having bodies, homicide, guns, more guns, bigger guns, being the toughest, being the baddest, not being scared, being a danger, okay? And I'm not asking any of you to like that. I'm not suggesting I like that. Detective Underwood, she clearly didn't like it, and I'm not saying she's wrong. But it is what it is. That type of music exists. That type of music is popular, and that's the type of music that Shannon Stillwell was doing. We heard about the common terms in this drill music: ops, glizzy, blicky, red lights. And we heard 5 of Shannon's songs. We heard Slat Talk, Lizard Walk, Red Light, featuring B-Slime and Vito. full SHIT with Dolly, Jeffrey's sister, and ran this money with Slime Life Shorty, a signed artist who had already made it, at least to a certain degree. And in those songs, I agree. We hear about all sorts of violence. We hear about red lights. We hear about glizzies, walk them down, homicides, FNs. We hear it all. And out of context, it doesn't paint Shannon Stillwell in the best light. And I don't think I've ever claimed that Shannon Stillwell is an angel either. But it is art. And when he references beating a homicide, when he references beating a murder rap, when he keeps bringing up Donovan Thomas, it's not a confession. That's how he's known. That's what he's known for. That's his selling point in this type of music that celebrates it, much to some of our chagrin. It just is what it is. We saw a post that Shannon Stillwell made on January 27, 2022, on page 24, Mr. Kokomo. And this is the untranslated version, but I'm not hiding from it. The translated version says peanut stone grave. But what does it say? I fell off 100 times, 100 times I bounced back. Life size, hashtag life size lizard. Lizard, what he's rapping under, lizard walk. Okay? And it says Manny Tumpa de Piedro. What's he talking about here? Fell off 100 times. Why does he keep referencing Donovan Thomas? Years later, he's already been arrested for this charge. Wouldn't he be quiet about it? He would if he did it. But why does he keep bringing up Donovan Thomas? Well, I have two things for you to consider. First, maybe, just maybe, on that particular day in June of 2022, Shannon Stillwell had enough. For 7 years, the police put a target on his back, and people had been shooting at him. He was shot at the green store. They shot at his head. He was so bold to go to JJ's Chicken and Fish to get himself some food with the mother of his child and another female who was driving. He was so bold to do that when they left that parking lot, 3 men in a car sped up behind him and shot at that car, riddling the back of that car with bullets, shooting poor Tierra Jones in the face, instantly killing the driver, Miss Jones, causing the car to careen and turn over and over and over, severely injuring Mr. Stillwell, scarring his head to this day, putting him in the hospital for months, putting the mother of his child in the hospital for a month. And then, when the police come to talk to Mr. Stillwell, remember what he does? He feels bad about the situation. He feels awful. He asks the officer, can I write a letter of remorse to Tierra Jones's family? And he does. And then the officer says, well, can you talk to me about the case? And know what he does? He talks to the officers about the case. And he gives names. He gives names of the people that he feels were in that car, that red car that sped up behind him, tried to kill him, and killed Tierra Jones. He gave up those names. And what was his reward? Page 26, Mr. Kokomo. I think it was Investigator Griffin, I think is the investigator that was investigating that case. What did he tell you? The discovery got out and it was posted online. And the fact that Shannon Stillwell had dared talk to the police to try to help solve the senseless murder of an innocent woman was broadcast on Instagram and social media. And people were chastising Shannon Stillwell and coming at him on social media and in real life over the fact that he was made such a ridiculous decision as to try to bring justice to Tierra Jones's family. That was his reward for that. So yeah, people shooting at his head, narrowly missing at the Green store. People shooting at him in a car, killing someone in the car and putting him in the hospital. People chastising him online for being so bold to tell the police what happened, who killed Tierra Jones, poor Tierra Jones. So yeah, maybe in January 2022, just maybe, possibly, he had enough. He was sick of the nonsense. If you want to say it, then I'll be it. You keep putting me down 100 times, you're making me fall, and I keep getting back up. And what's it all? Ultimately, what's the origin story of it all? The death of Donovan Thomas. That's how it started. It doesn't mean he did it. That's how it started. That's why he has that target on his back. There's another possibility as well. Mr. Stillwell is just a kid who was raised by his grandmother in Thomasville. Nothing more, nothing less. But all of a sudden, he was known as a tough guy behind this. Wasn't true, but that was the public perception. That was the persona that was thrust on him. And maybe, while he was sick of it, sick of being shot at, sick of being chastised, sick of being threatened, maybe also a calculation was made. You know what? If they're going to keep shooting at me, I might as well lean into this a little bit. That does have traction in the streets. That does have traction in the music industry. Maybe that's why he's hashtagging his rap name in the post. The bottom line is, yes, I acknowledge he's referencing Donovan Thomas in songs. He's not giving any inside information in these songs that wasn't publicly known. Remember, he had been arrested. He'd been at prelims. He knows what the case is about. He's heard testimony about the case by this time, by the time he's making his songs. So he's not sharing any information that only the killer would know. Of course he's not, because he's not the killer. But maybe he is leaning into the bad boy image a little bit. But here's the thing. You might like my explanation or not. But could you put on 27, please? But let's just think. If songs were confessions, what would that really mean? Could you put on 28? Remember that song, Homicide by Lil Woody, Kenneth Copeland? Who played the role of the assassin? Threat, Trevante Turner. You watched the video. I don't think we need to watch it again. Who gets killed? Someone who looks like Donovan Thomas. Who put money on his head? Kenneth Copeland. If songs are confessions, then Kenneth Copeland is confessed. He hasn't been charged. He's not sitting here on this indictment. So maybe songs are just songs, and posts are just posts. So let's talk about Donovan Thomas and some of the evidence in this case. Eyewitnesses. Who did we hear from? We heard from Reginald Hendricks. He was a gentleman that was shot. He was standing near Donovan Thomas. He didn't identify anyone. We heard from two witnesses, two people that were in the barbershop, working in the barbershop. They heard shots. They ducked. They described what happened afterwards. No one identified anyone out of those two witnesses. We heard from a man named Sammy Davis, an older gentleman who lived across the street, who knew Donovan Thomas. They called him Car Wash. He washed Donovan Thomas's car. He didn't see anyone in the car. That was his testimony. And then we didn't hear from, but we heard about someone named Spencer Wright. Well, actually, we heard about someone named Nicholas Robinson. What did we hear about Nicholas Robinson? And Investigator Thorpe talked about it, and definitely District Attorney Sprinkle talked about this as well. What did we hear about Nicholas Robinson? We heard about Nicholas Robinson September of 2015. He was being arrested for felony theft and a probation matter. And when he's being arrested, and when I say he's being arrested by the Atlanta Police Department, by an officer, and he's hours away from having, you know, what I like to talk about, the Fulton County Blues. He's hours away from having that blue jumpsuit on, right? And what did we learn that Nicholas Robinson did? He said, "Whoa, you guys arrested me. I want to go talk to a detective about a case." So they take him to Thorpe. He wanted to talk to him about the Donovan Thomas homicide. They take him to Thorpe, and Thorpe starts to interview him. Okay. And Nicholas Robinson claims he's at the scene and starts talking to Investigator Thorpe about what he saw. And that would be hearsay to talk about because he didn't testify. But we also heard that in the middle of that interview, Lieutenant Gaither was there. She's doing research into the background of this Nicholas Robinson. And what does Lieutenant Gaither realize? Wait a second. This man who's saying his name is Nicholas Robinson, this man is telling Detective Thorpe his name is Nicholas Robinson, his name is actually Spencer Wright. So she goes and tells Thorpe. And what does Thorpe do? He's interviewing someone about what they allegedly saw in this high-profile case, and this person has just lied to him about his name. What does Thorpe do? He continues to interview him. And in the very next day, he goes out and takes warrants on 4 people, including my client. Then we hear about DA Sprinkle taking over this case in the investigation in early 2016. And him seeing this mention of this Nicholas Robinson, who was really Spencer Wright, and where he said he was when he witnessed events. And we hear about DA Sprinkle getting the surveillance and checking into it and talking to Spencer Wright. Where did you say you were? On what bench? Where? Circle it on his picture. And about how he went to look at the surveillance himself. And what did he see? An empty bench. Spencer Wright not only lied about his name, but he lied about a lot more. But know who he duped? Detective Thorpe. We're going to get back to Spencer Wright in a minute. We have no ballistics from the Donovan Thomas case, no DNA or fingerprints. We have an infinity car, which we will talk about in a minute as well. But essentially, this case, this Donovan Thomas case, comes down to 2 witnesses. And in my opening, I warned you all about people wearing the Fulton County Blues. That was the theme of my opening. Because as it's played out, it turns out Rice Street is a disgusting, horrible place. Being locked up anywhere is awful. And there are people who will lie on other people to stay out of Rice Street. You don't believe me? Spencer Wright, Nicholas Robinson. He's the proof of concept right there. Getting locked up, wants to talk to the detective, and then completely makes things up. And the next day, warrants are being signed. This is not some theory that I have that people lie to get themselves out of trouble. It's proven. Spencer Wright did it. He's not the only one who did it. So the state has these two witnesses, Quindarius Zachary and Kenneth Copeland. Those are the two witnesses. And I've been doing this long enough. They're horrible witnesses. They're liars. They have every reason to lie. They have every motivation to lie. They are inconsistent. They tell different stories every time they talk about the things they talk about. The state knows they're horrible witnesses. But here's what happens. In closing, the state says, they're not our witnesses. We didn't choose those witnesses. They're Shannon Stillwell's friends. He chose those witnesses. That's their line. They might not use it now because I already said it, but that's their line. But let's think about that for a second. That's not their witnesses. First of all, they're the ones that called them to the stand. But that's not their witnesses. Look at this indictment. 28 names. Quindarius Zachary? See on this indictment? No. Kenneth Copeland. Is he on this indictment? No. Are any of us going to really sit here and pretend that if the state was really being honest about who to charge about the events in 2015, 2014, 2015, that Kenneth Copeland wouldn't be on that indictment? Kenneth Copeland was a one-man crime wave in 2014, 2015. Yet he's not on this indictment. Quindarius Zachary was a straw purchaser for guns. Quindarius Zachary was right in the middle, the impetus for one of the overt acts, the April 28th, 2015 shooting of houses. He's right in the middle of this. And they're not on the indictment? And we're supposed to pretend that the state aren't the ones that chose Kenneth Copeland and Quindarius Zachary as their witnesses? Of course they did. Of course they did. And why did they choose them? What are the qualifications that Kenneth Copeland and Quindarius Zachary both had when it really comes down to it? They're two people that are willing to lie on others to get themselves out of trouble. That was one qualification that they had. And two, they are two people that happened to put themselves in situations, serious situations, that would require them to lie on others to get themselves out of trouble. Those were their two qualifications. And the state said, sounds good. We'll sign you up. You're our witnesses. You're no longer on this indictment. Let's talk about Kenneth Copeland's credibility. So use the same test you do for those quote unquote expert witnesses. What's his bias, his motive? How's he come across on the stand? What are his motivations? Well, we know he really hates jail. That was clear. I submit to you that it seems that not only does he hate jail, but he almost has a mental disorder about, he literally said, I'd rather die than go to Rice Street. That's extreme. He's told us, I would do anything to stay out of jail. I would lie on anyone to get myself out of trouble. He has his own term for what he does, the finesse. He really hates jail. What else do we know about Kenneth Copeland? Well, we know about, I'm going to ask y'all to think back and remember this when he was on the stand. A case, 21 CP 197618, State of Georgia versus Kenneth Copeland. Remember that? When he was actually in jail and he picked up another charge because he claimed that a jail worker attacked him and sprayed him with OC spray for no good cause. And he brought charges or tried to bring charges against this poor jail worker. What do we know? The surveillance from the jail was pulled. The investigators looked at it, as they should. Even Kenneth Copeland, a known liar, when he makes allegations against the police, yes, it should be looked into. And it was. And what did they find? No OC spray was emitted. In fact, the officer that was accused didn't even have OC spray on them at the time. So what happened to Kenneth Copeland in that case? Well, he was charged with false statement and false report of a crime, 2 felonies, excuse me. So as a result of his lie, he gets charged with these 2 felonies, false statement and false report of a crime. And it's pending, and it's pending, and it's pending. Then all of a sudden, as this case is ramping up, and Mr. Copeland's going to have to take the stand and be asked about his pending charges and his prior lies, all of a sudden, on January 18th, 2024, Fonnie Willis and her employee, Kenneth Hutcherson, quietly dismissed the case against Kenneth Copeland, the case of false statement, a case of false report of a crime. Why did they do it, according to that sheet? Was it, oh, we actually looked at the video again and it actually supported Kenneth Copeland? No. Was it the victim didn't want to prosecute? No. Prosecutorial discretion. But they decided it was in their best interest to dismiss that case against Kenneth Copeland before he testified. Remember I told Kenneth Copeland about it? Thought he was going to get up and hug me. He said, my case is dismissed? Yep, sure was. State took care of you. You're not on this indictment either. Kenneth Copeland's a liar. He's a proven liar. And let's talk about his prior statements he made, because we know on June 10, 2015 is when he said Demekion Garlington gave him certain information and that Shannon Stillwell was one of the people responsible for killing Donovan Thomas. Demekion told him at the McDonald's. That's what Kenneth Copeland said on June 10, 2015. Well, we learned that Kenneth Copeland actually met with the police in 2015 4 times prior to that June 10, 2015 interview. We learned that he met with investigator Thorpe on January 11th. Now, mind you, all these meetings, presumably, if it were true, Kenneth Copeland would have that knowledge of what Demekion Garlington said to him for all these meetings. January 11, 2015, he goes in to talk to Thorpe. Doesn't say anything about Demekion Garlington telling him that Shannon Stillwell is involved in Donovan Thomas's murder. Places himself at the Green Store, which is less than a minute away from the scene of the Donovan Thomas murder. And he's asked about, specifically by Detective Thorpe, if he's ever rented or driven an Infiniti. And what does Kenneth Copeland say? No, never. Denies it completely. That's on January 11th. That's the night going into the morning after of the Donovan Thomas homicide. And of course, we know that's a lie because Kenneth Copeland was in the Infiniti on the night of January 9th with Quindarius Zachary. So he lies right off the bat to Detective Thorpe. January 28th, he meets with Thorpe, Dennis, and Gaither. Again, never mentions this supposed statement by Demekion Garlington about Shannon Stillwell being involved. In fact, he's asked specifically who he thought killed Donovan Thomas. He mentions his friend Doc and goes back and forth about whether Doc could have done it or not. He shares a theory about Donovan Thomas running off with someone's drugs. He shares a theory about Kelvin Watts robbing people and Donovan Thomas being caught in that situation. And he's also asked on January 28th about a rumor that he stole Donovan Thomas's chain. And what's he say? Oh no, I didn't do that. Someone else apparently stole Donovan Thomas' chain and they brought it to me and I realized it was Donovan Thomas's stuff and I returned it. I don't have any problems with Donovan Thomas. Me and Donovan Thomas are cool. He also said that on the 11th. So then we go to February 20th, the third statement he gave. Again, never mentions anything about what Demekion Garlington supposedly told him. And Curry, investigator Curry, asked him about the Donovan Thomas case. Doesn't know anything. And then on February 21st, with Gaither and Thorpe, he's again asked about the Donovan Thomas case. Never mentions, oh, Demekion Garlington at the McDonald's told me that Shannon Stillwell did it. Again, he's asked about Donovan Thomas's chain, and it's another lie. Oh, well, someone brought it to me. He sticks with that lie. Lie after lie after lie, denying beef with Donovan Thomas, denying stealing Donovan Thomas's chain, denying ever being in an Infinity. But those are the statements that Kenneth Copeland gave leading up to June 10th, 2015. Could you put on page 33, Mr. Kokomo? So this is a picture from June 10th, 2015 that's in evidence, and it is misleading. It shows Mr. Copeland wearing street clothes, civilian clothes, not a blue jumpsuit, but let's not get confused, let's not get it twisted. On June 10, 2015, Kenneth Copeland, for the first time, was headed to jail for serious charges. That's what's different about this interview. He was headed to Rice Street. He had a gun charge from the Dunbar Rec Center. Remember when he brought the stick into the rec center and left it on the bleachers? He had just been arrested on that warrant from when he did that. And when they arrested him on the warrant, they came into his girlfriend, Deshawn Quarterman's apartment. And what did they find? They find another gun, a stolen Smith & Wesson in Deshawn's kitchen. And they find a stolen MacBook in Deshawn's apartment. And they find stolen IDs and stolen property in Deshawn's car. And so now we got two guns, stolen property. Oh, and then the police are saying, oh, this stolen property, it's linked to auto breakings that have happened in your neighborhood. So he's got guns, and he's got a federal agent in there as well, Agent Cunningham, who's talking about these cases going federal. He's got a lot going on. And promises are made. Well, let's talk about the threats first. And all these officers say, oh, I wouldn't threaten him. I wouldn't threaten him. I threaten no bodily harm on him. I'm going to tell you, Max Shard said this here today. Y'all threaten to punch me in the face anytime, but don't threaten to put me in prison for 25 years, no parole. That's a real threat that gets my attention. You can punch me. But the state and the police act like statements that Agent Cunningham made, like, you're an armed career criminal. We got you dead to rights. You're facing 15 plus 10. That's 25. No parole. You're not going to get out till you're 48. And that's not even including the conspiracies. You won't see your children till you're 48. That's a threat. That's a lot more bigger threat than I'm going to punch you in the face or we're going to beat you until you confess. That's a threat. What else did they say? It's totally up to you if these charges go federal or not. You have to help yourself. I'm going to call the U.S. attorney and they're going to ask me, what did he do to help himself? You see what goes on here? This isn't an accident. This is the playbook. Get the liar, get him jammed up, threaten him, tell him he's not going to see his kids again until he's 48. And then, oh, but maybe we can do something for you. You just got to give us what we want. And yes, that was enough to make self-admitted liar, self-admitted finesser, a person who fully admits that he would lie on anyone to get out of jail, to stay out of jail, to get out of trouble. That was enough to coax him to make up a story about Shannon Stillwell and others. And that was actually enough to put his plan in motion because he knew someone was going to have to back up his story. And that was enough to have him reach out to Demekion Garlington and try to get Demekion Garlington to go out and go on with the story, which of course, Mr. Copeland told us he's no longer friends with Mr. Garlington because Mr. Garlington would not go along with that story, or he's upset with Mr. Garlington that Mr. Garlington would not go along with that story. Maybe you say, Max, we get it. He's a liar. He was jammed up. But maybe this threat of prosecution was what was needed to bring out the truth. Maybe he was being truthful on June 10, 2015. Well, let's think about what else he said on June 10, 2015. Remember when they were talking about those auto breakings that they suspected him of? And said, you're going to have to answer these auto breakings. Why do you have all this property and these cars? We know you're involved. Remember what he said? Nah. That was Lil Mike and Quez that did them. Remember the detectives? They looked at each other, Lil Mike and Quez, Lil Mike and Quez. But what did we learn in the cross-examination of Kenneth Copeland? Little Mike and Quez, not only did they not do the auto breakings that Kenneth Copeland claimed they did on June 10, 2015, Little Mike and Quez, they don't exist. He made them up on the spot on June 10th of 2015. So my answer to you, if you think, oh, this pressure was needed to get Kenneth Copeland to finally be truthful, nope. He was lying. He made up people that didn't exist in this very statement that the state wants you to take as truthful from one of the biggest liars we've ever seen in our lives. Mr. Kokomo, if you could play what's on page 35. And what did Kenneth Copeland say on a call from the Fayette County Jail on December 21st, 2022, on a recorded call that Attorney Steele brought out?
First thing I did, I ain't got nothing to do with it. I lied on to it because, you know what I mean, I found out that he I can't say that, I can't say that on the phone, but, you know what I mean, it's some shit happened between me and him back then. And just so happened, I got locked up the next day. You feel me?
He admitted. He said, I lied on Thug. The very same interview, he was saying all sorts of things about Thug. He admitted he was lying. He was making stuff up to get himself out of trouble, to get out of his situation. And he got caught on a recorded line saying as much. Ladies and gentlemen, Detective Thorpe fell for the finesse. Kenneth Copeland said it was easy. Lieutenant Gaither fell for the finesse. The police report fell for the police department fell for the finesse. Kenneth Copeland got up on the stand and explained the finesse to you, to your faces. We know better than to fall for Kenneth Copeland's finesse. We know better than to just accept his words. Mr. Kokomo, if you could put on page 36. This is the other state's witness, the other witness that they chose to bring in front of you, Quindarius Zachary. And yes, he's wearing the jail blues, and he had every reason to lie to get himself out of trouble. First of all, what did Quindarius Zachary say at trial? He admitted that he lied on Shannon in two prior statements. One August 5th, 2015 to Lieutenant Gaither, and then one in a proffer session on March 3rd of 2017. And he also admitted on cross-examination that even those two statements, those two lies he told about Shannon Stillwell were not even consistent with each other. But none of the police seemed to mind. None of the prosecutors seemed to mind. Why? Remember his lie? His lie was, oh, the night of the Donovan Thomas killing, Shannon Stillwell confessed to me at Jeffrey Williams' condo. And then he also went on to lie about Shannon Stillwell on this August 5th, 2015 statement, lied about Shannon Stillwell's involvement in really a bunch of other cases. Cases that Shannon Stillwell has never been charged with. He just lied on Shannon. And he admitted his motivation for lying on Shannon. He admitted that he knew, or he was under the belief, that when he talked to the police, when he talked to Lieutenant Gaither, first of all, he needed to get bond. He had been locked up for about 7 days. His family had been calling Gaither. We heard about that, begging her to go up and talk to him. What was the urgency? Well, we didn't get into details, but we learned that Mr. Zachary has a serious illness that he wasn't going to fare well at Rice Street under those conditions. So he needed to get out. So he has people calling Gaither, come see me, I want to talk to you. And then he also has the motivation of the April 28, 2015 case, which he was facing at this time. He told you, I was under the impression, and I didn't do the math, this may be right, this may be wrong, but this was his impression, that he was facing something like 185 years. Yeah, that's pretty good motivation to lie. And then he was also concerned because he got caught with a gun on May 7th, 2015, that he knew was ballistically linked to other crimes. So that was a reason for him to lie. And finally, why Shannon? Because he wanted to get back at Demekion Garlington, because Demekion had told the police about the April 28, 2015 incident. And he figured blaming Shannon for things was a way to get back at Demekion, because at that time, Demekion and Shannon were close friends. So those were his motivations. Let's talk about the statements he gave. We heard about Investigator Gaither being called repeatedly to go down there and talk to him on August 5th, 2015. And she said, okay. Remember, he wanted to talk about other stuff. He didn't want to talk about his case. He wanted to immediately get to the point where he's telling lies on other people to get bond or get released, get consideration. And Gaither, to her credit, said, no, we got to talk about your case first. Let's talk about April 28, 2015. And what he said. I wasn't there. I wasn't there. The only reason I know about it is because Demekion Garlington told me the next day. So immediately, he's lying to the police, saying he wasn't there, which of course we know he was there. Lieutenant Gaither knows he was there. But what's his explanation? It's odd. It's interesting. It seems to be a recurring theme. I wasn't there, but, and where did he say was also? I was at home because I'm always sick, right? I was at home. I'm always sick. I wasn't there. And the only reason I know about this is because Demekion Garlington the next day confessed to me. Seeing a pattern? Everyone's always confessing to Quindarius Zachary, according to Quindarius Zachary. Of course, that was a lie. Demekion Garlington had not confessed to him. That was made up. He made up a story about someone confessing to him. And in fact, he was there. Gaither called him on it. He about 2 or 3 times said, I swear I'm telling the truth. I swear, I swear, I swear. And finally, he gave up the lie. And then he proceeded to move on to other cases and make up lies on Shannon. March 3rd, 2017 was the second statement set up by his lawyers. You got to understand what a proper session is, as it was a session for him to give as much information as he could about as many instances as he could. And the DAs were in the room. They can consider the information given, and then they can give any consideration that they deem appropriate to Quindarius Zachary for his assistance in providing information. Those were the 2 statements. But here's the thing. You know, it's not complicated to keep a story straight if it's the truth. But if you're making up lies, the context, the details tend to change. It's a little bit more difficult to keep everything straight. And I think about all of us. You know, I think about when I was a kid, I saw a space shuttle explode on TV when I was sitting in a classroom watching it take off. And I remember exactly where I was. I remember who was sitting next to me. I remember whose class it was. I remember what grade I was in. It's etched into my memory. I remember when my favorite football team first won their Super Bowl in my lifetime. I remember everything about that. I remember who the announcers were. I remember who won the MVP. I remember what room I was watching the game in. I remember who I was watching the game with. I remember when this country elected their first Black president, our first Black president. I remember who I was watching TV with that night, the emotions, what room I was in, what channel I was watching. I remember even silly things. I remember watching the Oscars and seeing a man run up on another man and slap him in the face while I was watching with my wife on our bed in our old house while she talked on the phone with her sister. I remember those details, those things that are etched into my mind. And I submit to you, ladies and gentlemen, if a friend of mine came up to me in real life like this, if it really happened, if a friend of mine came up to me and said, Max, I have something to tell you. Earlier tonight, I murdered one of the most powerful gang members in all of Atlanta. I submit to you, ladies and gentlemen, that I would remember exactly where I was when he said it. I would know exactly what was going on, where we were, who else was there, and what exactly was said. Because that's the type of thing you wouldn't forget. That's the type of thing you wouldn't forget details of. But what do we know about Quindarius Zachary's renditions of this alleged confession by Shannon Stillwell. It changed. It changed from August 5th, 2015 to March 3rd of 2017. On August 5th, 2015, he claimed that Shannon Stillwell confessed, but just said, "We caught Nut down bad." On August 5th, 2015, he said, "We caught Nut down bad." And then, according to Mr. Zachary, on August 5th, 2015, Shannon Stillwell also named 3 other individuals in the car. That was his statement on August 5th, 2015. But then on March 3rd, 2017, he's asked about the same alleged confession. And it's, "Oh, Shannon just told me he caught Nut down bad, and he didn't give me any other details at all. Didn't say anyone else who was in the car." What about the timing of the confession? On August 5th, 2015, Quindarius Zachary claims the confession occurred just as he and Muntunk pulled up to Jeffrey's condo. And Shannon was about to go to a girl's house, and we crossed paths, and he confessed to me. On March 3rd, 2017, what was the story? No, Shannon wasn't there when I arrived at the Sky House. Shannon didn't show up till later that night, till about 4 or 5 a.m. He was dropped off by some girls. I know because I let him into the condo. How do those details change about something that would stick in your mind if it were true? And the answer is because it's not true. Because it was a story that was made up by Quindarius Zachary, who was facing 185 years, who needed to get out of jail because he had a serious illness, who knew that the gun he had been arrested with was going to be linked to other crimes. And just like Kenneth Copeland, he was someone that was willing to lie to get himself out of trouble. And at that particular time, the state, the investigators, and everyone else had enough leverage on him to force him to make that decision to lie on someone else to save himself. It's a sick game. It is a sick, sick game. So we got these 2 liars who were strategically interviewed at the very time they're most likely to lie. Wouldn't it be cool if we had some corroboration of what these 2 no liars claim? Phone records. The state has repeatedly claimed that there's some corroboration in these phone records, and I give Agent Bernie some credit. That was the FBI cast agent that charts, that talks about the phone records and plots them. He was very careful. He was very clear. This does not give exact locations. First of all, it's just devices, not people, but it doesn't give exact locations. It doesn't tell you where people were. It gives a general area. It tells you what cell phone may have been closest to the device when it was being used. And these cell phone towers have all different radiuses and all different signal strengths. So you just get a general idea. You got to be very careful about what you read into these cell phone records. That's what he said, the expert. And yes, he talked about different people calling different people that know each other calling different people on January 10, 2015. Shouldn't be that surprising. And yeah, he put Kenneth Copeland, as did 88 Sprinkle, Kenneth Copeland at the Green Store, in the general area of the Green Store around the time of the homicide. The Green Store that is what? A minute away from the barbershop? What did the phone records corroborate again? That Kenneth Copeland was right there at the time of the murder? That people were generally going north and south on the highway? What did they say about Shannon Stillwell? Where did they say he was? Go look at those phone records. Did they provide any cell phone records for Shannon Stillwell? How about Diamante Kendrick? What is the power of those cell phone records again? What did they corroborate? Did they have Kenneth Copeland wear a wire? Remember, when he was so desperate to get out of jail, I'll wear a wire, I'll wear a wire. That would have been an idea. Prove what you're saying, Kenneth. Don't just, you're a liar. You're a known liar. Don't just tell us stuff. Prove it. Nope, they didn't put a wire on Kenneth. What about wiretapping phones? We know they know how to do that. Did they wiretap anyone's phone to corroborate anything Kenneth Copeland and Quindaria Zachary said? Nope. So then we get to surveillance video. And this is where this gets kind of ugly. Kenneth Copeland claims he was at the Green Store, not outside the barber shop at the time of the killing. And his phone records put him in that general area. How many times have myself or Attorney Steele asked about the Green Store? Detective Thorpe claims that he went to the Green Store to try to get surveillance, but he didn't think they had any. Really? Because I heard about my client being shot at, his head being shot at that very same Green Store, and I heard the officer responded and looked at the surveillance to determine who was shooting at my client. I've seen pictures of the Green Store. I see the cameras. They don't have surveillance. Okay, Detective Thorpe. So you try to get surveillance. Do you have that in any of your reports? Any documentation of you going to the Green Store to try to get surveillance to corroborate the claims of Kenneth Copeland? Oh no, that's not in my report. Ask Gaither, Lieutenant Gaither, about the Green Store. Why would I go to the Green Store? That's not even relevant. Really? I beg to differ. She had no interest in corroborating Kenneth Copeland. So then we talk about the McDonald's surveillance. The McDonald's at Old Hateville and Cleveland Avenue, the very spot where Kenneth Copeland claims in his story that everyone met and that Demekion Garlington told him who killed Donovan Thomas. Well, we know the McDonald's has surveillance. That's been testified to by several officers. And we know we don't have the McDonald's surveillance for January 10th, 2015. So I ask, Attorney Steele asks, I ask, other attorneys ask. First we ask Gaither, did you ever try to get surveillance to McDonald's? And what did she say? Oh, we went like 2 or 3 months later, we went and we talked to a general manager and they weren't able to get into the cameras right then, but we took the card and we gave the card to Thorpe. That was her explanation of the efforts to get camera footage from the McDonald's. I said, okay, do you have that in a report that you drove down to the McDonald's and talked to? Who was the person you talked to? What was their title? What was their name? Where's the card? Oh no, I don't have that in a report. Nope. Okay, so then we asked Thorpe, what did you do to get surveillance from the McDonald's to corroborate anything Kenneth Copeland said? And this is where it gets ugly. He said, I went a couple days later and I talked to the people and they said the footage had been erased. The 15-day or however many days the cycle is ended and all the footage was erased and it started all over again. That piqued our interest because everyone knows that's not the way surveillance cameras work. Everyone knows it's first in, first out on a rolling basis, meaning if it's a 15-day cycle, at the end of 15 days, everything isn't just erased, but it starts taping over the beginning parts again, so you always have 15 days memory. Everyone knows that you wouldn't go to the McDonald's 2 days after an incident and find out that the whole system had been erased, because that's not how surveillance systems work. And we asked every officer, it seemed, that came up here. You ever hear of a surveillance system working that way? Where just all erases at one time, or does it roll first in, first out? Every one of them said they never heard of a surveillance system just erasing all at one time. Every single one of them. So, does that McDonald's on that corner of Old Hateville and Cleveland Avenue have a one-of-a-kind, a one-of-one surveillance system that they're operating? I don't think so. But what does that mean? It means Detective Thorpe lied to us. He lied to y'all. He didn't go to try to get that surveillance from the McDonald's. He didn't go 2 days later. What did we hear from DA Sprinkle? Remember that? And that's a straight shooting, DA Sprinkle. What did DA Sprinkle said when we asked him about it? Hey, did Detective Thorpe ever mention trying to go get the footage from the McDonald's? Did that ever come up? Because, we've been asking a lot about this McDonald's footage. What did DA Sprinkle say? Detective Thorpe never brought that up to me. And that seems like something he would have brought up. Detective Thorpe lied. Either that, or he did go get the footage and it doesn't back up Kenneth Copeland's claims, and it's in his missing file somewhere, which he can't find to bring to court. I guess that's a possibility. But he lied. All right, so the elephant in the room. Who killed Donovan Thomas? It's not our burden to solve this case, first of all. The jury instructions are clear. It's not our job to solve cases, especially cases that happened 9 years ago. But to the extent that it factors into the question of reasonable doubt that Mr. Stillwell committed that crime, let's just leave it like this. I know someone who has a closest associate named Trevante Turner. I know of someone who is arch enemies with a man named Kelvin Watts, who's the brother of Donovan Thomas. I know of someone who, with Trevante Turner, went and shot up Rich Homie Kwan's father's barber shop in 2014. I know of someone who stole Donovan Thomas's nut chain and wallet and cell phone out of his truck in late 2014. And when asked about it by the police, repeatedly lied about that situation, repeatedly pretended that him and Donovan Thomas were cool. I know someone who was jumped by Kelvin Watts in Club Crucial on January 6, 2015. I know someone who basically admitted on the stand, I'm listening, to shooting up the TIG studios at 675 Metropolitan Avenue on January 8, 2015, 2 days before Donovan Thomas's death. A shooting which shot a hole in Rich Homie Kwan's windshield. And if you recall from the officer who responded to the scene, a shooting that very well may have occurred while Donovan Thomas was present. Remember, I asked that officer, were there people there in the studio at the time? Yes, there were. Who were they? I don't know. They wouldn't open the door. They wouldn't come and answer. And I know someone who was put on the proverbial plate by Donovan Thomas on January 8th, 2015. Mr. Kokomo, could you please play DS24F?
I got somebody, I don't know his name, he was there, he everything, he called the night, well, I forgot what day they got killed, but it was a Friday night, it was a Thursday night. They had a barbecue. But the barbecue just about, it was blood, everything blood. And the whole meeting was based upon me. They was all in there talking about this and this, talking about this and this. So the nigga Mo was on the phone. So Mo told everybody, I need every last one of y'all, whoever 90s scraps here, whoever that other nigga name, supposed to kill me. They gave all them guns. The same night, gave every last one gun. Said, treat me to a gas station and kill me. I forgot what else. But he called and he told me everything, and he said, is this person a friend of yours?
The whole meeting was based on me. Gave all of them guns. They were instructed to trick me to the gas station. This wasn't some universal Donovan Thomas after everyone. This wasn't Donovan Thomas after YSL. It certainly wasn't Donovan Thomas after Shannon Stillwell. They were after Kenneth Copeland. I know somebody who had the opportunity. Not only does cell phone records put him right in the area, but we know the car was, we know the shooting, the murder was perpetrated using a certain Infiniti, an Infiniti that was rented for Kenneth Copeland by Jeffrey Williams. Because Kenneth Copeland needed a car. An Infiniti that Kenneth Copeland was in possession of the day before the Donovan Thomas shooting. An Infiniti which was last known to be in the hands of Kenneth Copeland and Quindarius Zachary before, according to Kenneth Copeland, he handed it off to his good friend, closest associate, partner in shooting up Rich Homie Kwan's father's barbershop, Trevante Turner, also known as Threat. In conclusion, regarding count 2, ladies and gentlemen, there is an absolute lack of reliable evidence against Shannon Stillwell. He had no motive. His problems with all these people happened afterwards. Once APD falsely accused him, once the streets falsely accused him of committing this crime, that's when people started shooting at his head and shooting at cars he was riding in. He didn't have any problems with Donovan Thomas. There's no evidence of that. There's no forensics, no DNA, no cell phone records putting Shannon Stillwell at any scenes. He's not on the Texaco video. It's just two witnesses, both proven and admitted liars who changed their stories repeatedly on tape, right in front of all of us. Both people who had every reason to lie when they gave their stories. Two people that were chosen by the state to be the key witnesses in the case. But two witnesses, to their credit, who at least came in here and owned up to the fact that they were weak. They chose themselves. They chose to lie on others to save themselves, and at least they came in and told you that. Other than that, there's no corroboration at all. All right. We got a little more to go, okay?
Let's take.
That was my hint.
All right, everyone, let's take a bathroom break. Everybody try to be back as soon as you can, and as soon as we can get all the jurors taken care of, we'll all get back, because this is gonna be a long day.
I haven't seen anything yet from the court. We are still on waiting time, basically. So, has a jury asked another question? I don't think so. Let's back up here. I don't see any. Are they live now? I don't see anything has happened since the first question. Let me look on X. Not seeing anything else. Did y'all have any indication? Y'all, I'm doing a video right now about the jury question. I was searching for some clips to play, which would put the jury question in context. I think the jury question might have come as a result of the closing statements, the closing arguments from the lawyers. So that'll probably take like 30 more minutes for me to upload, and then I can play it if y'all want. So I can certainly do that if y'all would like. I can play that here for us. What I'll do then, while I'm doing this, while we're waiting, while I'm getting this video, it's like literally just minutes away from me rendering and uploading it. So I'm gonna play this video. This is another video I was gonna play earlier today from Fani. This is for another gang. Except for another RICO, I believe it was. Some of the footage from this has been taken and shown almost like it was for YSL, but it wasn't. So we played the YSL one first, but we'll go ahead and play this one now. So this is another one of Fani's kind of on her high horse type of press conferences. I still have the verdict cam open. I haven't seen anything else, so I'll play this now.
Good afternoon. Thank you for joining us. Today is another great day in Fulton County, another great day of crime fighting. We are here today to just let the public know that we are continuing our mission to target gangs, as we believe it is our #1 public safety deterrent crisis that we're in. I have to acknowledge the two men that are before me before I even start. This is the great Detective Needham and the great Detective Davidson from Sandy Springs Police Department. This was a collaboration, but you always have to acknowledge those that are on the front line working really hard to get things done. And these two gentlemen have done just an excellent job. What today's indictment is about is the Drug Rich Gang, which is a hybrid gang, and it started back in 2016. That's how far we can document this gang existing. We know that it is a gang that primarily actually exists out of DeKalb County, the Stone Mountain and the Tucker area. But as we know, crime and criminals have no boundaries, and they found their way into my county, Fulton County. I have a message today that you will hear repeated time and time again. If you thought Fulton was a good county to bring your crime to bring your violence to, you are wrong, and you are going to suffer consequences. And today is the start of some of those consequences. This gang, as I mentioned, is a hybrid gang. It does include members of the Gangster Disciples, the Crips, and the Bloods. We know that here in Atlanta, Georgia, that hybrid gangs are something that we regularly see. We know that this gang does have some identifiers that connects it together. They use things like prescription bottles and money symbols, and this is in their jewelry and their tattoos, and we see that present here. We have identifiers identifying this gang, but that's not the problem, that people collected together or they decided to use symbols. It's what they did once they joined together. What this indictment represents is 16 different victims in our county, 16 different incidents of violence, and 26 defendants. They committed crime everywhere from the south to the north of my county, which included Union City, Atlanta, and Sandy Springs. The earliest crime committed that is captured in this indictment is a 2018 carjacking. The latest was committed just this month. We are aware that crimes have occurred in other jurisdictions, but what this indictment primarily covers are the 16 crimes that committed here in Fulton County. The victims, they do not discriminate, but what they did do is target people who show their wealth on social media. So I do have a message for the public where it is kind of fun to put your things on social media and show off. Unfortunately, these gangs are becoming more savvy, more sophisticated in the way that they target you. And this is a way that we know that they targeted these individuals. And it's because of these great detectives' work where they were able to show that they were following these individuals and using it to their advantage. Some of the celebrity victims included Calvin Ridley, who is a loved member of our Falcons, Brad Guzan, who is a loved member of the Atlanta United team, Marlo Hampton, who is on the Real Housewives of Atlanta, and Brittany Mealy, who is the mother of Future's child. All very well-known celebrities who have decided to take residence right here in Metro Atlanta because this is a great place to live and we cannot tolerate this. But don't be fooled. This indictment also covers other individuals who are not as famous, but also had their wealth on social media. Lots of social media influencers. The incidences that are in here is, thank God we don't have a murder, but we have kidnapping, we have armed robberies, we have shootings, and we have home invasions, very violent crimes, things that cannot be allowed in our county, and all done again at the hands of crime, at the hands of gangs. What I want the public to see today is a collaboration of law enforcement, because as they have gotten more savvy, so have we. And so what you have is a collaboration of the Atlanta Police Department, the Union City Police Department, the United States Attorney's Office is here today, the Fulton County Sheriff, the Marshals, and the Fulton County District Attorney's Office. We are working together. We are working collaboratively, and we have a message, and that is get out of this county or expect to start seeing sentences that go life plus. Because I am not going to negotiate with gang members. I am not going to allow pleas. We are going to find you. We are going to convince you, and we're going to send you to the prison for the rest of your days. And I'm not apologizing for that. Any questions?
So, George Cheating, Rolling Stone. As it happens, I live in the part of DeKalb County that drug rich is sort of covers. I live in Pine Lake. And you mentioned drug-rich Hecht, who's Stinney in the indictment, who, as I understand it, just got out of jail or prison. He's living with his mom on treatment. How much cooperation? Because I can't help but notice that DeKalb County isn't standing behind you right now. But I know that they're accused of crimes in DeKalb County. Is there collaboration happening between Fulton and DeKalb County with regard to the investigation of this gang?
I have a relationship with the district attorney in DeKalb. I cannot say we specifically collaborated on this incident. I will say that we know that this gang has also committed crimes in Cobb, in Fayette, in a lot of the surrounding jurisdictions, and they have been at the table as we have developed these crimes. In fact, I'm aware that the Gwinnett district attorney does have an indictment against some of these same members, and she has sent part of her staff to be at the table.
talk about how this came down. You talked about, the detectives kind of bringing this forward. What was the beginning of this? How did this, all these things have been happening, but how did you all put it together? And what was kind of the beginning part of this investigation?
I have to give credit to the Sandy Springs Police Department. They were able to really pay attention, to really go back and track and see that these people were tracking people on social media. Obviously, it doesn't happen at the first crime where you realize that there is a trend, but they pretty quickly did that. I have a great relationship with the chief in Sandy Springs, Kenneth DeSimone. We began talking. I began sending assistant district attorneys out there as we developed this, and they were really the foundation and the work. But as always, you know that I love our acting chief in Atlanta, Shearbaum. He was automatically willing to get involved and to do their part and to develop this. And so people just came together and developed this. But the foundation and the start, as you asked, was really through just great detective work.
And what years was this? This was in the past years, isn't it? The Sandy Springs thing?
Yes, but we do have crimes going back in this indictment to 2018, because once that research was done, we saw that there were crimes going back to 2018. We also have this gang documented going as far back as 2016. As George Cheedy just pointed out, this is a gang that primarily operates in DeKalb. And so I can honestly tell you, when they first brought this to me, I said, this is not one that I'm familiar with. We don't hear about them a lot. And then we began to realize that's because most of the work they had put in, and I use work in the slang term, most of the crime that they were doing was out of DeKalb County, but they decided to cross the county lines, and that's going to be detrimental to them.
So the indictment mentions lyrics from a couple of videos.
It does.
And you were going through the lyrics. Any congressman has proposed legislation to limit the use of rap lyrics in prosecutions. Do you have thoughts about that?
I think that I would welcome an opportunity to sit down with Hank Aaron and discuss that proposed legislation. I don't think that it will be successful. I think if you decide to admit your crimes over a beat, I'm going to use it.
And you've used that before with previous gang member arrests. What are your specific responses to the criticism that you're specifically targeting Atlanta's hip hop community through these lyrics?
I'm not targeting anyone, but however, you do not get to commit crimes in my county and then decide to brag on it, which you do that for a form of intimidation and to further the gang and not be held responsible. One of the lyrics used in this indictment, just one of the lyrics, is me and my crew striking in all black. Send me the drop, we'll kick in the house. If we steal a car, we're going to take off the tag. Well, they kicking indoors, committing home invasions, and now I'm using those lyrics that they're admitting to doing that. I'm going to continue to do that. People can continue to be angry about it. I have some legal advice. Don't confess to crimes on rap lyrics if you do not want them used, or at least get out of my county.
Two quick questions. The first one related to this indictment. It sounds like when it comes to the investigation, not that the days of people being followed home from a restaurant or something like that aren't still happening, but it sounds like it's as simple as somebody posts, hey, I got this new chain, I got this new car, and these guys are just sitting back, scroll. Can you kind of just take us through that process?
I have a very good example of that. Marlo Hampton is a star on Atlanta Housewives. That's a show. It's Atlanta, so I like it and I watch it, and I'm a fan of hers. One of the things she does, though, is at one point she has the news media in her home. And during that interview, she shows you how to enter the house, where things are within her closet. She then becomes a victim. That's not wise to do. You should be able to show you've worked hard, you have some success, people are interested in you. You should be able to show that. But it's not a wise thing to do, because you're exactly right. Now what they're doing is they're looking on social media and they are seeing, are there things here that we would like to get? One of the things the investigators realized is they're immediately going to closets. They're immediately going to bedrooms. They know where these high-end items are, and they are seeking to get them. And so it's just not wise to do. And you're right, they have become more sophisticated, but luckily they give us good evidence because we're able to track them as they are tracking other individuals. But my message to the public is, please stop doing that.
Are most of these home invasions, or are they burglaries and they don't care if they're home, or because there's obviously a big difference between burglary and home invasion?
They're actually both. Sometimes the victim, like Mariah Carey, was not home at the time, right? So it becomes a burglary. In other times, unfortunately, the victims are home and they don't mind using violence once they enter the home and you're present. So sometimes they are just burglaries. Sometimes they are home invasions. Either way, people's dwellings, their homes, where you feel safe is violated and things are taken. But unfortunately, in some occasions, people are targeted and really harmed. In one of these cases, we had a 16-year-old child in the shower and she was taken downstairs by force. You know, an incident as a mom, I cannot imagine having to have gone through and suffered. Yes, sir.
We have the YSL RICO indictment earlier this year. Now we have this RICO indictment today that you're presenting today. Would you say that's how you plan to target gangs here in Fulton County using that RICO statute and keep doing more and more indictments like that?
Where appropriate, that's what I'll use.
Real quick, one more question. So you brought up YSL. Just there's been a lot of developments recently in that. I'm hoping you could address the witness intimidation. Where we kind of stand with this, and also I've just had some conversations, with former and current detectives who believe this is going to cause some type of chilling effect when you're going to start seeing discovery leaked on Instagram. People aren't going to be, cooperating anymore with investigation. So I guess, first off, where are we with Young Thug's case, and then if you have any reaction to that chilling effect?
I agree with detectives. If this information is listed on social media, it will have chilling effects. We are taking precautions to make sure that that does not happen, that people are protected when they cooperate with the law enforcement and the police, because citizens cooperating is a big part of ridding this from our community. It is the largest part.
This is, I ask you, off topic for a moment, your reaction to Judge McBurney's order this morning that is compelling the governor to testify, but then delaying the testifying until after the election.
I think it's appropriate for witnesses that have information in that investigation to testify.
Today, we are seeing the sentencing in the murder case of Kennedy Maxey. Another 7-year-old was shot over the weekend. How can you ensure parents, the public, that kids are safe in the city of Atlanta and Fulton County?
Both of those cases are the same in that they take away our most precious commodity, our children. And today that defendant, the world should know, got life without the possibility of parole plus another 15 years. So that gentleman was a member of a gang, and that's an example of gang violence that we cannot allow in our community. There is a distinction in this case that happened over the weekend, although it is equally tragic. It is an incident of domestic violence, something that we know is really just, people don't seem to be able to get along in relationships, and we have too many guns in the wrong hands and too much freedom to get guns. But this is a harsh reality. If you are in a domestic situation and there is a gun present, you and everyone around you is in more danger, and it is very difficult for the law enforcement to be anything but a reactor to that. We have got to have legislation that does not allow domestic violence abusers to have guns around them. And I think we have to have some serious conversations about something that's not popular. Everybody doesn't need a gun. I have come to the public many, many times and said, stop leaving your guns in your cars, because they are breaking into cars, taking your guns and using them from the wrong things. And we are suffering as a community this morning. It broke my heart to watch. Here I get a huge success last week. Kennedy Maxey's killer held responsible. And this morning I wake up to another precious life stolen.
Mr. Attorney, Joe, you said it was gang related. Which gang?
I'm sorry.
You said that the shooting of the child, there was a gang involved.
I know you're aware of that. That gentleman had gang ties to Virginia on down. He was here. They say I'm picking on the rap community. He was here to be an aspiring rapper.
District Attorney, back to the special grand jury. You gave us some guidance back in the summer about how long this will go. What do you believe now in terms of how much longer you expect the grand jury? It isn't panel until May, but what is your expectation of how many more subpoenas you'll send out, how many more people you expect to come in before this wraps up?
I think we're about 60% through of all of the people that we need to be brought up. I'm pleased with the pace that we're going. There can't be any predictions. As you know, many people are unsuccessfully fighting our subpoenas. We will continue to fight to make sure that the grand jury and the public gets the truth. And I am very hopeful that by the end of this year, I'll be able to send the grand jury on their way.
Of the 26 people in this indictment, how many are in custody?
Oh, I had that exact number. I think it's about 18 of them are in custody right now. I know we have 5 that are in the wind.
Are they 18 in Fulton or elsewhere?
Various places. Yes.
District Attorney, was there ever a moment in the Trump investigation where you anticipated that the special grand jury might complete its task before the election and would have approved the idea of issuing the advisory report beforehand, or did you always kind of know we're going to wait until after?
No, I knew we were going to wait till after. I've been very specific and determined to get rid of that accusation that this is just some political stunt and we were trying to impact the election. As you may recall, I did not call the first witnesses until we were after those primaries, and I made it very well known to the judge who's over this, as well as my team, that I would not do anything until after the election. So they'll have to accuse me of something else. They can get rid of that one.
This is your fourth or fifth RICO, I guess, since you've been the DA. Just talk about the strength of of this tactic and why you go this way.
Well, I have to go back to the great work of Detective Needham and Detective Davidson in this matter. I'm a fan of RICO. I've told people that. And the reason that I am a fan of RICO is I think jurors are very, very intelligent. I think that some people don't want to do jury service, but once they get there, we really find that there are good citizens there. They're very smart. They pay attention. They take these matters serious, but they want to know the whole story. They want to know what happened. They want to make an accurate decision about someone's life. And so RICO is a tool that allows a prosecutor's office and law enforcement to tell the whole story. And so we use it as a tool so that they can have all the information they need to make a wise decision. So it's a tool I continue to use. I'm very happy the Atlanta Police Department allow us to come down and do gang training and talk about RICO. And that was the great cooperation of the Atlanta police chief that stands behind me, Shearbaum, as well as the mayor allowing that. And so it's a tool we'll use. Sandy Springs has brought in, Atlanta has brought in fact, all of the chiefs. We know that this is a good tool and it's a tool we continue to use.
Since there's so many agencies, is this investigation going to expand to other counties and trade information on this?
We will absolutely be cooperative with other counties, but I am the district attorney only of Fulton County. And so what I'm concerned about is crime that occurs in Fulton County.
And do you think we've seen a lot of delays, people not wanting to testify, and even some people who originally were willing to testify now filing to delay? Do you think this is part of a general tactic to push it as far past the election as possible by certain people?
You're an excellent reporter, but with that, I'm going to end this press conference. Thank y'all for coming.
Madam VA, I really appreciate. How would you characterize crime in the metro area right now?
We're definitely seeing a spike in crime. The thing I think that's most concerning is that we see a lot of violent crime, which is the crime most of us are most nervous about. Too much gun violence and just is problematic.
What do you think is the driving force behind the spike we're seeing here in Metro Atlanta?
Well, I'm sure you know, if you follow me at all, that I think gangs are a huge problem in our area. I think for too long, politicians were not really wanting to say this nice southern city in Atlanta had a gang problem, but the reality is we are a major metropolitan city, and there are certainly factors that are caused by gangs. And it's not just the violence, it's everything from car break-ins to burglaries to human trafficking to shootings. So all spectrum of crime is being impacted by gang violence.
That is an important issue to you. It's clear to anybody who knows you or follows you. What is the DA's office doing about it, since you know that is such an issue?
We've done several things about it. One thing that we are doing is we've beefed up that unit in terms of just there's more lawyers, there's more investigators. We've now put jail call technicians that are focused on the calls that involve gang members. We've also done a nexus unit. When I say a nexus unit, I've put an ADA and an investigator that are looking at the cases that involve human trafficking and gangs. And so that's something that was never done before, but we started to see that that was a major problem. Another thing we're doing, and we're doing it very recently, is legislation. We're asking the legislators to make a move, and we're asking them to make a move in changing the way the laws are written. We've got a bill 359, you may or may not be aware of it, but in that bill, we ask that if there is a gang crime that occurs. And for the most part, most of that crime occurs right here in Fulton County, but there's some little piece of it that happens in DeKalb that's criminal in nature, and another little piece that happens in Cobb, maybe one in Gwinnett. But certainly the nexus of the organization and the criminal activity is right here in Fulton. The legislature, we're hoping, will see fit to allow us to not only prosecute all of these things here that happen, but also those little offshoots that happen in other counties. This wouldn't be something special to Fulton if the most of the gang activity happened in Gwinnett County, but there was an offshoot in DeKalb and an offshoot in Fulton and Cobb. They would be the ones that could prosecute that entire crime. That will allow prosecutors to tell juries the entire story. The criminals don't care that they crossed over a block and that this one thing that they did occurred in DeKalb and not in Gwinnett. And so it only makes common sense. So that's another thing that we're doing, is going to the legislature. I've also asked both the governor and I'm asking state representatives to include in that a request for gang prosecutors right here in Fulton County.
State funded?
State funded prosecutors. So not just the prosecutors we have that are county funded, but actually through the Prosecuting Attorneys Council and PAC and the state, that they fund gang prosecutors, because I think that that's very important. And let me be clear, not just prosecutors, but prosecutors and investigators. We've also started to work with the Atlanta Police Department, and I'm so happy for Mayor Dickens' leadership, because we are asking that the city of Atlanta get involved with us in our gang prosecutions, and that we literally have a prosecutor and an investigator that work specifically with that task force. And so on the fronts of gangs, we're trying to attack it from every angle.
You have suggested specific language in SB 359. How rare or how common is it for a district attorney to be that involved in some legislation?
Well, I can tell you the Prosecuting Attorneys Council is always very involved in legislation that they want to see go up. But this, as you know, is close to my heart. I think it's so important to combat gang violence. What we know is that a gangbanger who commits a crime is 6 times more likely to commit crime than any other defendant. We've got to stop this at the root. So I don't know that it's common, but it's necessary and it's needed. And I'm certainly not the first prosecutor to do it.
And correct me if I'm wrong, or if you will, provide some context on this, because in what I was reading, it looks like it also would allow you or the prosecutor to bring in past evidence of gang crimes, which really wasn't allowed before.
Well, it would help in that way, and not just in that area. This bill also would allow, if you have a repeat domestic violence offender, you would be allowed to bring in that information. If you have a repeat child abuser, so not sexual child offenses, because that is already allowed, but a repeat violence against criminal children. Also, if you have repeat elder abuse and special needs. And so it allows it in all of those arenas where you'd be able to tell the prior conduct if it was repetitive in those particular areas. So I think that is really, really important. That will be an amazing tool for a prosecutor, but more importantly, for the citizens that have to make those decisions, it will inform them about that this person has a propensity to commit acts of domestic violence. And so I think that that is very important.
Make it a fuller picture.
A complete picture.
You know, Georgia already has one of the best gang statutes in the country, really. We're allowed to put our own gang charge out there. Many people would consider that a best practice. Why isn't that enough? Why do you think we need to go further?
Well, I think we should always be looking at ourselves and how to improve. And so you're right. Georgia does have a very good gang statute. We are certainly using it and encouraging law enforcement officers to use it. But the reality is, when you look at what we have going on, when you look at how criminal enterprises act and behave, this only makes common sense to be able to prosecute them fully for all of their crimes. And so it's not enough because it doesn't do this.
Do you think law enforcement agencies really are using it? I read a statistic in 2020, there were fewer than 1,000 warrants with that criminal gang activity charge. Do you think it's really being used to the extent that it could?
It's absolutely not being used to the extent that it could. But that is why I am so excited about the partnerships that this district attorney's office is having with our local jurisdictions. We've met with all of our police chiefs. They are all very welcoming. In fact, they are all very excited about training that this office will do with their officers so that they're comfortable using that, right? It's a new tool. All police officers are not like any other human beings. They are the same. We are all kind of you want to push back when you're being asked to do something new, but they are excited about the training. The agencies are very willing to do this. And I think that you will see, at least in this county, that that is used more and more. And we're already seeing that.
I understand you even made some phone calls to law enforcement. Did you encourage them to do so?
We've had meetings and phone calls and sit downs, but they've all been very, very supportive, and they want to do this because what they understand that this helps with recidivism. That statistic I gave you is 6 times more likely. Those are real crimes that impact real citizens. And so they know if they can use these warrants, it helps us to be more successful in our prosecutions, which keeps very violent people out of their communities. And so they are anxious to be able to support us in this way. And so I agree with you. It is not being used as much as it should, not just in Fulton County. I would say nowhere in the state is it being used as much as it should or could be. But I think that Fulton County is always a leader. We sit here, we are the biggest jurisdiction. And I think that our practices will spill out into other communities and that officers will get comfortable using this tool.
When a certain jurisdiction starts getting really tough on gangs, it tends to just kind of move the gangs around the state to other areas that may not be quite as tough. Do you think your legislation and the suggested language that you're putting in there would help create a bigger crackdown statewide?
I do, actually. And one of the things that we've done since taking office last year is myself, along with all of the urban district attorneys, have joined together, and we have an organization called UDAC. And one of the things that we're looking at is we're looking at juvenile crimes. We're looking at effective diversion programs, but we're also very much looking at this issue of gangs. And so us as the lead elected prosecutors actually have each designated someone from our offices that deal with the issue of gangs so that we can talk about best practices and using this particular statute 359 and gang warrants. And so I think that that collectiveness of minds and bringing all of the urban district attorneys together, those are the largest jurisdictions with populations of 140,000 and more, and us all doing business the same way in this field, I think it's going to absolutely help statewide.
How much of Georgia's crime do you think is related to gang activity?
Too much, too much, more than we can even imagine, because it's all of the car thefts that we don't even know go back to the gangs. The GBI has said, upwards of 70 and even 90%. I think that may be a little high, but it is way too much of our gang activity. And the other thing that we have to talk about is it's stealing our youth from us, right? It's taking our juveniles and our children and getting them into a life of crime. It is so much better if that we are trying to snatch our children and put them into effective programming and positive things that they can do while being really tough on the older gang members so that they never steal our children. I'm really happy to say that myself and the United States Attorney, Kurt Erskine, when he was sitting in that position, did credible messengers together. And that was hitting some children that probably a lot of society would say, why are we going to be bothered with them? But that program was extremely effective. And if we can stay in children's lives doing positive things while never lifting up on how strong we are against gangs, I think it's going to be wonderful statewide.
There seems to be 2 schools of thought in how to handle crime. There's either the programs and rehabilitation or there's prosecution. It seems to fall on those 2 sides. How do you walk that line as district attorney, straddling that?
I would agree with you. And that's very, very frustrating to me, a very, very frustrating phenomenon. It's like you're either progressive or you're hard on crime. And what I would say is the best practice is you're both. I don't consider myself to be a tough on crime prosecutor or a progressive prosecutor. I consider myself to be both. If you commit a violent crime in Fulton County, Georgia, we are going to be extremely tough. Our sentence recommendations are going to be tough. Our investigations are going to be thorough, and we are going to completely prosecute you. And I don't lose any sleep about it because I think you need to be removed from
our community. At the same time, I am a huge advocate for diversion programs to grab our children up and young adults who just make really silly decisions and make sure that we put them on a different path. So I think that this foolishness is really what it is, that you only can be one or the other is not correct. I think we have got to have a holistic approach to this picture and work with each other collaboratively. I'm excited to say I just met with the school superintendent of Fulton County, and we talked about all of the different services the school could put in place while still making sure guns are not brought into his schools. So you have got to have a holistic approach where you don't pretend like the problem is not there. Oh no, Atlanta doesn't have gangs. Yes, we do. We have to realize, yes, we do have gangs, and we're going to deal with the gang people that are doing very harmful, violent things. But we also have children that we don't want to see fall into gangs because they're deprived, because they don't have resources. We want to make sure that we put a lot of resources around them and get them to a positive start, because if we do that, they're not going to be breaking into your car. They're not going to do harm to you. They're not going to be in the middle of a shootout that takes a 6-month-old baby from us if we can redirect that energy. And so we have a really strong reason and need to try to do both.
Admittedly, gang crimes and criminal gang activity is not talked about as much in the media or even in just general conversation, it seems. How would the public be able to pick out maybe what is gang activity from a crime that's reported on the news? What are some of the markers that would tell people this might have been gang activity?
Well, I think what they should do is be very vigilant in paying attention, very detailed in their descriptions of the way things happen, listening to the language that was said, maybe as people communicated with each other, because often you'll see those crimes committed by multiple people at the same time. They should be very specific in the details that they give to law enforcement. And then quite honestly, law enforcement is going to have to be very detailed about when they make arrests and what they see on perpetrators, because all of that gives you information about whether this crime did stem from gang activity.
Senate Bill 359 has 25 sponsors.
Isn't that fun?
That's a lot.
Yeah. That's exciting.
It is. It's exciting. And it also seems that all 25 are Republican. How does that make you feel?
It doesn't make me feel bad at all. I know we are in a society where we like to say Democrat, Republican, and all of this. This is what I have found out. And I wish people would really get away from all of these labeling that we do of each other. This is what I know. I can go to the richest community in my county and they don't want to see crime. I can go to the poorest community in my county and they do not want to see crime. I can go to the county with the most highest concentration of African American citizens and they don't want to see crime. I can go to the part of my county with the highest population of Caucasian Americans and they do not want to see crime. No one wants crime in their community. All of us want good schools for our children and for our children to be safe when they go to school, safe when they walk to school, safe when they walk home. There's no difference between us. We need to stop making these differentiations that are really based on nothing. I talk to all of my constituency and they all tell me the same thing. They like police officers. They want to see police officers in their community. They do not want gangs in their community and they do not want them or the people they love to be the victims of crime. So, I am hoping that some Democrats will get on that bill. I think that they will. I think that once they read it and understand it, that they will get involved with that bill. But I am happy to work with anyone who wants to help me in this fight against gang violence and crime.
Sounds like it's an everybody issue, not a
It is an everybody issue.
Why was this part, the legislation suggesting this specific language? Why were these specific changes so important to you?
Because I think they help to tell juries full picture. So at heart, I'm not the elected district attorney. I'm still a trial lawyer. And I know that when I talk to juries over the last 20 years, you talk to them, they are very smart. Lawyers that get frustrated with jurors, but the truth is they are very smart and they tell you what they need. And so they've been telling me for a long time what they need. And they don't want us to tell them half the picture. They know that everybody is human and that things happen, but they want to know the full picture of what's going on. And this bill is a way to give jurors what they want anyway.
Absolutely. What did not make it into the bill that you hoped would?
What I hope still will. It's those state-funded prosecutors. I think that it was really great, and I commend Governor Brian Kemp. Let me say that again, because I don't care if you're Democrat or Republican. I commend Governor Brian Kemp for giving the AG's office some gang prosecutors. I think that he has proposed that. I think that's a wonderful thing. Let me tell you who else I commend. I commend Lieutenant Governor Duncan for his effort to make sure that GCICs are properly updated. 2 Republicans, I commend them both today. That lets you know I don't care about that. What I care about is fighting crime. It is wonderful that he did that, but the AG's office is not large enough, doesn't have the budget enough, is not going to be able to hit every area of the state with gang prosecution. That's going to be my office and all of the local prosecutors. And so it is imperative that we get the resources we need. And so what I'm disappointed has not yet made it into the bill are prosecutors for state level gang issues and investigators. I want to be very clear. I think that we need that. I think the state has a responsibility to provide it, and you can't look at what's going on and not know that. And so I'm hoping to see that submitted in this bill or the next one.
For every jurisdiction, every county, how many would you like?
I mean, I'm going to let the legislature do their job. I think that it should be depending on what you see. What do you see in the gang warrants? What do you see in the statistics about how much gang violence is plaguing them? There may be areas of the state where they're not really suffering from a gang problem. Although I have to tell you, I talk to my friends that represent rural jurisdictions, and they explain to me that they also are seeing gang problems. It may not be to the same degree, but they are seeing it. And so I would say that my brothers and sisters that represent the rural jurisdictions also need gang prosecutors. But it may be that, Fulton is bigger with more gang problems. Maybe we need more, and just per capita, they need less. But they need to look at the amount of gang crime going on in a community and provide prosecutors and investigators to deal with those issues.
Would you classify it as a crisis at this point?
I think that we have a very serious issue, and you don't have to really rely on the district attorney in Fulton County. Just look at the crime numbers and look at the violence and look at how much of that is tied into gang issues, and it's a crisis.
I understand the bill is going in front of the Senate Judiciary Committee right about now, if it's going as planned. What do you expect to happen?
I expect for it to get passed ultimately.
And how would that make you feel?
Elated. This is a job where some days you get wins and some days you get defeats. That would feel like a real win, not for me as the district attorney, but for our community and for our state.
Is there anything that is surprising, you think would surprise the public about criminal gang activity in our city or metro area?
I hope that as we talk to the media and as we really kind of take off the Band-Aid and the hiding behind this, that they're becoming more and more aware. I think that the community would be surprised, though, at their part in this. And so why do I say their part? Too many of great citizens are leaving guns in their cars. The guns that they're leaving in their cars are ending up in positions where they harm people. We need to stop that. I think they would be surprised to know that little careless act of them causes harm sometimes somewhere else. I think that they would be surprised to know that our schools are suffering from guns being brought into their schools, and that is a real concern for teachers and educators, and that we have to get tough on that. I think that they would be surprised to know that the schools are actually seeing fights in their schools that they know stem from community and gang violence. So I think that some of us get to live in a bubble that we don't.
All right, y'all. I made a video real quick about today's jury question. I don't know how the sound is going to come out because I was rushing, but let's watch it. I tried to put it in perspective. Again, this was a little bit of a rushed job. Do y'all want to finish watching this? Just 3 more minutes.
I don't know that this is going on, but that is closer to your home than you think. And so you need to be aware and conscious and paying attention.
I read a statistic that said the majority of gang crime is committed by juveniles. Do you agree with that?
I agree with the majority of crime occurs between people probably about 13 and 25. So yes.
That's sad.
It's very sad. It's why we have got to put programming in, support our school system, and do the things we need to do to turn this around.
So what's your next step? Now that you've suggested this language, the legislature obviously has to take it from here, but is there anything that that the public can do or that other people can do to support the legislative, support the bill or support you?
Absolutely. Please get involved. Please write your state legislatures and say you would like to see this bill passed. Please go and read when you can this bill so that you know exactly what we're asking for. But what I guess I would ask them to do most of all is call your state representatives. They work for you. Just like I work for you. Call us and let us know that this is something that you want to see, that you think it's important that as you sit on a jury, if somebody is a repeat domestic violence abuser or a repeat abuser, that's information you think would be helpful. And so you'd like to see this legislation get passed.
If a gang member happens to see this story and hears you, what would your message be directly to them?
So they need to make a change in the way that they're moving in their life, because we plan to prosecute you with all of the resources that we have, and that you are absolutely a target that we are trying to remove from our community.
The latest numbers I could find said about 70,000 gang members, but that seemed back from 2018. Have you, from 1,500 different gangs, have you seen any more recent numbers than that?
I have not, but I often look at those numbers frustrated, knowing that they have not been updated, because I believe the problem has grown.
So you think there's a lot of underreported?
Absolutely. We know that not even every law enforcement department is reporting their numbers to GGI AAA, which keeps the numbers on gangs. So I do think that they're underreported.
What's the most frustrating part for you in combating crime at this moment in time?
Everybody says they want to be tough on crime, but when it's time to give the resources that are needed to our law enforcement officers, to district attorney's office, it's often not done. That is very frustrating. Do not stand in front of the camera and make it a slogan that you want to be tough on crime. When our police officers need resources, need training, need bulletproof vests, need guns, need all of the resources they need to be excellent, make sure that you participate in giving them those resources.
I think you're absolutely right that people are hearing a lot of talk, and it makes them skeptical that any idea is actually going to work. How would you convince somebody that this plan will actually make a dent in gang crime?
Well, I think it's all of it. It's a holistic approach. And I think that this plan in its totality will make a difference, because what we have been doing is not working. So it is time to do something new.
I so appreciate your time. Thank you very much.
No, thank you.
By what y'all wanted to see on that?
That's not the last time he got in the
Okay,
car.
all right, sorry.
We're fast forwarding.
Sorry.
And we are back, y'all. Go ahead and hit that like button, y'all. You know it helps us out a ton. And it helps you because it helps us. Can y'all believe that DA Love had one last gasp of just controlling the courtroom today, y'all? This is crazy. The jury is in deliberations, but they have some questions, and we're going to show that to you here live. But I'm also going to be putting here first, I'm going to be putting some video from the closing statements. It seems like Doug Weinstein and DA Hilton both provoked some curiosity and some questions among the jury. So pay close attention to these clips I'm going to play first. Then we're just going to go directly into the jury's questions. And then at the end, I'm going to play the extended cut of what Weinstein said and what Hilton said. And also as a bonus, y'all, they showed footage of the Donovan Thomas shooting. I slowed it down and zoomed in on the car so that you can try to make some determination what happened. Okay. So y'all, we're going to jump right into the footage. Don't forget, we are a paralegal school, y'all. We've been here for 20 years. If you want to work in the legal field, go to careerparalegal.com, put in your information, and we will get back to you. Other than that, y'all, without further ado, don't forget to like, comment, subscribe, and let's get into it.
Who did Mr. Zachary see in that infinity? He never saw nobody in that infinity but Woody. The Texaco. Oh my gosh, there's the smoking gun. There's the smoking gun that shows that my client murdered Donovan Thomas. He's on video at a Texaco station a block away before the murder. Heaven forbid. Go in the back. Watch the video 1,001st time. You're never going to see him get in an infinity.
All right, y'all. I'm gonna play that little clip again because what happened? What did the jury want to see? And then we ask ourselves, do they really pay attention? Do closing arguments matter? What did Doug just tell them to do? Go back and watch that video 1,001st time. You're never going to see something. So what did they do? They said, hey, can we see that video again? So Doug says it here.
See in that infinity? He never saw nobody in that infinity but Woody. The Texaco. Oh my gosh, there's the smoking gun. There's the smoking gun that shows that my client murdered Donovan Thomas. He's on video at a Texaco station a block away before the murder. Heaven forbid. Go in the back. Watch the video 1,001st time. You're never going to see him get in an infinity.
Okay, so they're going to ask for that video today. Now, here is Hilton talking about the same thing.
That's Northside Drive, and here are two streets. This one is a one-way street, but they don't follow the law, so I submit that they went up the one-way street. And it's another street. They could have went up either, I can see they went up the one-way street because again, they don't follow the law. So when they turn to right, they switch cars behind here. They switch behind here. It takes no time to drive up the wrong-way street, drive back down, and come back down and do that shit. That's where they switch the cars at.
Elements. I mean, could the response just be a referral to the jury
that,
instruction?
it could be, but it would be unbelievably unhelpful if we did that.
Well, I guess I'm still struggling with exactly what their question is. I mean, they're dependent. Yeah.
Yes, exactly. That's why they're asking that, I think.
Your Honor, one other thing that comes to mind is with a firearm count. You know, the machine gun is removed, but there's multiple firearms in the house, and I'm trying to find what the number was. But in our instructions, we had sometimes there's multiple ways to commit an offense. That specific instruction may aid them if it's in relation to. Sorry, Ms.
Right, if that's what they mean. But
Yes, Your Honor.
considering that, and I can explain that, you know, they don't have to have possessed all of the guns as long as they find that they possessed one of the guns with the requisite intent or whatever. If that's what they mean.
Yes, Your Honor. And the other state's thought on regards to, I do think it's appropriate, and as you know, each individual count they have to evaluate on its own merits. Obviously, these counts relate with one another, but I think that principle of law is.
Well, yes, I mean, yes, they need to consider them individually and reach a verdict on each separately, but they are interrelated counts, so that's why they're asking. So
Yes, Your
we need
Honor.
to-
I mean, if their question is regarding the possession of marijuana.
Texaco video is what the jury asked to see, and it was played during court, so I just left it as it is.
Marijuana issue, because that seems to be the thread that runs through these three, right?
Yeah, I
The only
think
thing they have in common. So.
Your Honor, there was one other thought when Mr. Weinstein.
No, I guess I'm still struggling with their question. If the issue is the marijuana, then if they don't find the marijuana, well, obviously they have to find
I mean,
intent as well.
It's easy enough to start with 58, possession of marijuana with intent to distribute.
Yeah.
You know,
If
I can
that's-
say these are the elements, and they want to understand what intent to distribute means.
I mean, does their question seem to be more if they don't find 58, then they can't find 61?
I think so.
Yeah. And I think that would be maybe what they're looking at.
Yeah.
And then obviously 57, they have kind of two options there, as I see it.
All right, I'm gonna.
Brooklyn, I edited in what Doug said about
They make
the
it
watch.
smoother in terms of the surveillance video.
Brooklyn, the watch comment will be edited into this video that we're watching right. It is edited into this video that we're watching right now. So you're going to see what Doug said.
Yeah.
For the barbershop footage, there is 5 videos and really
Expanded.
4 angles.
Uh-huh.
One of them captures the shooting. One of them captures inside the barbershop, and then 2 of them capture the street in front of McDaniel Street itself, but doesn't capture the shooting. And one kind of faces the Texaco. And with the Texaco footage itself, there's a lot of surveillance video from the Texaco with different camera angles. I believe there's as many as 7 or more. So I have an idea in my mind. I don't want to assume which specific portions they want to watch. But for example, some of the vehicles at issue, like when they arrive, some arrive as early as 8:40 or 6:41.
Mm-hmm.
And then they leave at 7:20 p.m.
Right.
And so I'm working on, there's different softwares that play those, but the state's getting in a posture to be able to play those surveillance videos. But if we have clarity, at least with the Texaco, it can be a little cumbersome to pull up the different cameras.
Welcome, Nay. Thank you.
On the fly. So I
Thank
just
you
wanted
for
to, if
joining
there's
the
any more clarity on
club.
what specifically with the Texaco, because it captures almost 2 hours worth of footage, some of which is irrelevant for purposes of you don't see any of suspects.
Well, I'm
or
sure that they don't want to see a part that they never saw to begin with.
Yes, Your Honor, I agree, but there's also, there's a portion where there's many different portions that could be relevant. Like there's a portion where Mr. Kendrick walks in the store. There's a portion where different vehicles leave or arrive that captures 50 minutes worth of footage. And so there may be very specific events, so to speak, or times of that they want to watch. But I just wanted to highlight that for the court.
So would the idea be to queue each of them up, the portions that were shown before, and say, do you want to watch this? We could do that.
Yes, Your Honor. Or if they were able to describe an event or something that came up in closing or something to orient what they want to watch. Like we want to see when the Pontiac arrives, or we want to see when, and they may not be able to give that clarity, but I just wanted to highlight that because it may make it more efficient when we publish it.
Ideas on that?
I think if we just ask in a non-leading way, what portion of each, because the same thing, my understanding, and maybe I'm wrong, in the letter, in the note, they said something about McDaniel Street.
Right. It said the drive-by shooting. I mean, that one we know what they mean, right? And the Texaco Northside McDaniel Street.
So I think if they, I believe I know what camera they want to see from outside the barbershop. But even with the barbershop, we had 4, I think, different cameras. So if we just get clear.
If everybody thinks they know which of each it is and y'all agree, then we can just start with those and say, is this the one you mean, or is there another one?
Okay.
With the Texaco, though, I'm not sure which one they mean because there's so many different cameras at the Texaco. With the McDaniel Street barbershop, I'm pretty
Well,
confident.
I don't think it's the one from inside the barbershop.
No, not,
That
but
one
there's
wouldn't be
2
helpful.
outside the barbershop.
Yeah.
So, but I think it's probably the one that shows the actual shooting, I'm guessing.
Well, we can start with that one.
Yeah.
And then say, is that the one? There's another one. Would you like to see that one too? And they probably will say yes, honestly, but.
That's fine with that, with the barbershop. But with the Texaco,
Right.
there's so many options. I think we have to ask them what they specifically want to see. I mean,
do y'all want to put a description of each of them together and we can send it out and say, circle the one or ones you want to see? I mean, I don't know how else to.
yeah, I get, because there's kind of an inside Texaco and an
describe
outside
what you want to
Texaco.
see seems.
Yeah. I mean, what do you think about the Texaco?
I think there's just an inside and an outside.
No, the Texaco has, there's multiple insides. Maybe there are multiple insides in the Texaco. Well, we could just ask them, do they want to see the inside of the Texaco or the outside of the Texaco?
Okay. I mean, that much we can do.
Yeah. Can I jump back to where the 57, 58, 61?
In a second. Sergeant Brown, can you go ask them to let us know whether the video from the Texaco they want to see is the interior or the exterior? And if they can give us any more detail about what they want to see.
Your Honor, this might help. I'm not certain, but they're probably talking about something closing. And so if there was a point of reference, like play by.
Well, if they've just asked the question that I asked you to ask them.
Okay.
If they want to clarify further that way, they can.
Okay.
Don't want us talking while
I
the jury
understand.
door is open. Okay.
Welcome.
57, I think I misspoke on 57 where I said there were two ways. Rereading 57, count 57. It looks like without the possession of the marijuana, they can't do 57, 58, or 61. So that may be what they're referring to. Because of the possession of a firearm during commission of a felony in 57, requires 58 and 61, which is the marijuana again. So that may be what they're talking about with 57, 58, and 61. Is the possession of marijuana with intent to distribute. Because wasn't there also a question regarding intent that came to us?
Yeah, they originally said, well, no, I'm sorry. On their second one, they said, please clarify the wording intent to distribute and underline the word intent. So I'm looking for where I explained intent to distribute and intent right now, and we'll see.
Y'all, again, when they talk about the watch, I'm going to splice in. I spliced in where Weinstein talked about the watch. So once they mention that, you'll get a flashback to that in the video. This is the jury question from earlier today. This is the jury question from earlier today with some context from the closing argument. I was trying to do some quick editing, so I really just didn't have time to take out all of the little silent bits, y'all. I was trying to get this up and get back to y'all. You know, while I was on a break, I was editing this. So we do have some of the little silent moments like this I would have normally taken out. Just gotta sit through it this time. But I did chop out some of them, but just not all of them. Bella, you're going to see the question. That's what we're working on now.
To distribute. Is that count 58 for count?
The possession with intent to distribute, Your Honor? It's actually an element of
Well,
all three.
I know, but so for possession with intent to distribute means that Mr. Kendrick, frankly, if you go back to the knowledge part that I charged on page 13, knowingly and intentionally participated or helped in possessing marijuana, intending to unlawfully deliver or sell it.
Yeah, I agree that incorporates the proper definitions.
So the state must prove
Your Honor.
Hang on,
Yes,
hang
sir.
on, hang on. Sorry, I just need to get this down and then just hold your thought.
How you spell Mora? Obviously, just a amateur at this. Let me see.
Let's turn our phones off. Oh, that's one of the jurors' phones. It's in a box over here. Okay, maybe you can go figure out and like put them all on vibrate or something.
Essential element of any part of the instructions the court had read that may be helpful is where it's page 11 and 12.
Okay.
It describes criminal intent. Intent may be shown in multiple ways. Criminal intent does not mean it starts right on the bottom of page 11. Intent is an essential element of any crime. And then I believe it continues to discuss about intent right through the middle of page 12 and then goes on to describe party to a crime. But that instruction about intent could also be beneficial, the state believes.
Out saying specifically with regard to this one, intending to unlawfully deliver or sell marijuana. I'm thinking about saying on intent to distribute possession of marijuana with intent to distribute. The state must prove that Mr. Kendrick knowingly and intentionally participated in or helped in possessing marijuana, intending to unlawfully deliver or sell it. And find out whether that covers what they were asking.
That sounds like the right course to Mr. Kendrick. When you have a second, I just want to go back to 57, 58, and 61.
Sure. I mean, I know we need to get that.
I know, but I don't want to do that if you're still writing
I
or
appreciate
thinking
it.
or.
All right, yes.
Okay. Regarding their question about the separateness and relatedness, whatever term they used to 57, 58, and 61, I just think it would be, perhaps it would answer their question if you went back and explained that possession of marijuana with intent to distribute is a required finding of each of those three, and that may help explain that.
Okay.
Your Honor, with the court's permission, when the court allows, I have a question.
Hang on. We're asking if they say no, then I'll circle back.
Proven circumstances or by acts and conduct. Did the court respond to that?
I'm not planning to read all of that unless when I read the first part and ask them if it covers what they were asking. If they say no, then I'll circle back and read that whole part. Did they get back with us on the video thing? Okay. Do they know to do the light? I mean, they were doing it earlier. All right.
Sorry, I'm trying to fast forward to, but you really never know when somebody's going to say something.
Car camera in front of the, understand what that means? Okay, and then number 2, the drive-by shooting in front of the barber shop on McDaniel Street on Donovan Thomas.
Okay.
They
Yes.
clarified that one for us too.
Judge, there are there are 4 camera angles of the drive-by shooting. So we'll be prepared to play one of them or all of them, whatever they prefer. There are 4 different camera angles of the drive-by shooting. I'm presuming they mean the one that actually shows the shots, but there.
I would think so. So let's start with that one and ask them, is this the one you meant?
Okay. Do we have the zone?
Yes.
So they added, Mr. Weinstein, also, please have Attorney Weinstein clarify if he said my client's watch or where is the watch regarding the Richard Milley watch, which is in no way, I mean, it's a total red herring. And good for you for distracting them, but that is not an element of anything they're supposed to be considering.
Your Honor, would-
I don't believe that that was a red herring, and it went to the credibility of law enforcement and
That's
their
true.
witnesses.
But
So I would disagree with that characterization
anyway,
of the
what
court.
did you say?
I said, I'm sorry, I didn't say his watch. I probably said the watch. But there's nothing that shows them together as a gang. Oh, well, wait, they are a gang because look at these pictures of YSL wearing green clothing. That must mean they're a gang. You guys are mostly in blue and black. You associate with each other here today. Are you guys a gang? The state is all in red today. Are they a gang because they're all dressed in red? Poor Miss Hingerty happened to come in red today. I guess she's a member of the gang as well. It is absurd. Lil Wayne has ESPN on his arm. ESPN. I guess Lil Wayne is surprised that he's a member of YSL too. My client's got ESPN on his body. No, that can't be because he was a football star and then his mind probably liked ESPN. It must be because he's a member of a gang called YSL. So it's wonderful that the state's gang experts have such insights into the mental thinking of my client and Lil Wayne and everybody else. Now, the state may say, well, they're not a gang, even though they all dress in red today, looking quite dapper. Because, well, they don't have some criminal objective. Well, I don't know. Let's look at the way the state indicts people. The state's around Investigator Viverito. Investigator Viverito is the last person I can find anywhere on video or that you've seen on video holding that missing $500,000 watch. Did she steal the watch? Was that an overt act and furtherance of the conspiracy? Maybe I should go to a grand jury and try to indict this. It's the state gang or something ludicrous like that.
All right, y'all. I think that's the only reference. Again, I didn't have time to, do an extensive search. I believe that's the reference, so I left it like that.
If I said his watch, that would have been I would have misspoken.
Okay. So I will just say.
And he didn't, the question wasn't where is the watch? I'm going to back it up a little bit. He didn't actually say at this point, where is the watch?
You've seen on video holding that missing half. The state's around Investigator Viverito. Investigator Viverito is the last person I can find anywhere on video or that you've seen on video holding that missing $500,000 watch. Did she steal the watch? Was that an overt act and furtherance of the conspiracy? Maybe I should go to a grand jury and try to indict this. It's the state gang or something ludicrous like that.
So again, I think that's the reference. Again, I didn't have time to do a whole deep dive. Plus, the transcript was difficult to get. If you go to Law and Crime, they didn't even have the transcript on there. So anyway, I think that's the reference that they were talking about. He didn't actually say, where's the watch? But the jury would be going off of memory. They would not be going off of having rewatched this. So
If I said his watch, that would have been I would have misspoken.
Okay. So I will just say, Mr. Weinstein did not say my client's watch. If he did, he misspoke.
I probably said, where is the watch? That was a gift, a 30th birthday
Where
gift
is the
from
watch?
Drake to Mr. Williams.
All right.
And a
So
great
I'll just
sentimental
answer
value.
that he said, where is the watch?
Your Honor, would the court be inclined to respond that what the attorneys say is not evidence?
Yes. That's
And
an
that should
excellent
not
idea.
be even a consideration,
Uh-huh.
rather than telling you
Yes.
what he said.
I mean, I'm going to do both.
It was definitely the watch.
I'll just say, Mr. Weinstein said the watch. However, what the attorneys say is not evidence. How about that? Does that work?
Yes, Your Honor.
Remember that what the attorneys say is not evidence. Yes, sir.
Your Honor, 292 Yankee Alpha is the shooting barbershop surveillance footage. I know when the shooting happens. I wanted to ask on the record or defense counsel, there is about 8 minutes that plays before the shooting occurs.
Can't imagine that's what they want.
I don't want to I want to tell for the record, or agree with defense counsel, find a portion we can all agree to start that video.
Okay.
Yeah, I think it's fine to start a minute before or
Okay.
whatever. You that's fine.
Thank you.
But thank you for clarifying that and mentioning that.
You're very welcome. Thank you.
I'm going to say, however, remember that nothing that the attorneys say is evidence. All right. How about after giving them the definition or the explanation of possession with intent to distribute, moving on to whether you need to group counts 57, 58, and 61 individually or separately, you need to consider them individually and reach a verdict as to each separately. But possession of marijuana with intent to distribute would need to be proven for count 58, count 61, and count 57.
Yes.
And I'm putting them in that order because that's kind of the order that 58 is possession with intent to distribute. 61 is possession of the gun because while you're committing that crime. And then 61 is if you're committing that crime, are you then potentially committing gang activity?
Yeah, I understand. That's a far more natural order than they appear in the indictment. So.
All right. All right. Are we satisfied then with the answers? And then we'll
This was
just have
earlier
them,
today.
I think I'll have them watch the videos, and then answer their questions. Because that way, if there's any follow-up, they can let us know that. All right. Yes.
So, Your Honor, the intent is to play the Texaco footage first?
Yeah.
And then will they tell us when they want us to stop? Because they're at the Texaco for about 36 minutes. So what?
Do y'all know when you intend to start? I mean, did we watch 36 minutes?
It was all introduced, every
Okay.
bit of it.
I think they requested a very specific part of that Texaco.
Yeah.
Didn't they mention entering a car or
The
exiting?
gas station when Yak was getting into the car, camera in front of the station. So I think we start there.
Yeah.
And then
When he was getting.
I'll just,
Into the
that's what
car.
it says, when Yak was getting into the car. So, I mean, do a little bit that leads up and a little bit afterwards.
Yeah, let's
and
just play the portion
If
that they're.
it's any more than that, I'll just say, does that cover
How
what you
did they
wanted?
let Love have
Well,
the
then
controls?
play each time he gets in the car, I guess.
How do they let Love have the controls? That is wild. Of all the people on the prosecution
that's
who
gonna
should
be
not,
on
I shouldn't
camera
say should,
10,
who I would not want
just for the record.
having the
Okay.
controls, it would be Love,
And,
number one.
I'm gonna, if the court will give me 1 minute, I'm gonna
Sure.
pull up to the first part.
All right.
Okay, so
Do we have the extra copies of the indictment to give them? Hmm? Have we given them extra copies of the indictment at this point? Sergeant, have we? Okay, thank you. All right, let me know when you're ready and we'll have them out. Get on Zoom.
all right, and Your Honor, we have it queued up 296Y at 191633.
All right.
Y'all pay attention. People are upset because they say she played more of the video than she was supposed to play.
All right, let's get the jury in.
Okay, maybe that's what I was just saying. Maybe we're saying it at the same time. People are saying Love went over what she was supposed to play.
It went up? Don't worry about it.
All rise for the jury.
I would freaking love to interview Love. That would be my number one interview. Anybody know how to make it happen? I actually might have a connection to at least have her get her the question asked. I might have a connection. I know somebody who knows somebody who works with Love. So in other words, an associate of mine.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. The first thing we're going to do is watch the videos that you all requested, and then I'll move on to answering the questions. All right, go ahead with the first one.
All right, y'all, I'm not going to put any comments on the screen for this time so you can see the entire video. So you can see the whole screen.
Excuse me, Your Honor, may we approach?
Yes. Do you want me to stop the video?
Yes, please.
Okay. Give me a second, y'all.
Your Honor, for the record, we're on camera 10 at 18:44:31.
We're not sure exactly which getting into the car you meant, so we're just trying to show all of them for y'all, okay?
What part did I edit out, Chaos? There's not much sound right now, so I'll talk a little bit. I'll answer some questions. I don't think that there's a this way or that. I think that Doug said you can't find my client getting into the Infinity. And I think that Hilton said they switched cars behind the gas station out of sight of the cameras. And I think that the jury, most likely they just wanted to get another look at this to try to see if they have any clue as to what might be the case. So that would be my best guess on this. This is not live. This happened this morning. Well, it happened about 3 or 4 hours ago. So this did happen today. This is from court today where they're replaying the Texaco footage for the jury. Hilton would not know what happened. She came up with her theory. But of course, she doesn't have any proof or evidence for that besides just probably. You know? So the Bonneville, this is the Bonneville, but as we saw from the video footage that's going to play a little bit later, the Bonneville does not appear to pass by the scene of the shooting. The Bonneville does not seem to pass by the scene of the shooting. So you have Yak in a Bonneville at the gas station, and you have the shooting conducted by a gray, could be an Infinity, a gray car. It's definitely not this car.
So, Your Honor, at this point, for the record, we're going to stop it and stop sharing and then fast forward to the next point that he gets into the car.
Okay.
We're stopping at 18:48:17.
So Love is controlling, it appears, or maybe that's the person next to Love who's controlling. Those two, Love and Abate, are controlling the video share right now. Looks like they're both involved. Yeah, I mean, this is reasonable doubt for Yak, honestly, because again, you see him with a white Bonneville, and you clearly see that the shooting is conducted by a gray car. Can't really say for sure it's an Infinity, but it's a gray car for sure, and it's 100% not the car we just saw. Plus, you don't see that Bonneville ride past moments before the shooting. I don't think so. This does look good for Yak. If the jury's question is, you know, if the jury's question is, well, Yak was in a white car, we see that. Do we see a white car ride past, or do we see any indication that a white car took part of this shooting? And you really don't. Marley Bay say definitely an Infinity, so it's definitely not the white Bonneville. Let's put it like that. So whatever it wasn't the white Bonneville. So
We're fast forwarding now to 19:15:25 on camera 10.
So that's Yak getting into the white Bonneville in the passenger seat, y'all. But now what we would need in order for us to say Yak did it is to see Yak get into an Infinity. The jury's bringing it up, Slim Life, probably because they haven't seen this video
So that
in
was
months.
the second time he got in the car. Now we're going to fast forward to the next time he gets in the car.
They haven't seen this video in a long time, most likely, and
which will be at 19:15:52. We're fast forwarding to that.
They do not get to just rewind and whatnot like we do. So they want to see it again. So Yak gets out. He walks around. Looks like somebody gets in the passenger seat, maybe. Or is that the back seat? What the heck is he doing? There's some girls involved. Or a girl. Look like she got in the back seat, probably. Yeah, because the front seat's still open. The front door's still open.
All right, does that satisfy what y'all wanted to see on that?
No, that's not the last time he got in the car.
All right, sorry.
We're fast forwarding.
Sorry.
Love's still doing her thing, y'all. Love's still in control.
So we're now fast forwarding to 19, 17, and 10.
So Yak gets back in the car. There's still a passenger side door still open. Now somebody closes the door. He pulls off.
Those are the times that he...
Does that satisfy what y'all wanted to see? Y'all are nodding yes. Okay. All right. Now we'll move on to the barbershop video.
Honor. And for the record, it's 292 Yankee Alpha, and we're starting at 8 minutes and 22 seconds of that exhibit.
So we watched this back 5-10 times this morning, but we'll watch it back again, no problem. This, for everybody who wants to know, this is the Donovan Thomas shooting. This is the exact moment he gets killed. He is the big guy at the bottom of the screen with he's the one closest to the street right now with like the white hat on. He just turned around. That's Donovan Thomas. You're about to see him get shot right there. He just got shot. Whoa, was that some more bullets that came in? Whoa, hold up, people. I was wondering what was that. Somebody said it looks like GSR. Y'all, I think those are additional shots. That didn't come into my initially. I think off camera, he's getting shot. So I think, at least from my initial watching, was he gets shot, and I thought that the car just kept going and sped away. But I think actually what we're seeing with those plumes coming up is additional shots that are going in. No, that's not a Bonneville. We'll get to that. But we watched this multiple times. There was no Bonneville that went by. No, he's not. No, he's not shooting back. I mean, he could be shooting back, but that's not what we see. Pay close attention. You're going to see evidence that more shots come his way. Watch this. You're going to see evidence that more shots comes his way. Watch. Now watch this, right? You see, look over here. Look to this side over here, where in the front of this car, you're going to see where looks like bullets are impacting and it's kicking up some dust or something. Watch that. Watch, you're going to see some more dust pop up to the bottom left of your screen. Watch. This car coming is going to do the shooting. Right there. Now watch the bottom left of your screen. More shots right there. More shots. Still shooting. I think those shots continue to rain down until maybe definitely for 4 or 5 seconds. That's what I think. I don't think I originally thought that we don't know if they stopped driving because they drive off the screen. They drive off the screen, so we can't see what happens once they get out of the screen view. Just checking. All right, we don't have anything for the verdict. We can't see what happens once they get off the screen view. I think they stop and those shots keep going for a minute. I think they stop or they slow down and those shots keep bucking for a few more seconds. I think they start shooting as they're coming right there, and these shots still going. And maybe now they stop. And now this guy, yeah, those shots kept going. Those shots kept going. But we're going to continue because court continues, y'all. So I don't want to just totally focus on this only. This is what they're watching in court.
Your Honor, may you inquire if there's any more of this video? I'm stopping for the record at 9 minutes and 14 seconds.
All right. Does that satisfy what y'all wanted to see on that? Or is there a different angle or more that you want to see? That's good. Okay. That's what they wanted to see. All right. Moving on. Sorry. Good. Okay. All right. Moving on to the questions. Mr. Weinstein said the watch. However, remember that nothing that the attorneys say is evidence. All right. Moving on to the next couple of questions.
Yeah, I think they probably did shoot back, but it didn't do anything. There's a lot of little things we can focus on, like did they shoot back?
All right. On count 58, possession of marijuana with intent to distribute, the state must prove that Mr. Kendrick knowingly and intentionally participated in or helped in possessing marijuana, intending to unlawfully deliver or sell it. Does that cover what y'all are asking with regard to that one? Yes. Okay. All right. Moving on to whether you need to group counts 57, 58, and 61 individually or separately. You will need to consider them individually and reach a verdict as to each of them separately, but possession of marijuana with intent to distribute would need to be proven for count 58, count 61, and count 57. Does that cover what y'all wanted to? Okay. All right, then I will excuse y'all to continue deliberations. Thank you.
Y'all, I'm gonna say this. I definitely think some more shots went off camera. I think some more shots. I'm highly confident that that car kept shooting. Highly confident of that. Now, what I'm not confident about is, okay, so here's, I put the footage again. This is my edited video. So this is where court ends. Court ends here, okay? So there's no more to the jury's questions. But on my edited video, I put this again. So let's watch it one more time. I think this is where I blew up the car, though. So what I did not is blow up the, I didn't blow up the Donovan Thomas, but I did blow up the car because we were thinking of a sunroof, or was it a window? So let's watch again. Now, you will notice no Bonneville comes by, y'all. There is no Bonneville. There is a car right here, not this one. The next one that looks, oh, hold up. I'm jumping ahead of myself. Sorry. This car looks like it could have been the Bonneville when it was back there a little bit, but as it pulls up, you can see it looks like a gray car, and it's definitely not that old beat up Bonneville. We're going to get a slow motion of the car doing the shooting. We're going to get a slow motion of the car doing the shooting. You're going to see it. I blew it up and I slowed it down. All right, so this is it. That's it. I'm going to play it one more time. I blew it up and I slowed it down. I could double slow it because it's already slow. I'm going to slow it down with YouTube too, so we can have it double slow. So it should be super slow. It should be super duper slow now. So y'all should be able to try to get a sense for, what do you think? I don't think it's conclusive. It's so weird how you can't tell. But you really can't tell if it's a sunroof or what. So it should be this next car coming up. This car coming down the road right now should be the car. And we don't know who's in it. We don't know who's not in it. But this is the car. This is Donovan Thomas. Pause. This is Donovan Thomas at the bottom with looks like he's wearing camouflage with like a light color hat on. And this car that's at the top, kind of almost top right, is the car that's about to shoot. And it's going to blow up. This is the car, y'all. Can you tell? I don't see anybody out of the sunroof. There's the shot. The shot does look like it comes, either that's a light, that could be a street light that is kind of like bouncing off of the car, or that top, that little light, that little bit of light that you see that just popped up on the top of the car, that could be somebody shooting out of the sunroof. That could have been it right there. That could have been the right there at the top. The window is rolled down. Which one? Back window or top or front window? Yeah, this is tragic. I mean, this is terrible, y'all. I mean, let me make sure I do say this. This is a terrible tragedy that we're witnessing. And I don't want to make it sound like I'm making light of it. I mean, we're kind of playing internet sleuth a little bit, but this is terrible. So yeah, I mean, I really wish this wasn't part of our lived experience. Rear passenger window. Okay. Well, y'all are gonna have a big view, and it's going slow. So after this, we're gonna keep it moving though. He did not see it coming though. His back was turned. I don't know. I don't know if I can tell if a window's down or not. Window does look like it's a little bit down. The window does look like it could be a little down. Seems like you would have to roll it down further than that to get a good shot off, though. There's a shot at the top. I do think somebody might have shot out of the sunroof, y'all. No joke. Yeah, and the back window too. And the back window too. So all right, y'all. I don't want to keep watching that, but yeah, it's quite tragic. Now what I'm going to do is play more of an extended cut of Weinstein's comments about the Texaco and then Hilton's comments about the Texaco, because it seems like that is what caused the jury to wonder. So we're going to see what Weinstein said on closing arguments about the Texaco, and then we're going to play more of what Hilton said. What I did was give a clip at the beginning, but I didn't think people wanted to sit through the whole thing. But if you wait till the end, you can see the whole clip. So we're about to play that now. This is what Weinstein said first.
Did Mr. Zachary see in that Infinity? He never saw nobody in that Infinity but Woody. The Texaco. Oh my gosh, there's the smoking gun. There's the smoking gun that shows that my client murdered Donovan Thomas. He's on video at a Texaco station a block away before the murder. Heaven forbid. He pulls up in that Texaco in a Pontiac. He leaves the Pontiac. He goes, you've seen this video 1,000 times. Well, maybe not that many, but it must feel like it. He leaves the Pontiac to go into the Texaco, and he buys some junk food in the Texaco, goes back into the Pontiac. He sits in the Pontiac. He talks to another car that pulls up. He gets back in the Pontiac, and he leaves in the Pontiac. Go in the back. Watch the video 1,001st time. You're never going to see him get in an Infinity. You're never going to see it. How does he get in the Infinity? Was there a witness that got up here and put him in the Infinity? No. Do they have video from the surrounding area that shows him transferring into the Infinity? No. I mean, presumably he teleports into the Infinity. I have no idea what their theory is going to be when they argue to you, but I'm going to be fascinated to hear it because there's been no testimony about him in an Infinity. How do we know it's an Infinity in a drive-by? Well, the state is pretty sure it's an Infinity. The state put on, this is one of my favorite experts of all of the state's experts, they put on an Infinity identification expert who has worked with, Infinity for years. And he can tell in any kind of grainy video that that car is an Infinity. That's an amazing expert, but I'll take his testimony. That's fine. I think he's right. I think it's an Infinity. And Mr. Kendrick is not in an Infinity. And it's pretty hard to do a drive-by shooting if you are not in the car that did the drive-by. It is absurd. So again, there's no eyewitness testimony of Mr. Kendrick involved in this shooting. No weapons tying Mr. Kendrick to it. No ballistics. No fingerprints. No gunpowder residue. No DNA. Nothing. Nothing that you would expect to see. Now, the state has told you, well, you can look at circumstantial evidence. This is true. You can. And the state put up a dollar bill with some puzzle pieces missing. So, well, you can kind of infer that that's a dollar bill. And that's true. But don't go try to spin that dollar bill anywhere. because that dollar bill will not spend. And this evidence is not sufficient to convict beyond a reasonable doubt. Where's the cell phone data? Oh my gosh, you poor folks. You had to spend days listening to experts come in here and talk to you about cell phone location data. Where was Mr. Kendrick's cell phone location data putting him there? They didn't show you any.
And remember what Copeland said, which I found interesting. When they asked, do you remember what gas station? He's like, I don't know what gas station. How would he know that Yak was at the gas station and that they circled the block and pulled up and saw Donovan outside? If they didn't tell him that. He didn't even know what gas station they were at. But what did Mike Sprinkle do? He said, well, let me go pull the gas station footage and see if I can corroborate what he's seeing. And that's exactly what he did. He pulled up the January 10th Texaco gas station and see when the car pulls into the gas station, the Bonneville. And in that same interview, they asked him, well, what kind of car was Yak in initially? He tells them it was a Bonneville. How would he know? He doesn't know that we're going to find the surveillance video. But they want you to believe Kenneth is lying? For what? You have Yak going inside the gas station. That's him in the gas station. They sit at Texaco from 6:44 to 7:15.
Hold up, y'all. Did she just say 6:44? I gotta play. Hold up, yo. I told y'all Hilton went full on like after the break, y'all. After like all of the, y'all remember we went to like the video dropped and we got the rainbow color screens. We came back and Hilton was like full on like 6:44. I gotta play that little piece again, y'all.
You have Yak going inside the gas station. That's him in the gas station. They sit at Texaco from 6:44 to 7:15. They wait for the girlfriend to come, and when the girlfriend comes, that's about the same time that the Infinity pulls up. What you waiting for 30 minutes at the gas station for? Who waits at the gas station that long? You had to meet Bushi at that gas station? What did Reginald Hendricks tell you? YSL folks don't hang around out there. They get their gas and they get on. If they even get gas over there. Because that's not their territory. Their territory is Cleveland Avenue. So why are you sitting there for, I don't do math well, but what is it, almost 40 minutes? But they want you to believe he's just lying. For what? Then that's when the Infinity pulls up. And on the video, Yak walks over to the car. Now, I know Mr. Shar said, well, my client ain't on the video. Well, we just can't see him on the video. I submit he in the car. Then they both leave at the same time, and they both turn right on Northside Drive. Now, this is the video. We'll speed it up. And matter of fact, from the still shots, you can see kind of the movement. And I wish I can't pause it because it's running. You see where they came out? They came down and in. Well, what's right above here? It's the barber shop. I know Mr. Wines, trying to say it's a block away. It ain't a block away. Literally, when you go out here, you look up the street, you see the barber shop. It's not a block away. It's yards away. So they had a vantage point to see them when he's driving.
There's so much to see here, y'all. Did Love just give the slight approving head nod like she was in church? Like the pastor just said something? Did she just go, who saw the slight approving head nod, y'all? I'm about to back this up. Let me see. I got to back this up just a few seconds. Watch the slight approving head nod by Love. Is just something is definitely different about this lady, y'all. Something's different about this lady. Watch her do the slight approving head nod. Like this is like somebody says she's proud. It's almost like she's watching her child. Watch this. Watch the slight approving head nod by Love.
Oh, Mr. Why is he trying to say it's a block away? Ain't a block away. Literally, when you go out here, you look up the street, you see a barbershop. It's not a block away. It's yards away.
You see it?
So they had a vantage point to see them when he's driving down McDaniel Street.
Oh my gosh.
He's the one that alerts them. Kendrick. If Kendrick didn't tell them that he saw Donovan, maybe we wouldn't be here today on a murder charge. He did that. He's the one who alerted them. That's why he's just as guilty as the ones who shot.
Love feeling it. Love is feeling it, y'all.
This is them when we sped through the video. So now it's about 9:05. That's
y'all, I'm gonna be honest though, y'all. I'm gonna be honest. I'm gonna tell y'all something. Y'all aren't gonna like this, but I'm gonna be real. I've been saying that we are not in the jury, and we were not there to hear this. And you can see the jury had questions about this because they asked the question today. They asked to see this footage. I'm gonna tell y'all one of the worst things. I'm gonna tell y'all one of the worst things for the defendants right now. And this is, I'm about to totally agree with Hilton on something. These two murders shared some very, very striking similarities. They both seemingly jumped off from a gas station because that Infinity was at the gas station. They both had the YSL guys at the gas station literally seconds before somebody got killed. Seconds. They both have surveillance video of the YSL guys at the gas station and surveillance video of the killing. So they are very similar in many, many ways. Circumstantial evidence, y'all. And I'm not saying there is no reasonable doubt. And Mr. Vegas, I know how you feel about circumstantial stuff. I'm not asking y'all I'm asking you to see the similarities. I'm not asking you to not see the similarities. We know that there's many things that are not similar, right? There's a lot that's not similar, and it's not definitive proof. But what I'm saying is that if you're looking at this and you're trying to piece this together, you're going to see these very striking similarities. And the defense is asking you to say, okay, you have two guys who were killed where the jump off spot could have been a gas station, which was mere feet away from the murder, where you have the guys on video at the gas station, somebody got killed. And what the defense is asking you to do is to say, okay, we see that, but we have reasonable doubt in both scenarios. And I've already expressed, I do think there's reasonable doubt. I think Woody could, Woody is the reasonable doubt for this Donovan Thomas scenario. And then the third car is the reasonable doubt for the drinks. So there is reasonable doubt. But if someone were to tell you, no, I think they did it, like you couldn't say to that person, you're crazy. You know what I mean? So you don't have to be crazy to buy the prosecution's story. That's the point. You don't have to be crazy. You could be a rational person and look at all this evidence and say, yeah, I think they did it. You could be totally reasonable and totally rational. You could also be totally reasonable and totally rational, say I have a reasonable doubt. So my point is, neither side would be crazy to feel the way they feel. Neither side would be crazy. That's my point. That's my main point. Think about the jurors. Hilton started talking to them like a female confronting her man. Yeah, she did. And that's what she should do if she thinks it's gonna work, Lou. If that's what she thinks is gonna work, then that's what she should do. Now, I don't know that it's gonna work. Yeah, it's almost 3. We got 10 minutes. But I think if we're being honest and someone says, I think they did it, you wouldn't be able to say, oh my gosh, you're crazy. No, because you can see why they would think that. You can see why they would think that. Now, for us, we would say, I get it, but I have a reasonable doubt. So I would vote not guilty based on my reasonable doubt. That's what you would hope the jury would do. So now you would need 12 people to not have a reasonable doubt. So it still feels like for Yak in particular, and even Shannon, but it still feels like for Yak, since that's what we're talking about, it still feels like you're not going to get 12 people of which none of them have a reasonable doubt. Meaning somebody's going to have the reasonable doubt in the 12. Then you have to wonder where the dynamic starts to go, because they're going to want to reach a unanimous verdict. So what's going to be the back and forth? What's going to be the push and pull? Who's going to be convincing whom? We have no idea about that stuff. The jury actually going off how they feel. They can even feel like some evidence doesn't matter. That is correct. All of that's correct. But I think what I really wanted to say here is I don't think anybody would be crazy. When I say crazy, I mean you can be reasonable and say, yes, I think that this person did it. And you can be reasonable and say, I'm not sure. Nobody can say no, because there's enough evidence to say maybe, okay? But you can certainly say there isn't enough evidence for me to say yes, beyond a reasonable doubt, okay? So let's see here. Nicole says, if this was the only evidence presented, Yak might be in trouble. If they just couldn't stop talking and bring up the evidence, they say both of them, they can put it on each other's. Right. So, but what I'm saying is, as you watch this unfold, being an honest observer would be, if someone says, yeah, I think Yak did it, you couldn't say that person is crazy. That's really my point. You might disagree with them, but you have to acknowledge that you can see why they would say that. That's my point. You can see why they would say that, even though you might say something different. All of this is in the realm of, thoughts that people can reasonably have. Now, the question is, what's going to be the push and pull in the jury, and who's going to win the day? Which side is going to win? Because I imagine there's going to be a side that say, I have a reasonable doubt about certain things. And there's going to be a side that says, no, I think they did it on certain things. There might even be a side to say, I think they didn't do it. So then you have, if they're going to get to a verdict, they all have to agree. You know what I'm saying? But I hope they know that even if maybe your doubt is 1%, you have to vote not. I wouldn't say that, Chaos. I wouldn't say 1% doubt is a reasonable doubt, because there's always a 1% doubt about everything. There's a 1% doubt as to, I'm not going to go off and say something wild, but everything has a 1% doubt. I would say a reasonable doubt. I don't know if I want to put a percentage on it, but it has to be more than 1%. But 1% is not enough, in my opinion, to say reasonable. Judge Whitaker explained reasonable doubt is that a reasonable person, being reasonable, basically could have this doubt. So 1% could be, no, there was another guy who was across the street and he was shooting at the Infinity and he accidentally shot Donovan Thomas. So we don't see him, but there's literally another guy on the other side of the street who was shooting at the people in the Infinity and he shot Donovan Thomas. You can, that's a 1% doubt. That's not reasonable. It's possible, but it's not reasonable. You see what I'm saying? So, no, you can't say Yak didn't do it. You've seen him get in a white car, not the car that did it. Let's not assume. Assuming gets people locked up. There's no assumptions. There's no assumptions. What Hilton is making, Hilton said here, and this is what I think is very important. Hilton said that if Yak acted as the spotter and he was waiting to see Donovan Thomas and he pointed Donovan Thomas out so that other people could go get him, then he, Yak, is just as guilty as everybody else. So that's what Hilton said here. She said, now she is kind of giving you like a catch-all because she's like, well, he just spotted him maybe, or maybe he switched cars. So she is giving you a whole bunch of different possible stories. But listen to what Hilton says. She says, Yak's waiting to find Donovan Thomas. She sees him, and then she goes, Yak is waiting to spot DT. He spots him, and then he goes and points him out.
Point to see them when he's driving down McDaniel Street. Up here, it's the barber shop. I know Mr. Wise, trying to say it's a block away. Ain't a block away. Literally, when you go out here, you look up the street, you see the barber shop. It's not a block away. It's yards away. So they had a vantage point to see them when he's driving down McDaniel Street. He's the one that alerts them. Kendrick. If Kendrick didn't tell them that he saw Donovan, maybe we wouldn't be here today on a murder charge. He did that. He's the one who alerted them. That's why he's just as guilty as the ones who shot.
Okay, so that's what I'm talking about, Lolita. So you got the white car, you got the gray car and all that stuff. That's one part of the conversation. But Hilton is making an argument that Yak acted as a spotter. He didn't have to get in the gray car to act as a spotter. So she seems to want to kind of give as many catch-all possible explanations as possible. She said maybe he got in the car behind here, and maybe he was just the lookout. And so I don't like that. Again, that's source for reasonable doubt for me. Okay, that's additional reasonable doubt. But what she's saying does have some truth in that he didn't necessarily have to even be in the car to be guilty, because he could have been the person who was pointing him out. So, but I personally think if I'm going in the jury room, I'm like, yo, what is their story? Which version of their story is it? Is it that he's just pointing them out? Is it that he did this? Is it that he did that? I need a coherent version of the story to analyze. They didn't give me one, so I have reason to doubt. That's me. But somebody else, they could take this or that, and they could say, I don't care, one way or another, he has something to do with it. You know what I'm saying? And they could say guilty for that reason. So I don't think it's just the white car and the gray car. Hilton explicitly, clearly, and without any doubt just told you he didn't even have to be in any car at the time of the shooting. She just told you that. Now, do you agree? Do you disagree? You feel me? That's up to the jury to decide. But we still have to hear what she's saying, because this is what she's saying. This is her argument. Okay? So nobody's seen Yak, and he's told that, told that he's at the gas station. What do you mean by that, Lou? I mean, we do have Yak on video. Yeah, y'all, we have 1 minute left for deliberations. Law and Crime is still on this screen. So it looks like we won't have any verdict today if they're going to go home. They probably could decide to stay longer if they're close. That's what I mean. Okay. They probably could decide to stay longer if they're close. Yes, she is kind of grasping at straws, and that's why I think my makeup, I wouldn't like that she's giving me all of these different possibilities unless she's going to give me. I just need her to give me a consistent story. I need her to give me a consistent story so that I can evaluate that story. But with that said, let's listen to this one more time. I think this is a very important moment, y'all. I think this is a very important moment.
So they had a vantage point to see them when he's driving down McDaniel Street. He's the one that alerts them. Kendrick. If Kendrick didn't tell them that he saw Donovan, maybe we wouldn't be here today on a murder charge. He did that. He's the one who alerted them. That's why he's just as guilty as the ones who shot.
See? So, what do we say about that? I agree with this. Give me one story and stick to it. I'm not saying you can't give me some alternatives, but I do need to know, are you saying that he got into a particular car and did a certain thing, or he didn't? Like, if you're going to start telling me about that, I need you to be firm on that. So in this case, I think this would be reasonable doubt for me. But if I'm sitting next to somebody who said, look, if he did it this way, or if he did it that way, or if he did it a third way, he guilty, right? And I say, well, they didn't tell us they didn't stick to which way though. And the person next to me like, it doesn't matter which way, because he did it one of the ways. And I say, well, how do you know that? I'm convinced that he either did it this way, that way, or that way. So I'm going for guilty. Like, how could I combat that person? Because my nature is I want you to give me a consistent story, but I can't make this person require one consistent story when they're saying I can see it 3 different ways and all of these ways are guilty. You see what I'm saying? So I could require that for me, but I couldn't make this person require that, because frankly, they would have a point if they are open to 3 different ways that somebody could have done something. Does that make sense? So I'm trying to think about being on a jury. I couldn't make my fellow juror have my way of seeing things. If they can see, I can see it this way, I can see it that way, and I can see it that way. All of these ways means that they did it. So I don't care which way they did it. I can't then make them say, but we need one consistent story. There's no leverage I have to make them say that. I don't know if you follow what I'm trying to say here. So I'm really trying to think about being on a jury at this point. Trying to think about working with other people. Do y'all understand what I'm saying? So I'm willing to bet that that's the only thing they got hung up on. That's possible. So I'm not a circumstantial guy and I'm not a 5 different story guy. Yeah, I get that. And I'm okay with that. But again, I'm trying to think about what it would be like to be on a jury. That's really what I'm trying to think about at this point. So you say, I'm not a circumstantial guy. I need one story, not guilty. And the person next to you says, I see 3 different ways that they're guilty, and I don't see even one where they're not guilty. So now how do you work through that? That's really my question at this point. I don't know, Andre. I don't know. She went very unprofessional or street, or I don't know what the word is. I don't know. They blatantly put stuff together as they were going, and most of their documents were not even sealed. The jury is they're thinking about this part though, y'all. They're obviously thinking about this part, and there must be some questions among at least one person, maybe multiple, about this thing. So, you know what I'm saying? The jury will not like this. I followed trials for years. They are very unpredictable, but won't like this at all. Juries are very unpredictable. I agree with that. I agree that juries are very unpredictable. Worst case scenario, y'all, is a hung. I shouldn't say worst case, but a bad case scenario is a hung jury, because then the state can try this again. And if it's one of these murder trials, they're gonna do it again, probably. You know, you got a new administration. If it was the end of an election cycle and Fani were on her way out, you might not see it tried again, but you still got Fani. They're gonna retry this thing if it's hung. Yeah, it is good that they're asking. I agree with that. I agree. Can't wait to hear them speak. Just thinking what I would do. Maybe I should start thinking like jurors. But that's what I'm trying to do, because you have 12 people, and there's no way that they all think alike, right? There's no way. Is that good enough for you to be sitting 1 year and no one can articulate state's theory until yesterday? Y'all, if everything was going to be not guilty, they would have. It's been 8 hours. So I'm not saying that I think there will certainly be a guilty, but what I'm saying is, if they were all in concert that this has been a poo-poo of a case, and we just want to show them, and they didn't have their act together, and we didn't see any evidence, they would have returned with the not guilty by now, probably. So I'm not saying they will come back with the guilty, but what I am saying is that they're thinking this stuff through. They're really working it through. They're over there really working stuff. They feel like there's something to work through. They feel like there is something to work through. Now, how they'll resolve it, we don't know, but they are really working. It's been 8 hours. So if there was nothing to work, they would have just come back with whatever was the obvious answer. So they're over there working. They're over there working. They're willing to even leave this open over the Thanksgiving break and come back on Monday and get back to work. So this is obviously something that they are really working on. And while we don't know what the verdicts will be, we can say that the idea that this was just some kind of, they're just gonna, no. At this point, it's clear that they're not gonna just wave it away. You know what I'm saying? They're not just waving it away. They're taking it seriously. They don't look like they're just gonna wave it away to punish the state. You know what I'm saying? They're coming back. They're back there. They're working through everything. They're trying to apply the laws. What I imagine, there are probably disagreements on different sides. People are probably trying to convince each other. Who knows if it's getting heated? Who knows if it's just a nice methodical thing? But they have decided after a year, they right up on Thanksgiving, and they could come back from Thanksgiving break and just go back to their lives. But there was not enough unanimity to either say guilty or not guilty and just be done with it. So they're working this stuff through. And it should be taken seriously. And I think anybody saying there's a should, correct. So, but my point is that these things might seem clear to us, but it might not be as clear to them or to all of them. You know? Yeah, tell me your real thoughts without cursing. Let's get some final thoughts and then we'll wrap it up. Let's get some final thoughts and then we will wrap it up. It's not your county. You almost put your county, my county. I don't know if you're talking to me, but no, it's definitely not my county. You can see the possibility there was one holdout for the murder acquittal, and that's who asked to review the bit. Yes, there could be any number of reasons they wanted to see it. I don't see Yak. The thing is, do you have a reasonable? I personally wouldn't even need to see the video because I have a reasonable doubt that Woody did it and Threat. I already have my reasonable doubt. I really wouldn't need to see anything else. I wouldn't need to see any video at all unless you're going to show me video of Yak doing it, or Yak getting into the Infinity. I would want to see that. But other than that, my reasonable doubt is Woody did it. So I'm okay with that. Can I get my question? Can I get the question they asked? The question they asked was about, so they did ask a question about, do they need to find, Mr. Vegas, I would rewind, but yeah, I'll try to rewind it and we can listen to it. But the specific question they asked, aside from the Weinstein watch question, was about the marijuana. Like, do they have to find certain counts as guilty in order for another count to be guilty? Something like that. It is beyond a reasonable doubt. Your doubt has to be reasonable. It doesn't have to be a 1% doubt. 1% is not a reasonable doubt. 1% is, that the tooth fairy came and took your tooth and gave you the $5. It could be, but it's not reasonable to think that that's what really happened. You know what I'm saying? Shannon Yak are gang members, and yes, this is a way or typical way they hunt ops. Also, well, yes, this is a typical way they hunt, but the question is, who was in the car? The question is, who was in the car? For me, they say Yak was in the car. If I conclude if I have a reasonable doubt he was in the car, I'm voting not guilty. Now, if they had given me a story where Yak was the spotter and the pointer outer, then we have a whole nother situation. Let's rewind it real quick, Mr. Vegas. Let's see.
And with regard to that one, and intentionally.
This is the answer to your question, Mr. Vegas.
All right. On count 58, possession of marijuana with intent to distribute, the state must prove that Mr. Kendrick knowingly and intentionally participated in or helped in possessing marijuana, intending to unlawfully deliver or sell it. Does that cover what y'all are asking with regard to that one? Yes. Okay. All right. Moving on to whether you need to group counts 57, 58, and 61 individually or separately. You will need to consider them individually and reach a verdict as to each of them separately, but possession of marijuana with intent to distribute would need to be proven for count 58, count 61, and count 57. Does that cover what y'all wanted to? Okay. All right. Then I will excuse y'all to continue.
Those were the questions that they asked and the answers. I just researched legal scholars 98%. I didn't say Yak was in the car. I didn't say that. What I said is that if the story is Yak was in the car, I have a reasonable doubt. If the story is Yak's guilty because he participated in some kind of way, then that's different. But Hilton specifically said he got in the car off camera, and I have a reasonable doubt about that. That is what I'm saying. Okay, so that is what I'm saying. I would believe Yak was a spotter if there were phone records of him calling. Yeah, the lack of phone records does help. Helps. The lack of phone records helps Yak. But if he could see him from where, they needed to show that he could just see him. Like he could just visually see him. I don't know that we would need phone records if he's just looking up the street and he could see him. No, it wasn't a mate. Well, it was the marijuana question. So Shannon didn't pull the trigger. I really think they were just watching maybe to join, but the white car is okay. You must be talking about drinks there. paralegal. Maybe the only thing that has some saving grace for him, if some of the jurors say first she said he did it, and now, yeah, well, that is what she said. She said he did it, then she said he's a spotter. She kind of tried to give both. Like maybe he's just the spotter, maybe he's a spotter, then he hopped in the car, you know. So she seems to want to have it both ways. At the end of the day, every man pays for their sins. Yeah. So I'm still sticking with my original prediction. You do not see Yak get in that gray car. And in order for you to think he was in the car, you have to think he got in the car off camera. Yak was driving the car when it left. So you would need to think that he drove off camera, hopped out the car, got in the gray car, and then somebody else started driving to Bonneville, or they just left it there, you know, I guess just left it there, but it had other people in it. So yeah, court is adjourned, y'all. So I'm still sticking with my original. I think not guilty with a reasonable doubt on the DT. And I don't know. I mean, Shannon, there seems to be even less for Shannon. I mean, Yak is on film there at the gas station. You don't even get Shannon on film. So you'll stop coming up with things. You'll sound like Hilton. Why are they hiding the other tape? They didn't show the Infinity. That car in front of him was a Volvo. There's no surveillance that shows the Bonneville go down the road when the shooting happened, if that's what you're asking. And why meet at the gas station just to leave? Did Yak have the guns or something? I mean, they did meet up at the gas station. You have both of those cars there at the gas station. I like Doug when he said, I kept my promise. They won't have any evidence on Yak. Yeah, Doug did an excellent job. Speculation is bad. We have to judge based on the evidence or lack thereof. Y'all, we have to draw reasonable conclusions based on the evidence. You have to speculate. Maybe you don't like the word speculate. Maybe I don't like the word speculate. But you have to draw conclusions from the evidence. You have to draw conclusions from the evidence. You can't say if I don't have a 4K video of somebody doing something, then I won't believe they did it. I mean, that's not the way the world works. For example, DA South Hall. If you're a teacher and you give a homework assignment and you ask students to write a book report, and 3 students come in with a book report that all has the exact same words on it, and you suspect that they got that from ChatGPT. So you go to ChatGPT and you ask it to write a book report, and it gives you the exact book report that 3 of your students turned in. You would have to speculate that your students got the book report from ChatGPT. You didn't see them do it. If nobody tells on anybody else, you don't know for sure that they did it, right? So it could just be the world's most crazy coincidence that all 3 of them wrote the exact same words, and that ChatGPT also wrote the exact same words as those 3 students. You as a teacher would have to draw the conclusion, something happened here. Most likely, they got this from ChatGPT. So they're in trouble. If you were to say, I didn't see it, they didn't tell me, they didn't tell on each other, so therefore I can't say something. I mean, if the world worked that way, you would never be able to prove anything. Nobody would ever get in trouble for anything, because it'd be like nobody saw it, nobody told on anybody. So, you know what I'm saying? The world works such that we draw conclusions from evidence. So we can't not I can't lock that man up because he might have switched cars. I agree with that. I agree with that. I do agree. And the only evidence they had was Yak getting out of. Yes, I agree with that too. I've been saying that. I'm just pushing back on the idea that we need, that we need conclusive, definitive proof every time. So maybe that's not what you were saying. I think there's reasonable doubt, y'all, for both murders, but we're not on a jury, people. Do I think the state would attempt to fix the jury? I don't think they can. It's 12 people, and we've already seen one of them who's willing to write a letter to the judge. So, y'all, it's past 3 o'clock. Court is out. Law and Crime has already ended their coverage. The jury has taken this seriously. They are not going to draw a conclusion or reach a verdict before Thanksgiving because it's already done. It's over. As far as I know and everybody else knows, they've gone home or they're going home now. So that's it, y'all. The idea of the jury's just going to do this or just going to do that, we have to, at this point, our evidence leads us to believe that the jury is just working through this stuff as a typical jury would and trying to come up with the right decisions. Before this trial, I used to believe you needed physical evidence. Now I believe circumstantial adds up. Circumstantial does add up. It does. But I'm still not convinced for the 2 murders. Then she's gonna say in her closing, he got the car. Yeah. See, that would, as a juror, I wouldn't like that. These are little things that I think, for me, I wouldn't like. All they need is one good debater on either side, y'all. All they need is one good debater for guilty or not guilty. A lot of this is going to depend on the personality qualities and the personal background of those jurors. But a lot's going to depend on if they have a persuasive person or 2 in that jury room. It's going to depend on if they have a persuasive person or 2. Because sometimes you want to do something, but you need somebody else to give you permission. We've all been there. I don't care how big of a boy or how big of a girl you are. We've all had things that we wanted to do, and we didn't feel comfortable doing it till we saw somebody else do it first, or till we saw somebody else say it's okay, and it's like, okay, and then you'll do it. So you might have jurors in there who want to say guilty or who want to say not guilty, but then once the big mouth starts talking, the persuasive person starts talking, now okay, now I can. So, but if that persuasive person is on the other side, they may never feel comfortable expressing their opinion, and they might go with the persuasive. So I agree with that. The big mouth people in there, that would be me. I can debate forever and I'm stubborn. Okay, well then that's how you wind up with the hung jury sometimes. All right, y'all. Hit the like button. I'm going to go ahead and wrap it up. I do thank everybody for being here. Tomorrow's Thanksgiving. I don't know what I'm going to do. I might pop on tomorrow in the morning for a little while. Andre, sadly, this is already they have been working their way up to a Young Thug. All the people who can't afford yeah. I think there might be that annoying person that wants to make a point where there is no point. I believe Yak knew the plan for Nuts unaliving, and Shannon knew the plan for Drinks unaliving, but they're not charged with accessory. Good point. Why I seem to be the only one who was convinced. Not only that, but the defense didn't put up a good fight. They just cried. Convinced about what? About Yak being involved with DT or Shannon? Convinced about what exactly? I'm gonna hang out for a couple of minutes to see what you specify you were convinced about. Isn't someone named Bradford locked up? I don't know about that. I wonder who the foreman is. Some people think they had already selected number 56 to be the foreman. Not officially, but some people think when he spoke out that they had already kind of all gotten together and had him speak for the group. I might have been more comfortable with that charge than the actual murder. Accessory. I think they did the murders. I just don't think they proved it enough. That's an interesting thing to say. Well, y'all, this has been a great experience speaking to you all, hearing everybody's opinions. You have to be convinced they are guilty, not the other way around. I agree with that. If you had to either phrase it as convinced that they're guilty or convinced that they're not guilty, it would be convinced that they're guilty. I think that's true. Is a hung jury the same as a mistrial without prejudice? Essentially. The effect is essentially the same. The prosecution can retry. The big difference between a hung jury and a mistrial without prejudice is if you get a mistrial without prejudice, that will be as it relates to all of the charges. So that would affect the entire trial. It would affect both murders. It would affect the RICO, the gang charges, the marijuana, the this, the that, the guns, the blah, the blah, the blah. So if you have a mistrial without prejudice, if Judge Whitaker had called that at any point, all of the charges would be affected. Hung jury in a case like this is unlikely that they're going to hang on everything. So the hung jury in effect would be similar to a mistrial without prejudice only as it relates to the counts that the jury hangs on. Because if there's 10 or 15 charges, the chance is that they will come to a verdict on some of those charges. The remaining charges where they hang would in effect be kind of like a mistrial without prejudice as it relates to those charges. But that's a big difference because the mistrial without prejudice would have affected everything, where the hung jury will only affect those counts or those charges that they couldn't agree on. Presumably they would be able to agree on something. So hopefully that helps everybody. CT, I've studied juries. This will take time. Think about how many hours they say in this trial. Yeah, this could take some time. All right, y'all. I'm going to go ahead and sign off. Maybe do a quick little stream. I've been trying to just do something every day. I have like a bit of a streak doing something YouTube related every single day. So if I don't do a stream, I'll probably make a video, maybe even about something totally random. But my goal is to just do something every day. I don't want to miss a day on YouTube. So maybe we'll just come on and, say happy Thanksgiving to each other. But at any rate, y'all, I will probably see y'all tomorrow, even if it's just to pop on and say happy Thanksgiving to everybody. If not, we will see y'all back here soon. Thank you so much for riding. If y'all haven't hit the like, do hit the like. And also, we're almost at 500 subscribers on the other channel. I am going to be going to do the Karen Reed, right? I'm going to be diving into the Karen Reed thing on the Morbid Law channel. And that seems like it's quite dangerous. So if you want to follow the Karen Reed trial, they're going to be doing a new trial in January. I'm going to be doing a full breakdown of where we stand before January, and we're going to go into the new trial. And I'm doing that on the other channel. So subscribe to the Morbid Law channel. And if you want to follow Karen Reed in particular, or any other gory stories, follow the Morbid Law. Groovy, thank you for your thank you for this. Groovy says he doesn't feel like they've proved anything. We will see soon, y'all. I got to run. I'll see y'all soon. Thank you so much. Have a good rest of your day. Bye-bye.